Yo, do you have Claude Thinking Stream? Yeah. Give me a second. I'm just trying to set up my stream. Why is this not showing up? Yep, it's Tmux. Oh, my camera's not showing because my camera's closed. Funny. Where do I do this? Oh, that's not what I want. Let's see here. What was that? You're able to see Claude Code CLI thinking stream. I think they don't expose the think stream, unfortunately. Yeah, they don't. What was I gonna work on today? I needed to work. My mission for this stream is to get the Windows set up for my product working, because I've made my whole product in just Windows, or not Windows, in Linux, and it doesn't, oh, reverb? Sorry, testing. Oh, let me turn that off. Why is that better? Oh, yeah, I pressed this button on my Go LXLR and it created that sound effect. That was weird, sorry. I just press these buttons and that's what happens. The God vibe? No. Wonder what, there's these other ones. Let's see, what's robot? Hello? No, that doesn't do anything. Hard tune? Nope. Megaphone? Nope. Testing. Oh, okay. So enable FX. What's robot? Oh, that's nothing. Testing. Hard tune. This isn't that bad. I'll turn that off. That Discord note is gonna keep going on. Yeah, every time someone sends me a message, it should, what do you call it? Notify my Discord in the Discord general, just so that I don't pay attention to the actual chat, so I consolidated everything into Discord. That way, there's always going to be activity there. Yeah, I needed to work on Windows stuff today. What's my startup idea? Pretty much right now, I pivoted to just creating consumer products. So things that will help with vibe coding is what I want to create for, people that are interested in AI vibe coding, but don't really know how to get started. and I've been vibe coding for like several months now, and I know how to use it well. But the problem is I use it well on Linux and Mac, but not Windows. And majority of everybody that's interested in vibe coding is on Windows. So I have to figure out how to get my product working on Windows. But yeah, my original startup idea is originally creating guardrails for AI, because it's really easy to get AI to do random stuff and not make it work the way you want it to. No, not static application security testing. Mainly when your AI starts using tools, right? It uses commands, and it's doing all these things in the background, and you don't know what it's doing. But I created a product that can monitor what it's doing and create rules to prevent it from doing things that you don't want it to do. The problem is the product is so technical, it's really hard to comprehend to like normies or users that are not technical. So I really have to pivot to make a product that's really easy to use, supports Windows, supports Mac, etc., and implement my vision of creating guardrails for AI. Because right now it's a little too complicated. And that's why I'm going back to the drawing board, seeing what's available on Windows. I set up a virtual machine to get everything running. But the main problem is I haven't built it in Windows from scratch from the get-go. So there's like a lot of things I still need to do to make it publishable for Windows users to use. But I've created a few products here and there. One of the products that I've created for Linux that I want to port to Windows is my speech-to-text. Is it really that bad on Windows? Yeah, my product does not work on Windows at all. So I have to go back to the drawing board. But one of the products that I want to release on Windows for vibe coding is like my speech to text little app that I want to port to Windows, because it could immediately translate my my voice to text in like milliseconds, and it has a built-in LLM model to do all the translating for you. So I thought that was pretty cool. Why not use Wazzle? Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, if I say WSL to a non-technical user, they have no idea what I'm talking about. So I really need to cater this to like a non-technical audience that's just learning and interested in vibe coding, but at the same time don't know anything about Linux. So I have to cater my content to that. Focus on the really, really high level stuff. Otherwise, I don't think I'm gonna break going viral. Yeah, the non-technical audience is cooked, dude. Like, they're gonna be like, what the heck is AI? And then, yeah. Their main problem is they go outside. Just kidding. I actually have to go outside to walk my dogs. So I'm gonna need to, yeah, they gaslight themselves there. I'm going to step away, but I'm gonna like put on a recording for a bit on what I did for day 2. But like, free feel to tune in. It's only gonna take like 10 minutes to walk my dogs, and then but I'm gonna put on a YouTube video because I usually like to watch news, and I'll be watching it with you guys on my phone. So like, some of the top tech news that I usually listen to is this guy called Nate. This guy. All right. This guy is who I listen to every day, usually. So I'll be posting, like, we'll be watching this together. Yeah, they're all doing good. They're pretty wild. Yeah, gotta get my exercise every day. And then I gotta make something to eat really quick. But I think I have AI working on the side here. So you'll be seeing that on the side. So while my AI is working, which it should be working, I hope it is. Okay, I think Windows will take probably an hour to finish this job. So I'll let that work, but I'll be back.
The coverage so far is focused on the continuity, right? Apple lifer taking over, smooth handoff, stable transition. That's all accurate, and there's a version of this story where that's the whole story. But I want to add the piece that comes into focus if you look at the org chart underneath the announcement. The person taking over is a hardware engineer. His second in command designs chips, and that combination at the exact moment Apple is losing the AI race is Apple declaring they're going to fight that race on completely different terms than everybody else in the industry. What that means for you depends on where you sit, and we'll get to the specifics. But I want to walk you today through 5 things about this Apple bet. One of them is actually about Apple. The rest are about what's happening under the surface of the AI industry right now, and they matter whether you own an iPhone or not. Start with the news, because the org chart tells you more than the succession does. The new CEO is John Ternus. For 25 years, he's been an Apple hardware engineer. He ran the team that moved the Mac from Intel to Apple Silicon, which is arguably the most successful silicon transition any consumer company has ever pulled off. Right below him, John Srouji, the guy who's been running all of Apple's chip design for the last decade. He's getting elevated to a new role called the Chief Hardware Officer. So the top 2 execs at Apple are both hardware engineers at core. Both silicon people. Neither of them comes from software, from services, or from AI. And that matters. And to see why, you have to understand how Apple has been organized for the last 15 years. Tim Cook's Apple is what's called a functional organization. There's no phone team, there's no Mac team, there's no watch team. Instead, there's a hardware team, a software team, a services team, and a design team. No one team owns the product. The iPhone is where all those teams meet and argue and integrate. Steve Jobs built the company that way on purpose when he came back in the late 90s, because he thought product-owned orgs tended to produce incoherent devices. If the phone team owns the phone gets optimized for what's good for the phone team. If no team owns it, the phone gets optimized for the intersection of all the things, which was important to Steve because he wanted the complete experience. That's how you get a device where the hardware, the software, and the services feel like the same thing, as long as you have Apple's culture. Because I will say here, I have seen this strategy tried at other companies, and it fails without Apple's culture. That model worked for Apple for 15 years. It built the iPhone, the watch, the AirPods, the whole empire. It also produced the Apple Intelligence failure. And that's the part I want you to sit with, because it's not a story about Apple being bad at AI. It's a story about structures. Generative AI is not an integration product. It's a capability race. The thing that matters isn't how well the pieces fit together necessarily. It's how fast you can ship the next model if you're a hyperscaler, how fast you can close the gap to whoever's ahead, how fast your model development loop turns. The frontier labs ship a new model every quarter, not because their engineers are smarter than Apple, sometimes every month now, right? But because their org charts let one person decide and push. Under Tim, Apple's org chart doesn't work that way. Consensus has to assemble horizontally, especially at the SVP level and above. Every major decision gets argued across functions before it ships, and that's how you get the iPhone. Again, as long as your culture is good. It's also how you fall a year behind on AI features while the labs keep shipping, or 2 years or 3 years, because they are behind. So the Apple board had a tough choice. They could put a software leader in charge and try to force Apple's software and services orgs to ship at a frontier lab cadence and try and reinvent themselves, break the consensus model, put one person in charge of AI, or they could decide the race they were losing isn't the race they wanted to play, and they could change the game. They picked option 2. They put hardware on the top. Instead of trying to match the frontier labs on their terms, which Apple wasn't doing anyway, Apple just said, you know what, we're really not running the race. And I think that's more interesting news than just like who was picked or why Tim stepped down. The Turnus pick is Apple admitting structurally that they cannot win a software velocity race in the age of AI, and they're betting on a different race entirely for the future of the company. Which brings me to the second of the 5 big things I want to talk about, because the race Apple wants to run, the one they think they can win, is being made possible by something that's been reported on extensively in the financial press, but that hasn't really been connected to the Apple story yet. The cloud AI business, the way it exists today, does not work at scale. I want to be specific because this matters. Every major frontier lab is losing money on the top tier of their consumer subscriptions. Sam Altman has said publicly that OpenAI is losing money on ChatGPT Pro even at $200 a month. It's not because those users are abusing the service, it's because a capable model serving a serious user doing real work costs more to run than any consumer subscription price covers. The math is upside down, and it's being hidden right now by a few things, right? Investor capital is subsidizing the losses, GPU supply is expanding roughly in pace, maybe a little behind demand, and the assumption that per token prices will keep falling faster than frontier capability continues to keep the market encouraged. But all of those assumptions are starting to get shakier. Investor appetite, I know it seems like it's infinite because of all the capital these companies raise, but it's not. At some point, investors are going to start to expect a return, especially as Anthropic and OpenAI start to look to the public markets. GPU supply is constrained by power and fab capacity more than by NVIDIA's willingness to ship chips, and that is a tough constraint to break. And harder than that is power. GPU supply is constrained by power and by fab capacity more than by NVIDIA's willingness to ship chips. Jensen wants to ship chips. And of the two, power is the harder of the two constraints. Per token prices are falling, yes, but frontier capability is scaling way faster than prices are dropping right now. So the math is getting worse on a per serious user basis, not better. And where this ends, if nothing changes, is a 2-class AI system. The top class, big enterprises signing 7-figure contracts or 8-figure contracts, they get the real AI. They get long context, agents running for days or weeks, dedicated capacity, and the rest of us get metered, throttled consumer tier access because that's what the labs can afford to serve us. The things you can do with AI start to depend on which class you can afford to be in. That's not really a prediction. You can see it happening today, right? Every consumer tier rate limit that's getting tightened in the last few months is the unit economics starting to speak, right? The labs are not necessarily being greedy here. They're just choosing to bleed less. And that's the direction all of these curves are pointing. And if you're Apple, that's kind of a scary curve because your customer's AI experience is about to be bounded by what the labs can afford to serve them for $20 a month or less. You can't build a 10-year product story on top of somebody else's loss-making business with a customer squeeze baked in. Because so much of the value of the iPhone is the software, right? And you need AI to work on the iPhone to make that true. So Apple needs an alternative, and there's only one alternative available. And that brings me to the third thing that I wanted to talk about today. Apple is actually betting on a bet they've made a half a century ago, and it's worth understanding why that precedent matters for this company in this moment. The alternative to cloud AI is to move compute off the cloud and onto the device. That's really intuitive. This is what people mean when they say local AI or on-device or on-prem AI. And the framing you usually hear is about privacy. Your data stays on the phone, Apple doesn't see it, regulators are happy. All of that is true, and it's a real benefit. What I want to add is the first order benefit underneath the privacy story, which is the cost structure. Here's the real difference. On-device inference has a fixed cost. You paid for the chip when you bought the phone. Once a model's running locally, asking it 1,000 questions costs the same as asking it one. Essentially nothing per query at consumer scale. It's just electricity. Cloud inference has variable cost. Somebody pays every time you ask a question. Right now, that somebody is the lab subsidized by their investors. Eventually, that cost will get passed to the users. The meter starts running in ways you notice. And that's been especially true since December as long-running agentic workflows has kicked off an exploded demand for tokens. Apple's silicon is the escape hatch from that meter, and it contributed to the incredible popularity of OpenClaw. People want models they can run locally. That's why the Mac Minis are sold out. Apple is not going to beat the best cloud model on its own chips, and they probably will not try. What they're betting on is the long tail of things most people really use AI for. Summarizing documents, drafting emails, transcribing meetings, translating stuff, searching your own stuff, answering questions about your life, running routine agents against your data, getting AI involved in their health side of the business. If those tasks happen on the device, they happen outside the meter. The cloud becomes a specialist for hard problems, not the default for everything. And if you think that this is only for consumer applications and there's no future for devs, there's no future for prosumers, there's there's no future for people who are serious about AI trying on-prem, I got news for you. Apple has made this bet before. 50 years ago, in the 1970s, computing was a service. You rented time on a mainframe, the compute lived in someone else's building, you paid by the hour, and the users who got the most out of the system were the institutions like AT&T who could afford to pay the meter. The ordinary person did not interact with computing at all. The Apple II didn't beat the mainframe on raw capability. Obviously, it couldn't. What it did was move a useful amount of compute onto a device that you owned. And once you bought the machine, using it more cost you nothing. And the power user, the person who could afford to leave the computer running all night because nothing was metered, turned out to be the population that pulled the whole category forward. The prosumers succeeded in making Apple what it is. The spreadsheet happened on the Apple II. VisiCalc was not a mainframe product. It was a product that could only exist on a machine you owned. Same company, same structural move, 50 years later. A metered service model where the heaviest users are a cost problem for whoever's running the service, a device-based ownership model that drops that marginal cost to near zero, and a bet that the power user on the owned device is going to invent uses that the metered service cannot afford to permit at scale. Apple thinks they're the Apple II in this situation. The rest of the industry is betting on the mainframe. And before I tell you why I think Apple might actually be right about this, I want to walk you through the most important piece of this whole story. It's a specific population of buyers who are already trying to build a local solution themselves. And this is the piece I'm bringing from inside the buying conversations I've had over the last few weeks and months, and I think it's the biggest part of the story. This is piece 4. There is a specific targeted category of buyer that keeps showing up with a problem the industry doesn't have a solution for yet. I'm going to name them: law firms, medical practices, accounting firms, tax firms, financial advisors, therapists, any professional whose job carries a very high bar on data confidentiality, attorney-client privilege, right? HIPAA in the US, fiduciary duty, therapeutic confidentiality rules. These firms are watching their competitors pull ahead using cloud AI, and they're facing an enormous amount of pressure to catch up, but they can't, right? Running a public cloud AI service against client work product is often a malpractice problem, a regulatory problem, or at best, a massive technical headache, even if it's compliant. Their clients would be within their rights to walk if they ever found out that confidential information had been processed by a cloud model owned by a company 2 layers removed and 2 countries removed from the relationship. So these firms have a genuine problem. They need AI. They can't use the cloud. What are they actually doing? A lot of them are converging on the same answer. They're buying Mac Minis. Literally, a handful of M-series Mac Minis clustered together has enough capacity to run useful generative models locally. For a small firm, for a few $1,000s in hardware, sitting in a closet or the firm's own network, not talking to anything outside. The data does not leave the building, the privilege holds, the compliance story works. Now, before anybody in the comments says, but Apple has private cloud compute, they absolutely do. Apple has a cloud AI offering called Private Cloud Compute that's cryptographically attested, so even Apple's own administrators cannot read your data. Now, that's a meaningful upgrade from normal cloud AI on privacy. It is not the answer for this segment, and I'll tell you why. The problem for a law firm is not, can a rogue cloud admin see my data? The problem is, can I represent to my client, my regulator, and my malpractice carrier that this data never left my physical control? No cloud service lets you make that representation, no matter how good the cryptography is. Apple has explicitly declined to disclose where PCC nodes are physically located for their own quite valid security reasons, which is fine for a consumer and an absolute non-starter for a firm that needs to know which jurisdiction its data touched. So in many cases, instead of trying to deal with a massive technical headache associated with trying to set up a compliant local cloud setup, firms are improvising. They're going after retail Mac Minis, they have their own orchestration glue, they're hiring a guy they know, they're using open weights models they've fine-tuned for their domain, and they're hoping the whole thing holds together. They're doing that because Apple has not built the product they need. And no one else has either. There is no rackable enterprise form factor for Apple Silicon. No clustering software, no admin tools for IT teams running managed local inference, no identity layer that mirrors iCloud but stays on-prem, no HIPAA business associate agreements, no curated model ecosystem positioned for regulated professional workflows. None of the infrastructure a law firm IT contractor would expect from an enterprise vendor. And that's the thing I want you to hold on to. A US professional services economy, US alone, right? It's measured in trillions of dollars and tens of millions of workers. And a meaningful slice of that economy has a structural need for AI that never goes to the cloud. They know it. They're often trying to buy a solution, many times max, and nobody's selling it cleanly. It's a complete mess. What that means for Apple's bet is that the local AI story isn't just about consumers on phones. It's about every regulated professional in the economy who's been locked out of cloud AI for compliance reasons and is trying right now to build a local alternative. Apple's silicon is the natural substrate for these populations. The same chips that let your phone draft an email let a four-lawyer firm run an AI in the closet. That makes Apple's on-device bet much larger than the phone argument alone would suggest. It also means there's a big product gap here. Apple might build the enterprise stack these buyers are asking for. Now, they have not signaled they will, and their services strategy might push them in the opposite direction. If Apple wants to sell you iCloud, they may not want to ship a product on-prem. But that gap is big enough that someone's going to fill it. Either Apple will, or a startup that wraps Apple hardware in an enterprise layer Apple won't build will do the job for them. Just like third-party companies used to wrap IBM hardware in the services layer IBM would not build. That window is open today. It's probably open for a couple more years before Apple either builds the stack themselves or the Qualcomm ecosystem closes in from below. And it's one of the most interesting unserved opportunities I see in the AI market today. So that's piece 4 of 5. The last piece here is what this means for you. Because if you've watched this far, you probably want to know, okay, fine, interesting analysis, but what do I do with this? This is going to depend on where you sit, right? There are 3 different shapes of response to this news for different folks. If you're a leader, if you're somebody running a company, or you're part of one, or you're making strategy calls, your big takeaway is this. When you're losing a race, you're structurally set up to lose. The move is not to try harder. The move is to change the game, which is a lesson a lot of folks who are competing on AI need to learn. And that's what Apple just did. Most boards respond to losing by doubling down on the thing they're losing at. Apple did not do that. They restructured around a race they could win. If you're watching your org fail at something AI related today, the question worth asking is, do we have a talent problem? Is there a premise problem? If it's a premise problem, don't optimize the premise, change it. The other takeaway for leaders, keep your eye out for business models that are structurally unprofitable, because you need to be building as if that is the case. The labs right now are treating their consumer inference losses as if they're a ramp into profitability, but that may not be the case. The curves I walk through suggest there just may be a floor here because of the pricing. If your strategy depends on cloud AI getting cheaper faster than it's getting smarter, it's not a plan you should plan on. Plan for the alternative. Let's switch gears. Let's say you're a builder, a founder, an engineer, somebody making product decisions. The takeaway from this story is really, what category do you build in, right? Don't build AI-enabled products, build native AI products. The interesting opportunity is not wrapping GPT into your app. The interesting opportunity is the class of product that only makes economic sense when inference is free. Continuous background agents, assistants that read your user's entire history without worrying about context windows, tools invoked thousands of times per hour without anyone caring about the cost. None of that is economically sane today on cloud APIs. All of it becomes sane on silicon your user paid for. And the SMB compliance segment I walked you through is a shippable startup thesis right now. Those buyers exist. They're trying to find a solution. Nobody's selling them a clean solution yet. If you have the background to build that product, you should be building it. One more thing for builders, because the Valley has shipped iOS first on every new consumer software category for the last decade. Instagram was iOS only for 18 months. ChatGPT's first mobile app shipped on iPhone before Android. Threads, Blue Sky, every premium consumer app of the last decade has launched on Apple Silicon first. The reasons have nothing to do with AI. They have to do with who pays for premium apps. But that pattern compounds with Apple's on-device bet in a way that even the bullish Apple analysis is kind of underweighting. If local AI becomes a category, the developer momentum is already pointed at Apple Silicon. Apple doesn't have to convince anybody to build for them. They just have to not screw up the platform terms. That's a different bar than the one most people are grading Apple against right now. Now, if you're a prosumer, if you're somebody who uses AI intensely as part of your daily work, here's the thing you should take away. Your ceiling is about to stop being your subscription tier, and it's going to start your literacy, right? Everything you do right now to conserve tokens, keep your context short, run one agent at a time, don't ask the model to read big docs because it won't hold them. That's a habit shaped by having cloud AI. That habit might get in your way if you start to run local AI. You need to start to think about, which AI am I wanting to use long term? And if I want to use local AI, am I ready to ask the model to do more for me, right? Get used to the idea that cost of usage could be something that either goes to the roof with cloud or goes to zero, and choose accordingly. The second thing for prosumers, data hygiene really matters. A local model is most useful when it can read all your stuff. This is actually true already with Claude and Claude Code and Claude Cowork, but your stuff is often scattered across a bunch of different places, and most of them don't like to export. So the work of consolidating your knowledge, your notes, your calendar, your messages, that work pays big returns over the next few years, and frankly, another building opportunity. There's not a good way to do that right now. The people who have been doing the most consolidation have already had an unreasonably good year this year because they've been able to use that file system to drive good agent work. And one last thing for prosumers. For the first decade of the smartphone, the difference between a 2-year-old phone and the current one was small. That era is ending. If the on-device AI thesis holds, the neural engine generation you're on starts to matter for what you do. I've seen this firsthand moving from an M2 chip to an M5 chip. The case for buying the flagship and upgrading more often gets stronger than it's been in a decade. This is also true if your employees are on Apple Silicon. That's a different consumer relationship with a device than most of us have had in a long time. It is more compelling to upgrade now, which is, by the way, something that Apple shareholders will really love. So where does all this land? The Turnus pick is a retreat that might succeed. Apple just broke a company that had worked for 15 years because the company they were building could not win the AI race on the terms the industry set. The new company that they're putting together now has a shot on very different terms because the hardware economics of AI are fundamentally different from cloud economics of AI. And most of the industry has been quietly underpricing the difference. The rest of the industry is running the cloud play, right? Bigger data centers, more compute, more CapEx, and maybe they're right. Certainly there's room for lots of winners in this world. Somebody has to build the frontier, and the build-out isn't wasted capital, even if the consumer economics don't work. But Apple said kind of out loud with this pick what most of the rest of the players haven't said. The cloud is expensive, the cost is real, the thing in your pocket might be what ends up mattering for AI. And the company that figured out how to put useful computing in your pocket in the first place 50 years ago might be the company that does it again. So that's where that leaves us. I am curious, are you in the local compute category? Are you exploring on-prem in your own home, in your own office? Or are you someone who says, no, I want the cloud? Let me know which in the comments. And of course, if you disagree with any of this, I love it. Put that in the comments too. If this was useful, subscribe for more of this kind of analysis. I'm writing this up in way more depth on Substack. I think it deserves a lengthier treatment, particularly around the SMB side and how that market is an opportunity for somebody, whether it's Apple or not. The best conversations in this channel happen under videos. So I'll see you at the next one, and I'll see you in the comments. The SMB side and how that market is opportunity for somebody, whether it's Apple.
I thought that video was 20 minutes.
This channel happen under videos.
Guess it wasn't.
So I'll see you at the next one, and I'll see you in the comments.
The next thing that I usually watch, maybe some. Okay, how's my thing doing? Terminated, configured. Sure. I don't care. Just keep working. What's with all these pop-ups? All right, one minor note, 2 things left. Okay, usually when you make Sonic work, you want to have it re-reviewed by Opus. All right, what's next for this guy? Huh, okay, this one. I've never listened to this guy, but he's talking for an hour, so.
Fresh biscuits.
I need to make some food.
Okay, welcome back to Gary's Economics. This week we are going to explain whether AI will drive wages up or down. Okay, so this is a question which I keep getting asked. So fans of the channel will know I was on tour in Australia and New Zealand about a month ago. And every single tour that I went, I got asked, what's AI going to do to the economy, to inequality, to wages? And I was hesitant to do a video on it because initially it seemed so obvious to me that AI was going to displace jobs and drive wages down. But the more I sat and read about it and thought about it and talked about it, the more I realized that this answer is not so unbelievably obvious as I initially thought. So there are a lot of people putting out the idea that AI might actually drive wages up. I've got a couple of quotes here. There's an article in Fox Business saying AI is going to substantially reduce wage inequality and drive up wages for low-wage workers. Fortune magazine has a piece here from the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, saying that it's going to raise lower-paid wages. I was reading The Economist this week, and they strongly implied that there's no evidence that AI is displacing jobs. So I saw that a lot of people seem to think, or at least saying they think, AI will not drive wages down. And it's got me thinking about how economists think about technology and wages. So when we start thinking about what is the level of wages as we are taught in our economics degrees, first thing to say is most economists really don't study this much at all. There is a field of economics called labor economics, which talks about like how the economy affects workers. It does include sections on what determines the wage level, but this is basically an optional field of study. I didn't do it until my master's degree, so I didn't do any labor economics up until my 5th year of economics. And even then, we actually didn't do much about the relationship really between wages and technology, or wages and the distribution. Until you get into that sort of advanced level economics, you will be basically given one idea about wages, which is that wages are driven by what economists call marginal productivity. So this idea that wages are driven by marginal productivity is just a very simple idea, which is that if hiring one new worker will get me £100 of new product, say I'm making biscuits, one new worker can make £100 of biscuits a day, then I had better pay that worker something close to £100. Otherwise, some other business owner, some other capitalist is going to snatch up that worker and he's going to pay them £100 and he's going to make the profit from it. And this idea, which is taught to basically everybody who studies economics from like a young age, from your first year, basically implies that wages are quite closely connected to worker productivity. And if we view AI from this perspective, this would strongly imply that AI should drive wages up for the very simple and obvious reason that AI, it is an improvement, whether you like it or not. I don't love it. It is an improvement on previously existing tools. Most of us are using it quite frequently now. I use it pretty much every day when I'm doing my research. AI has improved worker productivity. Economists tend to believe that, at least in the long run, worker productivity is the key driver of wages. So I think it's fair to say that amongst economists generally, they would say that any improved technology, including AI, should drive workers' wages up. So what we have here is like an interesting disagreement, in a sense, between the instinctive response, which is, well, AI is going to mean companies hire fewer workers, it's going to mean workers get laid off, and that's going to drive wages down. And the more common answer from economists, which is AI is going to improve worker productivity, and that should drive wages up. So we're going to discuss in this video which of those answers is correct. All right, so first we need to basically make the two cases in a little bit more clarity. So I'm going to start with the case that AI will reduce workers' wages. And I'm not going to spend too much time on it because I think this is a very instinctive and intuitive case. I think most of you, especially people who are younger in the job market, will have kind of seen it with your eyes, which is AI means that we don't need as much staff to do the same things. So, you know, I, for example, am using AI to do my research in many cases. I'm aware that often it is a bit shit and the answers it provides are a bit rubbish. But it is much quicker than previous research tools I might have used. So whereas in the past I might have been thinking more actively about maybe we should hire a researcher, I don't need that researcher now. and I'm not hiring as many workers. And people, it seems, are making these decisions all across the economy. A lot of businesses have less need for especially junior staff. At the moment, AI seems to be quite good at doing things like pretty badly, but incredibly easily, which is basically replacing low-level junior staff. We're not hiring the staff. That means there's loads of unemployed people, and especially young people, there's higher unemployment, and it's driving wages down. Like, it's a really obvious, intuitive, instinctive argument. So that's the case for AI is going to drive wages down. What is the case, which is more of a economic theoretical case for why AI might drive wages up? So this goes down to basically two things. First, we're going to cover the theoretical case, and then afterwards we're going to move on to the kind of like historical basis for why people and economists believe this. So the theoretical case is based on this idea that workers should be paid their marginal product. This is an economics term. Maybe we'll flash it up. I'm writing it here. Marginal product. And that means, marginal means like at the margin. So it means if me, a company owner, factory owner, biscuit factory owner, hires one more worker, if that worker is going to make me 100 biscuits, I'd better pay him the value of 100 biscuits. Otherwise, I'm giving up profit because it's a competitive market. There's all these, God knows the number of biscuit factories around here. If I don't hire that guy and pay him his 100 biscuits worth, someone else is going to come in under my nose and I'm going to lose like a big hot biscuit factory owner. And if I don't pay him that much, we live in a competitive market, someone's going to come in. So if suddenly I'm paying all my biscuit makers 100 biscuits, the equivalent a day, and then suddenly I've got new technology and these guys are making 150 biscuits. Well, if I don't raise their wages, somebody else is going to poach them from me, and then he's going to pay him 120 biscuits. He's going to get 33 biscuits for every worker, and it's kind of based on this kind of, Adam Smith, like freehand idea that basically, if I don't pay those workers what they're going to make me, they're going to leave, and if not, somebody's going to go out and make new factories. It's kind of based on this idea, you have this thriving economy, you have this free market. If the workers are able to provide you that money, you should hire them. And, it makes sense. If I could hire a worker at 20 grand a year, or let's say 30 grand a year, and he's going to increase my revenue by 50 grand a year, I should hire him, right? And, this basic free market ideas. And there is no doubt, I don't think anybody could realistically suggest that AI has not, at least to some degree, increased the average productivity of a lot of workers. I think anybody who's working any sort of office job will be using it to at least some degree, and will consider it to have improved to some degree their productivity. So those are our two arguments, right? On the one hand, we don't need to hire so many workers. We're going to hire fewer workers. There's going to be more unemployed workers. That's going to drive wages down. On the other hand, this technology has increased worker productivity. So there's all these workers out there that are potentially more productive. So I should hire them, and it will make me profitable. So these are the two horses in the race. It displaces workers, drives wages down. It increases worker productivity. It drives wages up. So I think amongst economists, the more popular view in general, and obviously not all economists agree, is probably this idea that in the vast majority of cases, improved technology drives wages up. And I think perhaps a popular stance is this idea that in the short run, it can do this thing, which I think we are kind of obviously seeing now, of displacing workers and maybe causing a bit of like friction in the short term. But in the long run, it's good for society to allow new technologies to come in. And if we do that, if we just allow it to come in the long run, everything will sort itself out and wages will go up. And I think this is like a broadly popular idea amongst economists. Not everybody will agree. Now let's talk about the historical reasons why this point of view has become so popular. So I think the popularity of this view is largely down to people looking back at the Industrial Revolution. Another chance for me to talk about history on this channel. So for those who don't know, the Industrial Revolution is a period in particularly British history, but also world history, where basically people at the time, but it was largely focused in Britain, invented a lot of new ways to make things that were more efficient. In particular, we mechanized manufacturing, and we created basically the idea of the factory. So whereas before the Industrial Revolution, most like manufactured goods would have been made by like expert artisans who, you know, they make everything like themselves from scratch using like skills that they got from their dad and their dad's dad and their dad's dad or whatever. In the Industrial Revolution, we basically invented like the factory, which means we create specialized, we split the role of making a thing into like a lot of very simple specialized roles, and we create machinery that enables one person to do that specific role like a million times in a day, and we create this sort of factory system. We split the roles up, specialized roles, and you have this factory and you have this like assembly line process. And all of this new machinery is created, and it enormously, like, I mean, it changed the world. It enormously increased the productivity of society, of everyone. It means that the amount of biscuits, or for some reason often matchsticks are used in the example, the amount of, or pins or needles or anything that could be made by like 100 people in a day or a month increased, you know, maybe 50 times. Massive increase in the ability of humans to create manufactured products quickly. So whenever we discuss how does technology affect living standards and affect wages, most economists' minds will immediately go back to, well, what happened in the Industrial Revolution? Because this is, you know, probably the biggest example in, you know, human history of rapid improvement in technology and human productivity. So how did that affect wages? How did that affect living standards? And I think the way that modern people and modern economists tend to think about this is probably best explained by talking about the Luddites. So there's a group of people in during the Industrial Revolution who are known as the Luddites, and the way that these guys have entered popular consciousness is this term, to be a Luddite, has basically become shorthand as to be somebody who kind of impotently and maybe kind of stupidly perhaps tries to like resist the inevitable path of human progress towards improved technology. And you know, you can go and read about the Luddites if you want. I think this is probably perhaps a little bit of a simplification of what they did, but the basic idea is technology was improving incredibly rapidly in this period of time in Britain, 1700s, 1800s, and in a particular case of the Luddites, these were a group of people who I believe were like making cloth. So like in most of these other cases, it used to be made by like artisans, and now suddenly it's being made in factories by people who don't necessarily need that much skill in particular, because they're just, each individual step of the process has been separated. It has its specific machinery. And what this meant was all of these people who had these, you know, generations of expertise in making cloth are losing their jobs. They're suddenly being like paid much worse. And there was a resistance movement in England based on these Luddites where they would get together and they would secretly break into the factories and they would destroy this machinery basically. And it's often looked back at as like, well, yeah, you know, these guys, they're unhappy because their wages were going down. But at the end of the day, improved technology is always good. And we can obviously see now, talking in the 21st century, living standards here in the UK and much of the world are enormously better than they were, you know, 200, 150 years ago. And we look back at these people and say, like, you know, we understand that they were opposed to the way things were going at the time, and things were tough for them, but basically improved technology is always good in the long run for everyone. So just sort of grin and bear it and stick it out. And I think this is often the way that economists, and to be honest, not even just economists, like society in general looks at people who look at new technologies and see that they're displacing workers, and they see that it's maybe driving wages down for some big groups of people, very similar to what's happening in AI now. And they say, look, don't oppose it, because if you look back at the Industrial Revolution, people opposed it then, and isn't it obvious now in hindsight that those improvements in technology benefited everyone? But I think this reading of the Industrial Revolution, which was, yeah, you know, it might have caused a bit of friction, economists love this term, friction, in the short term, but in the long run it was better for everyone, is perhaps like a little bit misleading and a little bit oversimplified. So let's talk a little bit about, you know, the Industrial Revolution and what happened and how it happened. So the Industrial Revolution was like a massive, massive, massive change in the way that the world works and the way, you know, it started in Britain and the way that Britain works. And it happens in the context of this enormous shift in the work that people were doing in this country. So up until the Industrial Revolution, the majority, I want to say vast majority of workers in this country and in the world were basically farmers. They're working in food production, and they're spread across the country because you need to have farmers like wherever there is land. And you know, in a country like Britain, which has fertile land almost everywhere, you need people everywhere. Everybody's farming, you know, different kinds of farming, and they're making food. And just before the Industrial Revolution starts, you have these laws of enclosure, the enclosure laws, which is a change in the way that farming is managed in this country. So up until then, there was a system of, there was common land, which everybody could use to graze their animals, and some laws have changed, which benefits landowners, hurts ordinary people, which basically say, you know, you can't use this common land anymore, that's owned by the landowner. And it means that suddenly a lot of farmers don't have access to land, and they have to leave their farms and they have to go to the cities, and it creates this massive pool of basically impoverished, unemployed ex-farmers who don't have any work, and they have to go to the cities. In many ways, it's a bit similar to what we've seen in some parts of deindustrializing Europe, where, you know, people, they used to live in these industrial towns, those industrial industries have collapsed, and those people, especially young people, are forced to move to like bigger cities to get work. So we had this thing happening in the late 1700s in England, which saw all of these workers flood to the towns. And a lot of people suggest that this is one of the reasons why the Industrial Revolution happened. Because suddenly you have all of these unemployed workers, which means that you can create a massive factory. You know, the factories that were being built during the Industrial Revolution, some of them were massive. And you can easily hire, you know, however many people you need, 50, 100 people, because wages are incredibly low, there's a large amount of unemployed people looking for jobs, and it creates the potential basically to build these factories. In the early stages of the Industrial Revolution, I think it is pretty much unanimously accepted that people were living lives in these factories, in these cities, which were pretty hellish. So not to like romanticize the lives these guys were previously living as farmers. You know, I'm sure they had their difficulties. You know, we're talking about 300 years ago now, it was before I was born. But these guys are flooding into cities. They're working incredibly long days, you know, 14-hour, 16-hour days, 6 days a week, in cities which, well, in factories which have no safety restrictions. Deaths are not uncommon. So I used to live not far from here in Bow, East London, in what used to be the biggest matchstick factory in the world. And the people who used to work there, if they worked there for too long, their jaws would like slowly start to disappear because they were working with this dangerous chemical, white phosphorus, and you couldn't stay there for too long because your jaw would disappear. And, you know, that's specific to the matchstick factories, but these kinds of incredibly unsafe working environments in the factories were very common. Because of this enormous movement of people to the cities and the enormous growth in industries and factories, the cities became incredibly crowded, incredibly dirty, incredibly polluted. Disease and death were common. I wasn't around then, but I think it's pretty much generally accepted that at the very least for the first sort of, you know, maybe 100 years of the Industrial Revolution, people were living in like pretty hellish environments. You know, they've been moved from the kind of rural life that they would have lived for maybe thousands of years into living in incredibly crowded, dirty, polluted cities, working incredibly long days in incredibly dangerous environments. And that happens. This is not, we can look at it from the perspective and say, oh, well, in the end, it worked out all right. That's 100 years of people living like that. And you don't really start to see improvements in like broad living standards for ordinary people until sort of towards the end of the 1800s. But I've often told the story of my grandma, who was born in, I think, possibly 1927. So 100 years ago, next year. She's living in the early 1900s. So even then, sort of just off the back end of the Industrial Revolution, my grandma's born and raised in London, and I think 3 or 4 of her siblings died of tuberculosis, which is a disease of poverty. I think it's fair to say, even in the 1920s, you are seeing pretty extreme poverty being really pretty common for, half, if not more, majority of people, even right at the end of the Industrial Revolution. So, even 150 years later, you're still seeing really broad poverty being the norm in Britain, in London. So in the heart, the very heart, the capital city of the Industrial Revolution. So I think this idea that you look back and you say, oh, well, things work out in the end, is pretty naive, right? Because we had 50, 100 years of hell for workers that, to be honest, doesn't really get seriously resolved. There's some questions about how were living standards seriously improving towards the end of the 1800s. But I think it's fair to say you don't really start to see these serious living standard improvements filter through to ordinary working people until after the Second World War, which is, nearly 200 years after the Industrial Revolution starts. So I think the idea that this is just going to resolve itself, it took 200 years. Do you want, 200 years of hell? Is it worth it? So I think this rather naive assumption, which is often made by people who are benefiting from the status quo, that things are just going to resolve themselves, is not really at all borne out by history. And if we look at the periods in time when living standards increased and when they didn't increase, the big improvement happens after World War II. And when does that happen? When we see really, really significant decrease in inequality. And that comes at the culmination of really like 200 years of workers' movements. And I think this is the other part of the story, which is often neglected to be discussed, right? And when we talk about, does technology improve living standards? Will AI improve living standards? Did the Industrial Revolution improve living standards? So the Industrial Revolution creates this really unusual and particular world where, because the method of manufacturing, which was like pioneered here in Britain in the 1700s, in the 1800s, was so much technically superior to previous methods, in a relatively short period of time, these new factories basically displace and replace not just the artisanal workers of Britain, but the artisanal workers of the entire world. So I think, what have I got the number? I've got the number here. Yeah, so the matchstick factory, which I briefly lived in, up in Bow in East London, which is one of these enormous Victorian industrial revolution factories, was producing 300 million matches a day. One single factory in East London. And this is just one single factory. Like, the story of Britain at the time is factories go up all over the country, and it was happening also in places like the Netherlands and Belgium, but really initially Britain is the heart of this. These factories go up all over the country. They can produce manufactured goods cheaper than anyone else across the world. And, combined with British colonialism, British imperialism, these guys
I did
spread
use
across the world. They forced basically
anti-gravity with Gemini and all that stuff. I had an Ultra subscription.
Artisans,
but yeah, it was good for UI for a bit.
The entire world lose their jobs. And it creates a very particular situation, right? Because if we
But then I got banned. My account got banned because I used it with
enormously increased.
a Pi coding
And yet,
agent,
wages and living
which is what
standards for the
OpenClaw
people who are working in the
uses.
factories are still
And
very low.
yeah,
There is this
really bad
question of, like,
experience after
where
that.
has all of that extra
Like, I think I was banned for like
because we're
2
obviously
weeks,
producing, like,
so I paid like
enormously more now,
maybe
with the
150
same number of
bucks for
workers.
the,
But the workers are
because I had a
still, like,
discount,
having their jaws
and
defended,
they
living in
banned me
desperate
for 2
poverty.
weeks,
Where
and so I wasn't able to use the
where has
product
that
for
excess gone?
so
And
long.
the answer is, it starts to create like an unbelievably
So
wealthy,
nowadays I
rich,
just,
elite industrialist.
what do you call it? Don't want to use them anymore. Yeah, it's criminal. And they don't do refunds.
And that
So I had to
creates,
dispute it on my
like, a
credit
pretty
card,
interesting
and still
power
debating
dynamic,
whether
right?
or not,
So,
or
you know, this is
I'm
in the context of the
constantly
British Empire,
checking
which took over, like,
to
half
see
the
if they
world,
will
and it's forcing other
refund me.
countries to trade with them, even though other countries know that they can't compete because they don't have the factories.
Yeah, what's crazy is
British
like they would ban it when
workers
people are
not
using it for
getting
their
rid of
open
these.
clause. Like, why would they do
British
that? It makes no
elites Are
sense.
starting to make, like, just unbelievably.
I also realized that,
and this
what do you call
creates
it?
an environment
Oh, I lost my train of thought
where
there. Oh,
the British
it was really good
workers,
for using with
particularly the
Gemini
British
because
factory
you just
workers,
had infinite
start to
credits,
become
and
quite
because of that,
powerful,
it caused a
even though
spam
being- or perhaps
wave
specifically because
of
they're
AI
being
slop to
political
every
and
single
stuff.
site.
Because you have a situation where the elites are making enormous amounts of money on the basis
Like,
of these
because you had
factories
infinite
that are
credits,
producing
like you would just
manufactured goods for the
generate
entire
infinite
world,
content
but the only
and
people
infinite
who are
slop
able to
on
work in these
Reddit and all these
factories
other
are
sites.
British people.
And that's
This
why
is
companies
before
decided
mass
to
immigration
not
towards Europe,
allow
towards
the
Britain.
use
So
of
you have a
other
situation
coding
where
agents
basically
like OpenClaw.
the workers in these factories, they're much more concentrated than they've
Man,
ever
it's so
been
much
before.
easier to
They're
type
no
by
longer,
just
like,
talking using
spread
this tool that I
across
made.
the British countryside.
I can't wait to
They're being
release
squashed
it.
together in these cities, squashed together in these factories. They're being horrifically underpaid. Their bosses are making, like, absolutely billions and billions and billions. And they have this, like, power leverage, which is if they, like, go on strike, they can shut the factories down. And those factories are
Yeah,
making
it's
an
pretty
absolute
cool.
fortune for the owners.
It's not subtitles,
And it
but
creates
it
this
just sends
situation where
messages directly to
basically we
Discord.
see the
But
birth,
yeah, I
or
just
I would
want,
say,
I
like,
think
the birth of the
majority
first
of people
really
that use
serious
this
labour
use
and it isn't really
Grok, but yeah, mine doesn't use Grok. It uses a local model that fits in a download. And so you could just download this and it'll immediately work.
in unemployment
Oops.
in India because the Indian
What's
workers are
happening
being
with my-
displaced by the British factories.
Whoops, it's not.
And
Oh,
if we look at that, you know, you
Whatever.
can do your own research on it, but, you know, there's
my thing's bugging out because it's
terrible
Linux.
famines where millions of people die, you know, not just one of them. You know, this happens in India, and it
Yeah,
obviously happens in
I worked
Ireland,
there.
you know.
It was a nice ride.
From the perspective of the British worker,
Worked there for
okay,
a few years.
took 150 years, but eventually living standards got better.
Yep,
But
it's the
in
most
India,
toxic
it's
place.
still
Well, not
an
toxic
incredibly
work
poor
environment. I meant
country
like
from
the
the
platform
average
itself.
perspective
It
of
has a
an
bunch of
average
toxic
person.
people on it,
Even
but working there
you
was
know,
great. Working there was great. Up until the point they did like these mass layoffs. Then everything became like really bad after that. I think when they became public, that's when everything started falling. Yeah. But, you know, I wish them to do well. I have a lot of investment in them, so I just want to keep making sure they do well. I think one person called me racist. Right, sorry. Trying to keep up with everything. When dragging that window, use the Windows button, left arrow, up arrow, please. This is on, I'm using Linux to manage to manage this on a VirtualBox, so I haven't booted up a Windows machine in years. Like, that's why I'm just like clicking on random crap. So you want me to drag the window and just press arrow keys? I'm not sure. You're also on Linux too. Yeah. So this is painful. Me having to download Windows 7 on a virtual box just so that I could properly test my Windows distribution for my product. What's funny is like the first user that tried my product, it immediately didn't work. Obviously because it was Vibecoded, but it was using a framework that would distribute to Windows. And yeah, like I should have foreseen that. What am I coding? On my website, SigmaShake.com, I'm coding AI agent guardrails. And ideally, this is for users that use Claude Code or any coding agent in YOLO mode. And to make you feel more confident in letting it do whatever, you could create enforced rules at runtime that will affect your coding agent at runtime to block or ask you before doing anything. I know they create some pre-baked rules for you, but it's not generic. Like I used like anti-gravity, Codex, VS Code all at the same time, but I was really tired of migrating all my permissions and CloudMD, AgentsMD to different platforms. And so I created like a centralized rule middleware layer that will support all those products into one place in your I guess GitHub repo. But let's see, vibe coding is so apt. I believe there's a good way to do it, but Lord knows I haven't figured it out. AI coded an AI app? Yes, I AI coded an AI app. Yes, because I cannot code as fast as AI can. Like the amount of due diligence that you have to do at every aspect of developing software, I would not be able to keep up with that. That's why I use AI for everything. For coding everything, like I think at work, 90% of all engineers vibe coded and rewrote their whole entire code base and with AI. And everything still works. So we're at a point where AGI is here but it still needs some supervision. It still needs some rules. You need SigmaShake rules. The part that I'm having difficulty is like I created my product so technical, maybe it might be understood by most Linux users, but definitely not Windows users. Maybe Mac users, because this works on Mac easily. It's just a npm type tool to install. But for Windows, like it's entirely different. It's like alien technology for Windows users. But yeah, I'm just trying to finish up eating so I could like
Island, you know.
get up to speed on
From the perspective of
working. Right now I'm trying to, yeah, I already mentioned it before, but I made my product specifically for Linux and maybe Mac. I tested it on my Mac and it works. But yeah, I'm just trying to get to work for Windows. And I'm going to try to set up OBS on my laptop so I could stream it on this computer as well. No, it's not using Electron. It's using Tari, which is built in Rust. You'll see it. I'll just paste it in here, or actually, I'm surprised that this project popped off. Oops. Mainly because it was built in Rust and it's cross-platform. So it supports mobile, Windows, Mac, etc. Has so many different distribution methods of installing. And it has like 100, almost, is it 100 by now? Yeah, 106 stars. Crazy. But yeah, I originally tried making my product in Rust, but compiling takes way too long to develop anything, which is why a majority of all like mainstream products is built in TypeScript. And so I had to refactor everything to TypeScript, but utilize Rust as a sidecar, portable library. Why is it called SigmaShake? Is that the Gen Alpha dollar? Well, okay, originally I just wanted to create a name so I won't care about the name, so I could just move on with my life and create the product, because I was so paralyzed on name I couldn't create the product. Because typically when you start a project name, you're like, oh, what do I name this thing? What? Okay, I don't know, whatever, so that you can move on. Otherwise, I named my product several different names while developing it, but I really needed to have a domain so I could start hosting stuff, right? Like setting up DNS records, setting up links to accounts and stuff. So I just needed to move forward. Yeah, spending 3 days naming characters. Yeah, I just needed to move on with my life. So I just I tried to create apps several times in my life and my career. Sigma Skibbity. Yeah. But if you're familiar with the Harlem Shake, and like the three-way handshake when it comes to like technology and protocols, that's why I added shake. And then Sigma, I needed a word that, what do you call it, wasn't copyrighted, because there's just so many words. Apparently, if you use Claude in the name of your product, you get copyright striked by Anthropic. And OpenClaw was copy striked like 3 times, because it was like they had to change their name for their product 3 times because Anthropic kept doing copyright strikes on their name for their product. So that was frustrating. The name is definitely memorable. Yeah. So, and I found out there's like a song called Sigma Boy, which is funny. But Harlem Shake, this is my classic. Where's the original? This is the original. Sigma Ohio Shake. Oops. Yeah, this is 13 years ago. I'm old. Yeah, Sigma is also like a sorority type name used in things. It's used in math. And there's, oh yeah, another thing too is in security, there's this concept called Sigma rules. And that was also another inspiration. Of course, this company owns Sigma. That's an open source software. It's really, can't do anything about it. But they use a lowercase sigma Mine is an uppercase Sigma, so it's different. Give me a second. Let's see, what am I at for usage though? I am almost out. Ugh. Let's see here. I really need to stop using Opus, but it fixed all the bugs, so I could switch back to. Another thing too I don't like about Windows is you're not able to use the model Opus plan, which is super annoying. Why? Where's this content? Oops. Streaming is hard. Okay, so it fixed a few bugs in the Windows version for SSG. All right. Desktop, it also fixed the bugs. So I don't know if I can find SSG. Yeah. Fixed. Okay. Cargo isn't available. Okay. Need to play some chilling vibe music. Where's macro? Okay. I'm almost done eating, guys, so.
Hello.
Oh, ads. That's another thing that I miss
Groceries?
with buying the subscription for the Google AI Ultra. You get Google or YouTube Premium. That was nice. But yeah, getting banned, not so nice. Okay, wait, I want to know, why is there so many like pop-ups? Okay. Show yourself. Oh, that's gonna be annoying. I need to move my bottom bar to the right. What's this called? Taskbar settings. Display, no. Accessibility, no. Desktop, dock. Okay, dock. Move it to the left side, please. And always show. Yeah, always show so I can see it. It's gonna be confusing having to manage it for VirtualBox and stuff. What's this? Why is this here? Oh. Where's the VirtualBox? Where'd it go? Okay. Maybe I should not auto hide this. Taskbar settings, yes. I initially thought it would be good to hide it. Hide taskbar. Man, I hate Windows so much. Why do people still use this operating system? Such a bad operating system. From a user's perspective, what markets do you unlock by doing a desktop application instead of a web app? It already is a web app. Like, or like in terms of a full-on SaaS product, like the product still needs to be installed, right? Like similar to using a product like CrowdStrike security or SentinelOne security products, the application still needs to be installed to do the enforcement. You can't just, there's no layer in between to do the runtime security solution on your actual computer without installing something. And the web app is already like running, right? So where is it running? It should be running somewhere. You can see my screen. Yeah, you can see my screen. Oops. I don't know why it does that sometimes. Oh, it's not running. Oh, authentication is required. Yep. I thought I disabled authentication by default. Wait a minute. Yes, I am running Windows on a Linux machine. If you don't know about how that works, I will gladly tell you how it works. I don't know why I can't find my Discord session. You're running Windows and Linux and Mac? No. I have my MacBook laptop next to me, but I want to be able to stream it so I could show that I'm like debugging and testing and all in one place for my Linux machine. Yeah. So this is already a web app. I forgot who was asking that question. Oh, microwave coffee, got it. So yeah, like it already has it's a CLI plus web server built in and all in one binary. So you could actually, see what it's doing as a web app already. And the desktop version is literally just a wrapper with web in it, built into it. So the web portion is just like HTML, JavaScript, CSS. And you'll see the exact same thing from the desktop version, from the web version. I don't want to really create any additional work doing like OS native functionalities. I want it to just work for everybody. And what's really cool, at least what I think, is I have a hub where you could just download a bunch of roles for your technology project that you're using. And it could just work. And once you download the roles, you could enable and disable whatever roles that you want. And you could modify the source or tell your AI agent to modify the rules. But in order to allow it to edit the rules, you have to disable this rule write protection, because obviously what's the point of creating these rules if AI will just write them over or disable them? So I created a method to enable write protection for your rules. And your rules for your project are just located in your project. What the heck? Ads? Ads! Gotta take off these ads. Where is it? Okay. Sorry, I'm having really trouble finding all my windows everywhere. I'm not really good at streaming yet, but I'll get better. Yeah, so if you go to your project, I have a bunch of stuff here. What do you call it? Yeah, it's really hard to like coordinate with everything on my thing. uBlock. Oh, it's because I'm not using, what do you call it? I'm using Chrome for using music for some reason. I don't know why. But I have Firefox, so I should probably just use that. Yeah. You're right. I already have uBlock origin, so I should just do it here instead. Yeah, I should probably always do that next time. I think, yeah, the rules are in a hidden folder, so the only way to view the rules is it creates this dot directory called SigmaShake, and all your rules are in this rules folder. And it should contain the JSON DSL type syntax of all your rules. Again, way too complicated to set up. Where did I source my rules from? I used Claude, Opus, and ChatGPT 5.4 to and Gemini 3.1 Pro to just scrape everything available on the internet of the bad practices for each language, each technology, and to create rules to block that type of behavior. Like an example is if you were to code your project in Rust, which I did initially, like the use of unsafe rules is there. Oh wait, people are talking. Let's see, SemGrep has their rules open source. Yes, they have their own like static analysis rules for like vulnerabilities and stuff, but that happens after scanning. It doesn't happen like at runtime. So like your AI agent will like write the vulnerable code, right? And then the scan will find it after. But do you really want to wait for to run your SemGrep rules to actually like prevent that behavior? I would rather make the AI not write that unsafe rule or unsafe code as soon as it attempts to update the file. I should also probably copy all their like rule sets too. Yeah, it's definitely a different type of method. It happens after code is written, not before, not when it's about to be written. So it's like a different space. Yeah. We're not colliding. If we were colliding in terms of like products, I would pivot to something else. I'm already pivoting to something else. You try Replit. I'm a technical coder. I don't need to use Replit. But I've used so many code automation tools that I'd rather not even try. But I probably should create a plugin for it. But like I said, this initial tool was created for runtime and meant to be installed on people's machines. Replit is just all cloud-based. No code, everything. Yeah, they do so much for non-technical users, yeah. I need to copy them though. I need to see what they're doing. Let's see what they're doing. All right, this is Firefox, right? Okay. Let's go through it together. You already know what's going on. I've heard about them for a while. Sure. Let's just do. Wow, does it really take this long to create an account? What happened? Oh, killed your dream. It's okay, man. That's the great thing about AI. Like, you could just pivot. Like before AI, you used to just spend all your time on one idea, right? And when you spend all your time on that one idea and then you execute on it and then eventually you figure out it can't sell, what the heck? Look what happens. Your replic account has been banned. I literally just signed up for the very first time. Like, how did I get banned? Dude, that's crazy. Verify your email, okay, and then I just get banned immediately? What the heck? Is it because I'm using Linux? See, all these people are banning Linux users. That's why I don't use their product. They ban Linux users. How lame is that? They literally said verify your email. Let's see if I could do it. Look at that. Maybe I could just like, let me make a clip of this. I'm posting on Reddit, not Reddit. Like, let's clip this and yeah, let's do this. That way I could like get sponsored by Replit or something. Let's make a YouTube video right now. Let's see. Alright, do I have anything sensitive in that email? Probably not. It's just like Twitch, blah blah blah. Let's just make sure I won't get DDoS. Invoice, okay. Let me just make sure one more time. I'm looking at every character because when you post this on Reddit, you're gonna be like doxed to hell, right? And I don't mind if they know my email address because that's just pure marketing. All right, is there anything on my screen that looks? I could always crop stuff out, right? Yeah. All right, this is my chance to be viral, okay? Just showing myself getting banned on something. Yeah, W marketing. Let's do this. I literally have, barely any viewers. This is my chance, right? This is my chance. Okay, so let's learn how to make I don't really stream on YouTube, or this is my third day stream, right? And I don't know anything yet. So let me figure out how to do a clip together. Let's figure this out together because you were here. What they would say, right? You were here. I got banned for being a Linux user. New user banned on Replit for being a Linux user. First time user banned on Replit for being a Linux user. Okay. Let's edit. I've never created clips before. Let's see here. Edit. Oh, okay. They have like this dual view thing. Oh, it automatically detects my camera. Oh my god. Let's do this. Alright. The wrong police. Gone wrong, police arrived. Alright, how do I make this bigger because it's so small? Alright, I need some audio. Just showing myself getting banned on. Oh no. Alright, this is gonna be pretty cringe seeing this. Wait, what? Alright, it's not playing for some reason. Right now. Let's see. Let's make a YouTube video right now. Let's see. Oh. Too early. Oops. Way too early. Alright, we have to go back further. How do we go back further? Did I miss out? She's a new user banned on Replit for being a Linux user. I didn't clip it in time, I think. First time user banned on Replit for being a Linux user. Okay. I have to like view my videos, right? It's the only way. Got it. I think that was my biggest focus on starting this YouTube channel is marketing. And yeah, like if I were to do this would be the ideal thing, is doing fails. And just... Maybe... like, how do I get banned? Dude, let's... Hi? You, Right, were you saying something or is that somebody else? You talk like Ben Alwald a bit. Oh, killed your dream. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna include that. Like, Replit killed your dream, right? Let's go through it together. Yeah, they do so much for non-technical users, yeah. I need to copy them though. I need to see what they're doing. I probably should create a plugin for it, but like I said, this initial tool was created at for runtime and meant to be installed on people's machines. Replit is just all cloud-based. No code, everything. Okay, creating clips is harder than I thought. Yeah, they do so much for non-technical users, yeah. I need to copy them though. I need to see what they're doing. That, let's see what they're doing. All right, this is Firefox, right? Okay. Let's go through it together. There's AI tools for clip farming. You're okay, let's clip. All right, I have to keep going. Yeah, I already know what's going on. Like, folks pay $30 a month to get an amplitude spikes analyzed from VODs and automatically making clips. I could see that. I've heard about them for a while. Sure. Let's just do. Wow, does it really take this long to create an account? What happened? Oh, killed your dream. It's okay, man. That's the great thing about AI. Like, you could just pivot. Like, like before AI, you you used to just spend all your time on one idea, right? And when you spend all your time on that one idea and then you execute on it and then eventually you figure out it can't sell, what the heck? Look what happens. Your replic account has been banned. I literally just signed up for the very first time. Like, how did I get banned? Dude, that's crazy. Verify your email, okay, and then I just get banned immediately? What the heck? Is it because I'm using Linux? See? Alright, that's good. I'll just do that. That was a pretty long one though. How could I do this? Let's open it up. Oh, killed your dream. It's okay, man. That's the great thing about AI. Like, you could just pivot. Okay. First time user replit user banned. What was my thing that I said earlier again? Banned for using Linux. Let's see. Wow. Right. Playing this. All these people on it, and then eventually you figure out it can't sell. What the heck? Look what happens. Your replic account has been banned. I literally just signed up for the very first time. Like, how did I get banned? Alright. Dude, that's crazy. Layout. Verify your... Alright, how do I edit the portions again? Edit layout. Okay. Stacked. Okay. Focus here. Focus there. Okay, let's see here. Dude, that's crazy. Actually figure out it can't sell. What the heck? Look what happens. Your replic account has been banned. I literally just signed up for the very first time. Like, how did I get banned? Dude, that's crazy. Verify your email, okay, and then I just get banned immediately? What the heck? Is it because I'm using Linux? See, all these people on it, and then eventually you figure out... Alright, I think that's good. First time... What the heck? Replit user banned for using Linux. Account has been banned. What's a better tagline? Like, okay, this is when I start using AI to just like generate stuff for me. So let it work for me. Am I logged in for Gemini? Just use this user. Okay. I need a Twitch clip title for my video for Reddit. I was banned when signing. Oh, it's just. Oops. I was banned on Replit for the first time signing up as a Linux user. I need help creating a viral title for the post and clip. Man, my tool works. That's so cool. Okay, that's your prediction. Okay, let's try ChatGPT. Okay, let's try the same thing. What's funny is they have their own built-in microphone, but I have my own to type everything, but still, yeah. Ban in Replit in 5 minutes using Linux. First day on Replit, instant ban, Linux experience. Wow, this one works so much faster. Let's see, speedrun. Replit ban 80% Linux edition. These titles make me depressed. When your OS is flagged, way too. It needs to be like. The title needs to attract Zoomers that have ADHD and low attention spans, but like Linux users, blah blah blah. Let's see. The any percent isn't bad. Yeah, I thought that too. The any percent one, what was it this one? No. Speedrun angle. Reddit ban 80%. This one's good. Yeah, they got banned on Replit and 0%. Yeah, this one's like not that bad. Replit ban 80% speedrun. It needs to cater to first-time users of the Replit platform. Like I'm a brand new user, interested in using Replit, but get banned instantly. Oh, okay, copy this. You are done, buddy. Those suck. Yeah, they suck so bad. Like, all right, let's see. Best hooks, new user, instant ban. New to Replit, got banned instantly. First time Replit ban. Just signed up. Brand new user. Day one on Replit. No. Replit bans me for being too Sigma. Gone, Ohio. What's the Gone, Ohio reference? I'm still trying to figure that out. Can you tell me what that means? Let me see if Gemini could actually tell me. What's this mean? Because that's the first time I've never heard Gone Ohio before. Corrupt, cringy, gone bad. Gone wrong. No, I'm not Gen Z. I'm an old person. That's why I use Linux. What do Zoomers use? What operating systems do Zoomers use? Mac, right? Most likely. Yeah, I am an old person. I just look super young. Not too old, though. Let's see. I'm just going to make it myself, I guess. Did it finish? First time Replit user experience. See, just right, this would have been good. First time Replit user experience. That's like good enough. On it, and then eventually you figure out it can't sell. What the heck? Look what happens. Your Replit account has been banned. I literally just signed up for the very first time. Alright, I could connect this to YouTube. Might as well, right? I need to get these views. Gotta do it. Yeah, I'm just gonna allow it all. Allow it all. Let's just do it. Connect to TikTok. I don't have a TikTok account. Maybe I should try it. Instagram, I'm not gonna go for it. Instagram. TikTok, I could try TikTok. If it's not taken. All right. Yeah, sure. All right. I've never used TikTok before, but I will just do it because I don't care. On it, and then eventually you figure out it can't sell. Oh, wait. What the heck? When I created my account, did it use like a different name? I hope it's not that log fiend one, because that one's just like a, I need to change that to be better. What was that? Holy hell, Google says Gen X are at least 46. You can't believe that? Yeah. Edit profile. I need to create this. Creating my profile. Speedrun profile. Oh, it's not taken. Thank you. Nobody took it. Confirm. Never mind. I'm an idiot. I forgot millennials exist. All right. Let's hope I go viral. And yeah, let's see what it does. How come I have no share for like Reddit? Why is there nothing for Reddit? So let's see here. I'm just gonna post this on Replit. Huh, they don't have a presence on this. First time Replit user experience. In before mods take the post down. Yes. Yeah, this post will not make it through. I guarantee it. That's how bad it is. Like I could make a post on it, but is a link better? What do live stream fails do? Let me check. When you create a post, oh, should I download the video and upload it? They said videos here and links. So I want to just upload the video, because if I upload the video, I will download. Yeah, I've never done this before, so like, it's better to upload the video, right? Because it'll just play. Because if I do a link, it'll link to Twitch and stuff, and then like, now you see why they paid $30. Yeah, of course. Like, if you need to make money, right? Once I start making money and I'm profitable or something doing this streaming stuff, then I will start paying for stuff. Because my burn rate is at like $200 something a month right now. Yeah, like, I don't want that to increase or get out of control when I start buying more accounts. Yeah, $200, not that bad. I pay more on rent, right? First time Replit user experience. Trying to make a 1 billion startup solo building in public. This is my experience trying to use Replit. Some folks burn money like it's a cold winter day. Yeah, exactly. That's why I don't feel too bad pricing my product at $60 a month, because I know that Twitch user SigmaShake. I know that people spend thousands on tokens alone for AI, so $60 a month is nothing. What is this stuff? Two more important ones, right? Just making sure I got it right. All right, let's see how that goes. And hopefully that gains some traction. See, like, all my posts, I try to post on side project, was removed. And then I have all these other accounts that I had tried, and they all got banned. Or they all got shadow banned first, and so you don't know that you got banned, but you're still able to sign in. And I've worked at Reddit, so I know exactly how Reddit works. So even I struggle trying to post on social media, because what I should have done when I worked there is give myself a ton of karma and a ton of free credits, but I didn't do that because I'm a responsible employee when I worked there. What else? Okay. Sorry that bit took so long. I gotta move on to something else now, to actually vibe coding, and the more important part is VirtualBox. VirtualBox is the most important. I used to have 100K car when you were 16. But you deleted your account? Yeah. Yeah. Karma. Old accounts are really valuable now, because new accounts just get banned instantly. Like, you can't post as a new user unless you had a user from like before AI became so popular. Let me try to cross-post this. I've never cross-posted it before, but let's see what that does. Look what happened. All right. Oh, it must contain a flare. Okay. Reddit has changed so much. I'm not sure. Like, maybe we should post them somewhere else because this isn't actually like a fail. In like live stream fails cares about drama. There is no drama. I think it's a statistical thing. Being the top comments are always within the first 10 comments. Okay, what other channels do I post in? Yeah, I don't want to do live stream fails yet. It's not like applicable to them in that to normies. I'm surprised Replit just doesn't have anything there though. Is there any like AI based yeah, definitely don't post an elevated cesspool, yeah. What other places talk about Replit? What the heck happened to Replit? I think Opus, okay. Vibecoding? Yeah, I'm Vibecoding. Might as well post here, right? Let me join. Got it. And then let's just do a cross post from there, right? So, cross post, Vibecoding. First time, Replit. Vibecoding for the first time on Reddit user experience. All right, that should be good. If I don't get banned, that's great. I'm an actual person. Why is it 580p though? I don't care. All right, let's move on. We gotta move on. Our product needs to be supporting Windows. If people start coming and it doesn't support Windows, it's a fail. Like, right? There's no point marketing if the product doesn't work. Let's see. Why do so many terminals open up and do nothing? Alright, did I install it? Did you install it already? To install SSG and SSG. It's stuck on Reddit. It's stuck on Reddit. Did it actually post or no? Let me check. Let me check on my phone.
can't sell?
Yeah, I can see it.
What the heck? Look what happens. Your replica account has been banned. I literally just signed up for the very first time.
No, sorry, I meant the monitor is stuck on Reddit. Oh, yeah, I think there's something wrong with my OBS where it just sometimes gets stuck on showing like old video, which makes no sense. And I have to keep doing it over and over to fix that. Sorry about that. I need to figure out what's causing that because that's giving me like a pain in the butt experience. Yes, all three are installed already. SSG, Sentinel, and Voice, all installed. I killed Sentinel during the cleanup. They're currently not running. You see them? Okay, let's see what desktop does. SSG. Starting governance service, okay. SSG binary not fault. Okay, okay. So failed to start. All right, that's not good. This is not good for user experience. Copy. Darn, you got exactly 1 karma. Yeah, I don't really post, dude. Like, I've always been a lurker on Reddit, never posting anything. So I do lack the ways of the Reddit. When starting. Okay. What's going on here? It's running for 3 minutes doing something. Man, I hate this Windows environment. It's so dumb. I feel really bad for these people that use Windows, like having to use PowerShell and then it doesn't come with Bash by default, so bug surfacing again. Okay, fix it. Yeah, I'm starting at 1 karma, but remember, we're starting from like nothing, right? I used Windows with WSL. All right, let's try to use Windows. Man, I can't even find my stuff sometimes. Oh, I already ran these commands, so I did it when I installed Git. It's not like I want to install Linux on this Windows machine. I need to just get my product working on Windows. Strange is there. Copy, let me dig deeper. Okay, let's see if voice is working. Voice. Yeah, no, I'm saying you should do it. It just makes sense to be more tolerable for a full Windows person. Ah, I see. Man, I got this banana and it's a little bruised. Hate when that happens. Gotta have your daily fiber. Oh, wait, where'd that window go? I wanted to click accept. Why does Windows do that? What the heck? All right, now I have to search that app again. Will it not pop up anymore? Wait, what happened? Click on the date at the bottom right. Oh, okay. Thank you. Wait, what? What the heck is going on? Oh, I could accept edits, all right. Another thing too, I don't like about this Windows thing, it doesn't let me change the model. That means it's gonna literally eat up all my tokens if I let it work. So I have to stop it, change model sonnet, resume, and proceed with plan. Because if I, why is it red? Is the context window that I set? I thought I set to 1,000,000. Man, Windows users are cooked when they use Claude. Like I don't see how you're able to get any value from Claude from a Windows machine. Like all this stuff is enabled that you don't know about. And it's just eating up all your tokens. Yeah, they must be using it with VS Code. That's like the only reason. But you would think that with Claude Code that it should be actually like better. But yeah, I should probably just use it with VS Code. I use VS Code, but I didn't expect Windows users. Claude doesn't have their stuff together. Yes. Let's download VS Code on this machine. Got it working? You know, a lot of my friends and people that work use Windows. So they're always saying all these nice things about like Windows and stuff, but after being on Linux for the past 10 years, yeah, I don't know how people still do this. Like, look at all this setup stuff that I need to do. Like, I'm not used to this anymore. Like, I've never had to deal with a setup window ever. Still some stuff falling apart on their end, thinking visibility not there on the CLI, which is nutty. This is disgusting. I like Mac. Yeah, I like Mac too. Yeah. I have one. I'm gonna ask Claude, since Claude is actually managing my Twitch streams and everything. I have a MacBook. Oops. What the heck? I have a MacBook next to me, and I want it to stream the screen in my OBS running on this Linux machine that's also running OBS. Is that possible? What do I need to do to set that up? Oh, I need to publish this thing too. The SigmaShake Bob doesn't exist yet. Let's see here. What does it say? Totally possible. NDI OBS plugin. On both machines, install this. Okay. OBS tools. Okay. Add source. Okay, I need to install OBS first on this laptop. Give me a second, boys. Let's get it done. OBS install. All right, how's my Windows machine doing? Can you install the Linux OBS plugin for me and set it up? Oh my god, there's all these permissions things I need to set up for Mac. Quit, reap, open, okay. Request access for camera. Okay. Request access to microphone, okay. Input monitoring. Accessibility preferences. Oh god. I really just need to record my screen. I don't really need to do anything else. Oh, I guess accessibility options it does need. But I was gonna say, what's your name handle again? Microwave coffee. You sound like you've worked a lot. You know, Linux. You know, Windows. And you said your work uses Replit. help if I turn up the brightness on this thing. You're like 22? Man, I wish I was 22 and... actually when I was 22, I just started my big tech job. No, I was probably 24. When I was 24, I was already working in startups. Continue. Open screen recording preferences. Alright, that's enabled. Am I actually old? Yes. I am actually old, man. I am actually old. But I have my life together. I have my life together. Optimize for streaming is secondary. Optimize for recording. Like 30? Yeah. I could say that I'm around that age, yeah. FPS 60. Next. Service. Custom. Alright. Destructor command blocked. See, this is my app, and then let's see what blocking looks like in the graph. The fact that you know Linux at the age of 22, man, that's awesome. I think I was around 22. Actually, at 22, that's when I got first exposed to Linux at work. Trying to fix NFS file share system that got infected with ransomware. Yes, that was my first exposure to a Linux system. It was just a box, a terminal, and it hosted files. Let's see. Need confirmation to delete manually extracted plugins. Yes, you have my permission to do it. What's the spiral mean? So this session here is the spiral of tool use of my AI. So like, you know how in Linux using a CLI command, a bash command, each one of those tool use is a node dot, right? And it will keep on moving and moving after every single tool is performed or executed. And if it's blocked, it'll show this red little node here that it was blocked. And it'll tell you it was blocked because it was performing a destructive operation, which was trying to remove something. And I made it, since this is in YOLO mode technically, I set it up so that it would ask me first before it start deleting stuff. Everything is set up, installed, blah blah blah. If your daemon is running, okay, on your Mac, install distro AV via brew, okay. Then in OBS on the Mac, tools, enable upload, okay, got it. My brew is probably outdated though. So my plan is I stream my MacBook and my VirtualBox Windows machine, and it could show like progress on working on the distribution for all these operating systems. all in one screen to stream. So I don't need to because as a viewer, you can't see what the Windows build looks like or the Mac OS build looks like. And I can't just trust people to test for me. And I don't want to pay for AWS to, do this for me. I'm trying to bootstrap everything. I already have the server, the computer. What the heck? This looks pretty cool. Formerly OBS Studio, NDI Technology, download, okay. Alright, I installed by approve. Oh my god, I have to type in distro AV 3 times. And then that command is updating. But yeah, going back to the spiral, it's pretty much each Claude Code session. When I have multiple Claude Code sessions running, it'll show multiple spirals, each with its own node, and showing this really cool visualization. Uh-oh. You should change ownership directory to user, okay. Okay, I guess one thing, Microwave Coffee, just a question is, how did you find this stream? Like, what did you type? Like, what were you searching for? What position was I at in the search? I need to know so I could figure out how to build off of that. Because you're the exact type of user that I want to be streaming to. All right, Claude TypeScript. Okay, so I have the right keywords. Nice. I have the right keywords. That makes that's great because it just shows that keywords actually works, because somebody else searched Vibecoding and they were able to find me like that. No, you didn't pop up for Claude though. Okay. But popped up for TypeScript. Okay. Sounds good. I wonder what would happen if I keep updating and rotating my keywords every time, so that'll be too much request to Claude Code. Okay, got it. Nice. All right, that's a great way to go viral. Let's create a product for that. So I have been creating a ton of products to hopefully get viral one day. Let's see here. Oops. I'm just gonna close. I'll keep chat, I guess. This one keeps breaking. Every time I change window scenes, it just doesn't work. Opus plan. So a tip for you, right? If you're using Claude Code, I recommend using the model Opus plan, which is technically Opus, but it makes everything in, it makes your plan mode Opus, use Opus, but when it starts, actually actively working, it'll use Sonnet. So it saves you a ton on token usage. So that's a tip for you. All right. Okay. For managing Discord, for managing Twitch channel, I noticed that a lot of viewers are finding me with just keywords, specifically Vibecoding and programming languages and Claude Code, we need to step that up a level and be able to, you know, take advantage of the algorithm of how keyword search works and be able to rotate my keywords and tags so that people could find me all the time. Is that possible for Twitch and YouTube? Wait, maybe YouTube might have the hold off because we're rate limited there. For managing. Managing Twitch, I noticed that a lot of viewers are finding me with just keywords, specifically vibe coding, programming. I noticed that Claude Code is Claude is mixed with Cloud. So I'll let that work. So if my product's working properly, it should show a new graph here indicating work or tool use. Hopefully it works. It doesn't just like break on me. Has no voice input. Alright, sorry, I have to like find out where my Discord window is. Let's see, that's a cool chip to try it out. I'm darn cheap, so I've been using Sonnet for everything, yeah. I'm so upset that Claude Code VS Code extension has no voice input. It should be illegal for a billion-dollar corporation to be slacking this hard. Yeah, exactly. Alright, you saw it, right? My product's working. See, it shows a new node with this new session using tools and showing everything, and it tells you like what tools it's using, what rules were matched that block something. But yeah, I guess I should target VS Code users too as my audience on Windows. Mainly, let's create like a VS Code plugin for our tool to work. What's the US library? The Shade CDN. Yeah, that's the exact setup that Claude Code uses. And I wouldn't be surprised if it didn't do that. I did tell it to use those exact specific libraries. Sorry, I'm What storage? No. Memory accessibility. I thought it would have this information. Oh, do I need a refresh? No. Most of it's custom CSS and anime.js type of thing, but I told the AI to use custom CSS for most stuff, but get inspiration from Shade CDN and Tailwind. I wouldn't be surprised if it's the exact one though. What's the percentage of this project did you open the source code? 0, other than distribution. 0% of the source code is open right now, only because after observing a lot of open source software, they've been getting like bombarded and raided by a bunch of bots. So they would clone the repo, create a ton of forks, create several issues, and I didn't want to deal with that. Plus, I need to make money from my product anyway. So I wouldn't be surprised if it eventually, oh, you didn't mean it like that. What percentage of this project did you open the source code? The only thing that I did open source though was the rule sets. So the rule sets for the hub to download pre-made rules. I meant while developing it, what percentage of the time did you open the source code? Oh, yeah, all the time. I open the source code all the time, just to inspect. I haven't been doing it right now, but I usually inspect the source code every now and then to make sure that it's like it doesn't have any leaked secrets. But I created rules for that to prevent leaked secrets. Hey y'all. I saw the new meta is that folks don't open the source code anymore. Yeah, that's true. Like, hey J5048, nice to meet you. I'm curious, how did you find me? I'm very curious how a lot of people find me, but I think it's mainly keywords, right? And my use of tools and stuff. But yeah, welcome. Sorry, like my throat, I don't know why, but I think it's because I've been streaming and talking, and I've never talked this much before, but I'm developing some sort of like sore throat-ish thing. Looked on coding on Twitch and I've been vibe coding for a year now. Yeah, hey, nice to see another fellow vibe coder. Yeah. We love vibe coders here. Okay, it's installed. Never touched code before that. Awesome. That's great. Totally new to vibe coding and you're interested, just keep learning. So I'm trying to like figure out how to install OBS on my MacBook. And then tools, NDI output settings, tools. So I have to open OBS, tools, NDI output, plugin, installed, manage plugins. It doesn't say I haven't installed anything though. Oh, restart it. Gotta restart it. OBS. You're severely dyslexic, so AI takes away the syntax layer. Yeah. Awesome. I had dyslexia growing up. So head up, my spelling is shocking. Your spelling is that bad. Not that bad. This guy is working on stuff. Okay. Tools, plugin manager. Oh, NDI settings, allow. All right, what's next? On your Mac, NDI settings, enable main output. Enabled main output. Okay, restart OBS on this Linux machine. The plugin will prompt you to install NDI runtime. On first launch, click the button and it will download it automatically. Sources on your Mac should appear on your dropdown. Okay, so I have to restart OBS. I don't want to do that. Autonomous self-improvement just passed level 1, so I'm happy. Cool. He probably meant self-improvement. We all don't know how to spell here. All right, so I have to do this later. What's this? Okay, Which platforms do you want to rotate tags? Given Twitch is unlimited, but each YouTube rotation costs 51 of 10,000 daily code units, and YouTube chat bot already eats most of it. How often should Twitch tags rotate while you're live? It's YOLO and do every 5 minutes, huh? Every hour? You're building self-improving AI system that autonomously finds, proves, and ships real code improvements to GitHub with proof gates, trust frameworks, merge queues, keeping it honest. You just passed a system that runs 3 stacks in parallel, discovers its own work, merges safely, pushes to GitHub, and ships an improvement every 3.5 minutes with no human in the loop. Nice. Not your spelling. Yes. How often should Twitch tags rotate? Jay, I won't. Yes, man, this is sussy, and I mean the AI might be deceiving you. My boss is non-technical and he gets gaslit by the AI to all hell. I want to change mine to every hour. All right, so let's see. Every 10 minutes. All right, this is gonna be super meta, but I'm gonna trust it to rotate my Twitch tags every 10 minutes, and if Twitch does some crazy caching, it'll fail. Come from Twitch caps at 10 tags total, so rotator picks 10 each cycle from the pool. Pin core 5, rotate 5 from 30 tag pools at curate. Okay, yeah, that's true. Should the rotator only run when you are actually broadcasting or unconditionally schedule? I'll run the 24/7. My computer is always running. Yeah, my stuff is legit. Oh no, his is legit. It's about testing. I've been skeptical of tests that are automated with GitHub PRs, mainly because it takes, if you ever bought GitHub Actions before, and you make several thousand commits, which triggers several thousand GitHub CI/CD jobs, you'll run out of your quota like instantly. So like you had to either purchase the plan to have, you know, X amount of GitHub Actions just so that you could meet the demand. Like lint test should always be reproducible. Yeah, I found out today, $12, but I have a full CLI test which have taken over cheaper. Yeah, I recommend, at least what I've been doing is all my checks are local, all my tests are local, and I don't use CI/CD at all right now, mainly because if I do, that will mess with my my momentum of like making changes. Because if your AI agent is coding at 1,000 lines a minute and you have several parallel agents working together on the same machine, and when they create a PR, a pull request, it might cause a conflict with another agent. And so and then it creates that whole thing of waiting for your CI/CD build to pass, which could take an hour. And so I'm like, screw that. My requirement for being an AI native company and AI native system is everything should take like milliseconds to nanoseconds, with the exception of AI doing the work. And if it takes anything longer than that, I just don't do it. Now you need to start low. It's about context injection, specific context, a line on the page detail, not chapter or page. You guys are having your own side conversation. I probably can't keep up. But keep talking, because the more you guys talk in my Twitch channel, I think that drives like some engagement algorithm thing, and like it allows more people to keep joining and reaching my stream somehow. Like I don't even know how much viewers I have right now. I'm just like talking to the void. I think the only thing that's causing problems for me now is my throat. Just keep talking. I need to like delegate to a YouTube video. I need to be like Asmongold and just listen to YouTube videos and just going, yeah, sounds right, true. Oh yeah. One time I talked too much in a technical workshop. I lost my voice next day. Yeah, that's how I feel. And ever since COVID, I haven't even talked that much at all. Talking while your throat pain is a good way to lose your voice. Yep. Dude, Jay Spiffy, as soon as I get my voice to text thing working, I'm gonna give it to you, man. That way, your spelling will be completely, you don't have to type on a keyboard anymore. Like, man, let me make sure, I haven't been working on the product yet. Oh, I didn't even check on Windows. You guys gotta keep me honest about my Windows progress, because, oh my god, look what Claude is doing to me right now. Oh my god, it works. My desktop app for Windows works. I need to like edit the layout for this. Nice. Does it have, wait, it doesn't even have my tabs yet. I can't see it. This thing's in the way. God damn it. And it won't let me like click on the button because this thing's in the way. Sign in now. Okay. I'm clicking on the sign in now button. It doesn't do anything. This thing's in the way. All right, we're almost there. We're almost getting a workable product on Windows. I'm loving Codex Desktop. Yeah. I tried 5 5.4, and then I unsubscribed the like next day because it was so bad. Oh. Oh, wait. Google. Oh. I'm surprised Twitch doesn't have like a thing to help translate your voice. Oh, geez. Go back to Google again. Oh, how much does it cost for the YouTube API usage to be able to get YouTube live stream messages? I want to know how much that costs. Generally free, you stay within the cost lies within the consuming quota. Each live quest list costs 5 units. For most applications, this is freely efficient. Why is there no Gemini AI thing for this thing? Oh, here it is. How much is it when going over 10,000 units for the day? How much will it cost when trying to pull live stream chat messages from a YouTube live chat? Huh? What the heck kind of response is this, Google? You got $1 trillion. Chat should be free, man. Chat should be free. I don't even know if I'm getting messages from YouTube, like my YouTube stream, because I'm dual streaming on YouTube, and like, let's see. So if anybody's looking at me from YouTube, I'm sorry, I haven't been able to see your chat because YouTube rate limited me. Okay, nobody's watching me on YouTube. Makes sense. But I need to figure out how to game the algorithm for YouTube. If I game the algorithm for YouTube, that's great. Like, I need to figure out how tags are used in this thing, because That way people could find me easier. I heard YouTube watcher smell. Funny. Where's the tags? Where's the tag thing? Where do I add tags in my live stream? Oh, okay. Hey, how many tags could I have in here? You said TypeScript, right? Found me with TypeScript. AI psychosis. VS Code. What's the Claude Code work? Some sites that get you tags from your YouTube title. Startup. Gravity, Gemini. Yeah, I haven't advertised anything yet. We're bootstrapping, boys. We're spending no money on marketing for now. No money on ads. I think there's more terms that I should be focusing on. OpenAI. Let's just do open. What would a watcher bootcamp coding bootcamp terminal? What else do we need? Tags are like a gold mine for finding me. So far I'm going searching terminal, PowerShell, Bash, AI, psychosis, AI drugs, AI drug, AI addiction, AI addiction, AI addict, AI coke, AI coke, cocaine, AI cocaine. Is that how you spell cocaine? How do you spell cocaine? How do you spell AI cocaine? Cocaine, yeah, that's cocaine. AI God. All right, now I have to do like the God stuff. God, AI Lord, AI Master, AI. How far am I gonna go? AI bot, AI bots, AI Terminator, AI cracked, AI love, AI energy, nuclear. Let's just do nuclear. Nuclear, AI power, AI speed. All right, let's see which one we need to remove now. Built in public, now Claude Code, open source. Let's just get rid of open source. Pop OS, who's gonna type in Pop OS? No one's gonna do that. Vim, Emacs, coding bootcamp, terminal. It was like a man watching a breakdown. Yeah. What else do we need to do? We got it. Oh, geez. I should have AI create all the tags for me. But it doesn't have access to any of the YouTube API, so it can't do it for me. Let me just save this. Okay, let it do its thing here. Let's go to Gemini. Oh, I'm banned on Gemini for this account for some reason. Let's just do Gemini. And defend you. Faster than your ex-wife. It's funny. What else? There's ChatGPT. Do a deep web Google research on what are the top trending keywords for searching on YouTube about AI and AI agents, etc. for my YouTube live stream. All right, do this. Let that cook. Wow, this is fast. It's probably using some other fast model. Do you know the difference between someone who is programmatically using AI and someone who is lost in the sauce? I think when you start talking to AI like I am, that's when you're lost. You know, you're trying to like get it to do things. AI agent 4. Okay. I need a list of keywords. I don't want anything more than that. Just give me a list of keywords. All right. Oh man. Stay logged out. Search Claude streamers. Some folks will talk as if AI is like a super intelligence. That scares me. No AI tool that I use them as an employee at this point. I remember running a pun in my 20s and people would just put 4 forks, 4 knives, 4 napkins on the table. Okay. AI tools. That's a good one. I could use that. So let's get rid of the stuff that people are not typing. Solo founder, Linux, psychosis, drugs. People aren't gonna type in this stuff. AI God, AI Lord, AI Master, AI Bot, AI Bots, AI Bot, Terminator, no, AI Cracked, AI Love, Nuclear, no, AI Power, AI Speed. I'm not sure about speed. AI Addiction, Bash, Emacs. Nobody uses Emacs anymore. Terminal, Gemini, TypeScript, built in public. See that codex coding. Type AI Master. Why would someone type in AI Master? There's gonna be some kid out there that types in AI Master. AI Master is probably a word that any kid would type. My stream doesn't target kids, but you know, I think they would do it. Coding assistant. Automation. time lapse. Claude Code. What was the other one? Finally in the sauce now. Okay. AI agents tutorial. Okay. AI tutorial. That's a good one. Build agentic AI workflow. Best AI 2026. Oops. Chat GPT. How did I miss that one? GPT 5. GPT 5.5. Opus 4.7. Opus Sonnet. Haiku. No. Sonnet. Let's see. G. Claude AI. Deep Seek. I'm going for the Chinese viewers, guys. Deep Seek. All right, I'm going full Chinese now. Quinn. What are the other models? Kimi. What are the other models? AI side hustle. That's a good one. AI side hustle. GLM. Yeah. AI thumbnail, AI content. I could just do AI content, I guess. Oh, I'm running out. Of words. Automation, no. Coding bootcamp, no. Startup. AI psychosis. I'm running out. I gotta make sure I got editing. Let's see here. Startups, build AI. AI challenge, maybe? I don't know. That's probably not gonna win. AI news. Oh, I'm gonna be popping off on the AI news section one day. AI trends. Oh, all right. AI side hustle. No, it's just Kimmy. AI trends, AI news. I think news is a really good one because people are always looking forward to the news. If my coworkers find me and they'll say, I get my news from you someday, or I get my news from you every day, I'd be like, what the heck? I got it from work, or I got it from you. I don't know. Best AI 26, Opus, Deep Sequin. All right, I should actually type in like the other key terms that is used. Because there's like OpenClaw, right? And then there's Hermes. Pi. There must be a phrase for this. Bro still has AI God and AI Master. Okay, I'll take AI God. Somebody will type in AI God to attract some of the younger folks, okay? I'll get rid of PowerShell. Cursor Vibecoding. Vibecode. Codex, Cursor, Claude Code, AI Agents, Solar Founder, NeoVim, Vim, Drugs, AI Drugs, this AI Addiction, AI Bot. Okay, fine, I'll get rid of Master, okay? I'll get rid of Master. Coding Assistant, no. Agentic, okay. NVIDIA. Okay, I gotta track the stock traders now. We're getting into the stock market. All right, let's look at our news. We have FinViz, which tells us the health of the market. Bro still names his branch master. Yeah. Meta. I could just name my ad tags. Let's see here. What else have I not thought about to attract more people? Oracle, Palantir, CrowdStrike. Maybe I shouldn't advertise them until I'm sponsored by them. So I probably shouldn't put any other company's name until hopefully Cursor will sponsor me and I could get free credits from them. Yeah, I'll save that for now. Hey, everybody that has found me so far has found me through a keyword, okay? They found me through a keyword. Like, do you know how crazy that is? A keyword, just having a tag and me showing up. That's the make it or break it. Like, nobody has found me any other way. And like I'm surprised I got some like views here, but that's because look at this tagline. Would you not click on this video? Vibecoding 100x faster. This thumbnail is ass though. But wait, oh, this thumbnail looks so bad. It's low quality for some reason. But when you said, and it's a 50-minute long video, and people still clicked on it, and it auto-played for these people. Like, people were just listening to it when they were sleeping or something. But it's just those keywords alone to beat the algorithm. We're trying to beat the algorithm here. Like, there's no other thing. I'm gonna need to buy a new subscription soon. But why does my thing reset on Wednesday? What the heck? Resets on Wednesday. I had it was Thursday. Now it's at Wednesday at 6 a.m. They changed the time. The thumbnail is even more important. It's what gets the click at the end. Yeah. Should use Gemini or SM Crowd. Yeah. I used Claude AI design. I used this. And all I did was just paste some like this is garbage. This is actual garbage. But I just did it anyway because my first 10 videos are gonna suck. So yeah, I just gotta whatever, and it takes so much credits too. So new update, boys. New video. What do you call it? Claude. This is breaking news. Claude changes their reset time to a different time. So if you normally are used to getting reset on a specific day and time, take a look at your usage again because it just changed. For me, it changed one day in a few hours. It's not breaking news. It happens all the time. Okay, geez. Nice to ruin my news. Well, this is will eventually be found on Reddit, so I want it to be first. All right, next. Where are we on our product, guys? We've been sidetracked. We're trying to become a billion-dollar company solo, but no progress yet on stuff. What is this? What was I working on this one? This was for, I noticed that a lot of views, okay, this one's the keyword rotation job. This one will rotate my keywords every 5 minutes on Twitch. This one, I was setting up OBS with my laptop. And then Windows. Oh, yes, I want to allow bun. Look at that cute little bun icon. I do not like what this is doing. It's creating so much. What is this? Is this command prompt? Yeah, this is command prompt. There's like tons of command prompt windows popping up. Man, if you're a Windows user and you have to deal with all this, yeah, it's practically unusable. This is the biggest sidetrack ever. Windows is cooked, yeah. All right, we just installed VS Code. All right, and I'm gonna set up sign in. What should I sign in with, boys? I'm gonna continue with Google. Yeah, I need to get access to my thing. What project management? I use zero project management because I've used Jira for like years, and its value is nothing. It's just garbage. It's a distraction. Like, Jira is a distraction. Like, you do it for work, you track that you're actually doing your work on Jira, but for actually doing work for your startup, I do not recommend any project management at all. It's just a distraction. It's noise. Linear is solid. Like, let's see. We have zero project management at our company, and we are beyond F's. Yeah. I want to get my tech lead to set up. I don't recommend it. It's just things are changing, and a project management software is not going to save you. Oh, sorry. How do I change the sound? Like, how do I change the sound? Well, let's see. Just right click and click to mute. Okay. But then I won't know I got a message. Alright, fine, I'll just mute it. If it's triggering you, I will mute it. I'll only allow @ messages. Okay. So, unless you're in the Discord. Okay. Hopefully I will see it eventually. Alright, I just did this. I don't care. Just mark it's done. Now, how do I use Claude on this? want to use my account. How do I log in? Let me log in. Log in. How to log in to Claude from VS Code. Okay, there should be a panel. Oh, right here. I'm blind. Absolutely blind. I haven't used VS Code in so long, I didn't know you had to like... I know about this button extensions. Let's just change, make sure I don't leak anything. Oh man, I'm not even logged in. This is a pain in the butt. Don't ask on this device. All right, logged in. Clicked on the link. All right, let's do that. All right. Oh, okay, it's working. What? So probably not using Cowork is better. It's been running for a while. What is this? Paul voice download progress every 15 seconds. How much credits is that using? It says all 5 targets, files changed, no expected modifications. Failures, Windows issues, conversion, typing, okay. So is it working now? See if voice is working. Oh, I didn't even see it. Hello, hello? Could you hear me? I don't know what the hotkey is. Oh, it's transcribing. Okay, what is it saying? It's taking a long time to transcribe, which isn't good. Transcribing is instant on Linux. Yeah, there's some broken bug here. I didn't even get to configure the hotkey. Oh, so it does have the hotkey. What the heck's going on? Let's see here. Hello, hello? Oh. I have two hotkeys mapped to the same key. Well, at least I can move it. It shows up here. But still, but it spawns this terminal command thing, and it's really sketchy. Let's do page up. All right, you said, oops. Voice. That's all voice. Wait, how do I view? You are thinking of making a brand idea for your product? Yeah. Those tests are sussy. Why don't you alpha launch with Mac after those Windows users? Because I already have it on Mac working. Oh, it's the licensing thing. I have to pay $100 to do the licensing thing. And every time I bought the license, nothing came out of it. So I want to make sure the product works before like buying the $100 a year license thing. I'll do it, but oh yeah, and incorporation. I haven't officially incorporated yet because my lesson after incorporating really early is that you're gonna have to pay taxes while you have no revenue. Like every quarter, which is like every 3 months, you have to file taxes on your business. And if your business isn't making money, you still owe money, which makes no sense, right? That's super annoying. So first, create something, generates revenue. Once it generates revenue, you could incorporate. And you don't need to incorporate to start getting money. Holy shit, what's going on? Oops. Why are there so many terminals popping up and stuff? Pasted, thank you. Oh, I finally transcribed after 20 minutes. All right. You dictated your first. Oh, I have achievements in my SigmaShake voice app. Testing. That was the worst translation I've ever seen. All right, so I have to just paste instead. Because I'm using a different keyboard layout, maybe that's why it's it's translating the different language. Let's fix that bug, because that's an hilarious bug. Oh my god, what's happening? Actually, works. That was a bug in my Linux version because I'm on Linux right now and it's causing that in a virtual machine. So I'll do this linking up later, so I'll clear this. Okay, oh, it finished. So it rotates the tags to go live. activate the rotation now and run all the commands for me. I shouldn't need to roll this out. You should be able to do this. The values you could find with other sessions and files. Okay. Plan mode. Then we will effort to max. And then SDLC. No, we don't need SDLC for this. There's a bug in SigmaShake voice where when I activate SigmaShake voice, the hotkey, and type into a virtual machine that is configured for Colmac, it's sometimes pasted with garbage text that I don't understand, that maybe there's some confusion with the input there, but yeah, it's sort of weird behavior in a virtual box. Why is keyboard layout relevant to transcribing if you're using inputs from the keyboard? I don't know. It's just a bug with a bug, right? Like, even though the keyboard layout is set to Colmac, and then my input is Colmac, and it thinks that it, I don't know, there's just some bug. Just bugs. AI must be doing some hard brain stuff. Yeah, if it's coded in QWERTY, but the thing is my VirtualBox is configured for Colmac keyboard layout, but when I paste it, it's saying it's QWERTY. And I don't even know what the settings are for this. Oh, is it because of this? Yeah, I uninstalled Colmac and just set to this. Did you scaffold the project with AI? No, I did not. I made it all from scratch. What else? Because if you're gonna make an AI native application, you would rather just let AI do everything for you from scratch. Because if you create a scaffold for a different framework besides Tari, for example, it will have to read through all the documentation to learn what that framework does. So just creating every single project in my monorepo to just make it from scratch. But I think the only scaffolding that is done is it's a TypeScript project using bun. So you use bun to initialize the TypeScript project, and it will create the scaffolding stuff it needs to work with TypeScript everything. But once the things that I don't use TypeScript for is like the CLI tools, because I need them to be using Rust, and Rust could create custom native libraries and binaries that could make the product and software portable, so it won't be calling like operating system native libraries for it to work, which means normally for an application it would use all these native operating system libraries, and then it would prompt the user for permissions to do X, Y, and Z. But if you make your software portable and have internal libraries that has the same functionality of what it needs, it will never ask the user for permissions to do a screenshot or to do access your microphone or something like that. Like, it's possible, which is pretty cool. It's very, that's how malware, you know, bypasses a lot of permissions and stuff. It doesn't, but it's also how malware is found. It uses custom software and stuff, custom functions. What was I working on again? I needed another product. What was that other product I was going to be working on? I lost train of thought already. Jeez. Oh, is VS Code? Okay, I need to make a VS Code extension for one that's on the list of stuff to make later. And then the other one was Codex here. Not Codex, Claude Code. And where is this? Oh, fixing the bug. We're fixing the bug right now involving the transcribing. But there was another bug with it taking too long, right? It's taking too long. There's a bug where it's taking way too long to transcribe text. I don't know what's going on, but it's taking way too long. It took like 5 minutes, and then it just said thank you, which is like nothing, meaning it didn't translate anything. Oops, stop. Quick pro tip, guys. If you're gonna use Opus, always put it in plan mode. And always use plan mode with Opus. I learned my lesson. After using Opus in auto mode and just letting it work, I used up all my credits in like 2.5 days. Like, can you believe that? For the whole week. So I was just doing nothing for the rest of the week because I just felt like I can't work with that. AI is crazy. It's slow. Why is this still running? I'm just gonna cancel this because, man, this button doesn't even work. Jeez. You got $1 trillion company, can't make good software on Windows. All right, let that do its thing. Okay, we're here. Let's see, what does the garbled text looks like? Missing drop characters, wrong case, wrong characters, wrong layout. Yes. It's a Windows 11 guest. Configured. Guest already configured using Colmec. Is the bug intermittent or consistent? It's consistent. Okay, I'm an idiot. Voice input exists on Claude VS Code extension. Oh yeah, it does. All right, it does. That's good to know. There's code. Yeah, I would be surprised if it didn't by now, right? Actually, oh, you have to get an extension. It's not built in. I know in if you guys use anti-gravity, it's built in, I think. Yeah, if you guys are like using the Gemini stuff, you should probably use whatever this is. Oh yeah, I forgot they give you free credits on Google, but since I'm not on the okay, it refreshes in days, man. That's harsh. What's so nice about anti-gravity when I was using it last month, this Opus and Sonnet refreshed every 5 hours, and it was so nice. But at the same time, it only took 1 or 2 Claude Opus prompts, and it uses up the whole the whole usage. So you had to let it do like the plan, and then you had to do the execution with Sonnet. And I should have started streaming last month. I was going crazy. I was like never sleeping. I'm still not sleeping now, but okay. I need to use the restroom, and I need to let the dogs use the restroom now. So let's put on a YouTube video to learn. Okay, we're on Firefox, and where we have our ad block on. Yeah, their tool prompts use heavy. Okay, I like listening to new news, you know, AI news. This guy, blah blah blah. I need like real AI news, you know, like the real good news. Like these guys don't pop up in my feed that often. I need better news, guys. I need better news. You guys probably haven't watched the startup series, but I've pretty much watched almost every video of Y Combinator. Have you guys heard of Y Combinator? Show of hands. Anybody? Yeah, you know them? Okay. They're kind of famous. Yeah, I've actually went to Y Combinator in startup school. In person. So, but I didn't have the time to actually participate. I had school, I had work. I didn't want to drop everything to risk, you know. But let's start with. All right, let's start with the creator of Claude Code. If you guys watch these videos before, let me know, and then I will just change it to something else. But there's just so much gold here that, like, you know, we're trying to build a $1 billion startup. We gotta listen to these guys, right? Like, it's 1 a.m. I'm gonna crash. Oh, have a good night, man. Thanks for making it. It's nice meeting a very technical guy as you that knows the problems with AI. You know, really appreciate it. You have a good night. And you're welcome anytime. Heck, you could go to sleep. I used to go to sleep I actually always go to sleep with a Twitch stream on, just like doing nothing, just to help me sleep. Where is that music coming from? Where is that music coming from? That's a problem that I have with all this managing windows. Okay, here. All right, how did that video go? It was already removed. Okay, see, he already first saw it, and I got 400 views, 0 upvotes. Funny. You freaking load. You got. See, I can't post anything, man. I have to like dig up an old account and post. That's my only way to post on Reddit, dude. I got banned. Reddit is like a pool of piranhas. Yeah, dude, you just gotta try, you know. Like who cares if I don't get upvoted? People are gonna look at it and they're gonna be like, "What? You got banned? Okay." Lol. Freaking funny. So yeah. Alright, I found where my music's coming from. Okay, I could pause that. And then I could start playing a video. Software is changing again. I think we're all here for for the youth for this. So this is Andre Karpathy. He's already blown. He's like the co-founder of OpenAI. So we're gonna listen to him for a bit while I take like a little bio break. And yeah, he's seen this before. Everybody has seen this before. But how many people are viewing this thing? If it's just one person and you've seen it before, I'd rather you listen to like brand new content, but not like everything, you know. Just want to make sure that there's other. Okay, nobody else is watching. Okay, you're sleeping now. Okay, good night. Go to sleep. We'll probably do something simple. Let's have better news. We need new news. Everybody is left. Let's see here. This guy is good. At least he has some stuff. Maybe I missed a day. Teams, no, we saw all this. Okay. We need something else. Building robots. No, I think I need the original stuff. The original stuff is... Oh, they have live stuff here. Let's look at the first one.
But you want to actually be investors. Are great for why it's still just mail and
from a few different people. And this
Oh my
resonates
God,
with
I
me.
have Sam Altman in here.
conversation about the role that you all can and may want to play as you think about your role as an investor and what that means. I hope you all make it to the end. I think it's going to be really useful, and I think we have a pretty great lineup of instructors that'll be very relevant and useful to everyone. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our first speaker, Sam Altman, the president of Y Combinator, who actually had the original idea for this course, so I'm pretty grateful for that. And he's also the man who has said, you want to sound crazy, but you want to actually be right. Sam?
Thank you, Jeff. And thank you all for coming. This is, it's cool to see so many people in the room. So I want to talk about why, how, and what to do to invest in startups. I'm only going to talk a little bit about why, especially given how many of you already invest in startups. But I did do something to get ready for this class, which was I asked some of the best investors I know why they invest in startups. And I oh, Stephen, I think it's automatically advancing. No problem. So, and then I compared that with reasons I've heard from other people who I don't think are as good. And I think it is worth thinking about why the people who have sort of done the best in the field, what their motivations are to invest. Perfect. This was one I heard from a few people, these exact 3 words from a few different people. And this resonates with me. The thing that I like the most about investing in startups is that it's energizing. I feel like I am constantly working with people that are not burned out on the world at all. They have unlimited energy. They have new ideas. And they have the sort of the beauty of inexperience. And they don't know. You're people that are doing things for the first time are willing to do things that anyone who has got a few more battle scars won't try. And that is incredibly energizing to be around. Help shaping the future was something that the very best investors said again and again. And as part of that, the leverage on time, the ability to work on multiple things, came up again and again and again. Most of the time you lose 1x your money, but occasionally you do get to make 100 or 1,000x, and that, for the same reason slot machines are so satisfying, is incredibly addictive. It's also satisfying because every once in a while, a founder of a great company who is now super famous will tell you, hey, that thing you did for me 8 or 10 years ago was this make or break difference to my entire career. And that's deeply gratifying. You get to be around some of the most talented people in the world. There is this sense of just endless optimism around the future that is really important to my own personal happiness to be around. And I haven't found that in too many other places in the world besides startup founders. It's incredibly humbling. I write on the back of every stock certificate on a Post-it note my confidence interval and what I thought was going to happen with the
Okay,
company.
I'm back.
And you get used to
Let's
being wrong a
see.
lot. And that framework, that mental adjustment that you're usually going to be wrong, that has been helpful to me in everything else I've done in life. You do learn a lot though, and if you treat this as something that you're going to try to get better at and sort of deliberately practice, you can learn a lot and you can get better at this really quickly. All right, so now I want to move into the two main sections, the how and the what. The number one mistake that I used to make when I started investing was actually not a misunderstanding of the power law. The number one mistake was that I cared too much about what other investors thought. And the sooner you can free yourself of this, the better. I think this is a very common mistake that people make when they start investing. You get very swayed by what previously successful investors think. The first question that most people ask YC startups is, who else is investing in your round? People totally outsource. I would say 80% of investors outsource 80% of their decision making to what other people think about an investment opportunity. But the problem is everyone does that. And so there's this weird schooling effect where a company gets hot for no discernible reason, or it fits a trend or whatever, and then everybody wants to invest in one company. And it's just because a few people decided they liked it. So the number one mistake I made was to be too swayed by what other investors thought good and bad about a company. After I corrected for that, the second
You're
biggest
still
mistake
sitting
I
and
made was
chilling?
not investing the power.
Oh,
not
I
understanding
didn't
the power
see you
law.
there.
The
Sorry.
power law means
I keep
that
thinking
your
that two
single best
users
investment
or
will
two
be worth
viewers
more to
is
you
just
in return
myself.
than all of
and,
the rest
and
of your
one
investment
guy.
together. Your second best will be better than 3 through infinity put together. And this is like a deeply true thing that most investors find. And this is so counterintuitive that it means almost everyone invests the wrong way. So the question that you should be thinking about, the question that most people think about when they start angel investing is, can I hit a bunch of singles? And in most other kinds of investing, that's the right way to do it. If you're going to invest in stocks or bonds or whatever, that's how you do it. You just compound singles for a long time. But angel investing is a business of home runs, and you want to look for things that can be potential home runs. And we're going to talk about that again and again through this. But this is, I think, the most important thing to learn, and the thing that most investors get wrong. So it's all about the magnitude of your biggest success. It is not about the failure rate. Most investors talk about their failure rate. Still, when we have people that are trying to build angel firms come talk, the first question they ask is, what is your failure rate? What's an acceptable failure rate? Totally the wrong question. Totally the wrong way to think about angel investing. You can have 95% of your investments fail if one of them returns $1 billion.
No worries, quietly lurking, kind of body doubling as I
And so
figured
this is
out
what you want to think about.
which agent
The
is the
first
most
question
lean
that I try
over
to
at
ask
token
myself
use.
when I meet a startup is not why is it going to fail.
Token use.
It's not what could go wrong. The first question is, how big could this be if it
Token
works?
use was thinking
Can I
pi,
imagine
but
this
maybe
founder,
we'll
this
try
idea,
Aider
this
instead.
market
Yeah,
supporting
I heard Aider is good. I haven't used it yet.
massive
But
company.
my AI agents or
And then I
Claude
think
kept
about what could
recommending
go
it.
wrong. But I found that if I thought about what could go wrong first, I filtered out the companies that could be giant. The companies that could be giant are at this intersection.
But
Sounds like a bad idea.
you should not use pi with. You should only use pi for open weight, open source models. Don't use them for frontier models because you'll get banned, like me. I got banned for using pi
So then there's a question
on my
about
anti-gravity
how do you
subscription,
find companies that can be
and
handful
they
of companies that get started
are banning
every decade
people
that are
from using that on Claude and OpenAI.
just to put some numbers on the power law.
So just be careful there.
YC has funded, I think, around 1,600 companies, maybe 1,700. Our top 5 companies represent about 2/3 of the value that we've created. and our top 1 company represents about 1/3. So this is like
Rip. Yeah.
So this is like this very extreme, very counterintuitive thing. All right, how do you find these companies? Another thing that I think is surprising is many of these companies that are sort of a generation-defining companies are started by people who are out of network, who are not well known, who are not sort of the people that can start a company and get a bunch of press right away. And so
Could you make
the best way to do that is from other
Twitch tag rotation
this is part of what we try to do at YC,
that is running in the background right now, turn it into a daemon or a systemd process so that I don't need you to execute them individually in the background within a Claude Code session.
This idea of like word of mouth as the way to find companies to invest in has been great. If you're just starting out, I think what I have seen the most successful angel investors do is just start helping founders for free, realizing they may not get to invest in those companies, but that they'll get the referrals down the road. And so much of this is about people connecting you to other people that you don't know. We talk about this at YC, this value of an open network. A lot of angel investors like to brag about how difficult it is to get a meeting with them. You have to have a connection, otherwise they'll never take you seriously. And it's got to be from like, someone they worked with a bunch, and you've got to be well known and experienced. And we just make it really clear.
Commit changes and push,
click apply,
rebuild
emails to people
and reinstall SigmaShake voice.
That have no personal brand, no reputation, no network. We ask people that are in our network to connect us to the most promising people they know that we don't already know. But this idea that we're available and we're open, I think this was in the 2 or 3 most important secrets of YC. This was something that we did that was really different. Other people hadn't done it before. In fact, people bragged about the opposite.
There's a bug with OBS chat. Sometimes when changing the layout in Tmux, the chat just disappears and I can't see it. And another bug is, or another thing I want to solve is, I want to be able to see the active online users in my Twitch chat at all times within the chat view in my terminal, because I'm confused whether people are still in my chat.
And so
Oops, that didn't make it into its own thing. I didn't start one yet.
Good companies have a lot of choice when it comes to investors. And
you're still very new on the AI journey. Yeah. Well, thanks for coming or bringing. I'll teach you. Just ask me more questions and I'll happily answer. The more you type in the chat, the more engagement and the algorithms of Twitch, and will get me more viewers. And people interested to market my product eventually.
Than it is that you
Plan.
Squeeze out, a few drops of juice from a failing company. The number of investors that I have seen do incredible long-term damage
max,
to their reputation by fighting
and
over
then
a company that was never, because of the power law, going to matter to them anyway, but try to get out,
86% of my weekly.
If you're playing the long game, that's not worth it. Reputation, especially reputation when a company is going badly, is super, super important. And I think that is the secret at this point.
Man, I could have probably saved more tokens if I didn't include the ums and the ends.
And the thing that founders do anyway, when they're trying to choose between a number of investors that all want to invest in their company, is they do reference checks on you, just like you do on them.
Reference checks.
And more,
I hate reference checks.
I've seen founders use as the criteria to make the decision about which investors to work with. Is what the other founders that investor is funded have to say. And so I think this will continue to be important. There are other things you can do. I think helping before you close the deal is good. Deciding quickly, being clear about your reasoning, being responsive, being available, all the things you want from a founder, those all help too. But this reputation of being good to work with, that goes a long way, and people remember that for a long time. The other question I get all the time is how do I get a good bargain? Like, how
builds
do I
are
get a better
too long.
Better chance than everybody else. We recently had a company. They had, let's say, 10
nothing is
investors
showing
that were
my
gonna join their
app
seed
right
round.
now.
Every one of the 10 had asked for advisor shares. Every one of the 10 had said, well, unlike all those other investors, I really do work super hard, I'm the only investor in a round that usually gets advisor shares, so you need to give them to participate. And everybody asked for this, all 10, same thing. I'm the only one, I need advisor shares. And I think, a lot of people are just looking for a good deal because valuations feel high. They felt high to me for 8-7 years now. I went back and looked at my best investments. The very best investments I've made have either been a ridiculous deal because no one else wanted to invest, or a deal that felt incredibly expensive. The more I was willing to sort of overpay in my mind to invest in a company, often the better it did. And especially when I felt like I was getting screwed. If it was like a huge up round 3 months after some other round, it was painful. I did it anyway. I think because the companies that work sometimes work so fast, and you're anchored to like what a fair deal is, you got to watch out for this. But my experience investing in startups is my best investments, with 1 or 2 exceptions, have been the deals that felt the most expensive to me. And the 1 or 2 exceptions were companies where I understood something that no one else did, and thus there was no competition whatsoever. Other than that, the companies where I tried to value invest have not been as good. I think value investing is not a winning strategy when it comes to being an angel investor most of the time. All right. I will try to go kind of fast through this to leave time for questions. So there's a big question of what to invest in, and here is the framework I use.
If it's having a Twitch OAuth token expired issue, it should at least let me know. How will I know that it's broken or not? You gotta at least figure out how to bring this up to me that it's broken. Maybe send a message to a Discord webhook telling me that it needs to be configured or set up.
And maybe they make that work. I have never figured out how to do that. The great companies, the companies that are in that #1 spot on the power law, are so rare that I suggest you only select the things that can be there, and other than that, be really open-minded. Speaking of the really big companies, I think, I don't know if this was always true, I suspect it may have been, but I think today it is easier to start a hard company than an easy company. And this sounds super counterintuitive, but if you're going to build a really big company, you got to convince people to come work with you, to pay attention to you, to write press articles about you, to care about you, to advise you. And if you are starting the 22,000th photo sharing application, it's really hard. If you are starting a nuclear fusion company, a lot of people want to help with that. And I think, especially for the companies that end up breaking out, this is really important. This thing that is so interesting, people proactively want to help you for free, want to come be part of your team, whatever. This is something to look for. So, is this a company that I believe will be able to recruit hundreds of really talented people who could otherwise start their own companies? Is a super important filter that I don't think people think about enough. One thing that we've learned at YC is to mostly pick the founders. It is difficult to hear an idea at the very early stage and say, yeah, this idea has what it takes to be a $10 billion company. You can say an idea doesn't have it, which I'll talk about, but it's difficult to say this is for sure the big idea. However, I think you can, with practice, identify founders, and I'm going to talk about how, that have a chance at creating one of these companies. Paul Buchheit, one of our partners, made a list of the 4 traits that he thought founders that go on to create giant companies have, and they are obsession, focus, frugality, and love. He said this sort of in passing in a meeting 2 or 3 years ago. I've thought about it a lot since. There's other obvious things that everyone screens for, but pay attention to these. Speaking of the obvious things that everyone screens for, intelligence is really important. You can give a founder an idea, and they can start a company. The problem is they need to come up with new ideas for a company. Basically, every week, you have to come up with crazy new ideas, big changes all the time. We tried an experiment once at YC where we funded 20 teams of strong founders that didn't have ideas, but were otherwise really good. And what we learned, they all failed. And what we learned is that the good founders are the people that have ideas all the time. So there's an intelligence component to this. There's a creativity component to this. There is an ability to think independent thoughts component to this. But whatever you want to call this idea of this particular kind of intelligence that leads to seeing problems in different ways and thinking of ideas that don't yet exist but should, you've got to have that in a founder.
Testing.
Communication skills, I think, are one of the most important
What the heck?
founder qualifications that people don't think about enough. So much of your job as a founder is about communication. You are, every time you hire someone, every time you go
There's
to
a
someone,
bug.
every time you try to sell the product, every time you try and set a direction for the company, you do it. Like a huge amount of a founder's job is being an evangelist for the company. And if you don't have really strong communication skills, or if you don't develop them quickly, you're at a big disadvantage. Think about, there are obviously famous exceptions to this, but if you think about it on the whole, the founders of the really super successful companies tend to be great communicators. Execution speed. There's a lot of ways to measure this, and we talk about this a lot, the need to sort of relentlessly execute as a founder. This is incredibly correlated with success. So one way we test this during YC is between office hours, which we have every week or 10 days, how much progress do the founders make? How quickly do they take a new idea and try it and say, hey, I came back
Testing.
and tried that. This didn't work, but this other thing did. In the process, I had these 3 new ideas. I tried those. Just this relentless cadence of execution
It's
is
not working
incredibly
anymore.
predictive of success. And we had a joke once where there were all these founders who are incredible on paper. They never execute quickly. They always have great reasons for why they didn't. But they still never go on to be successful. And then there are these people who just like get an amazing amount of stuff done. Their iteration speed, the speed with which they can have generate a hypothesis, test it, and implement it, is unbelievable. That's really correlated with huge success. The rate of improvement of the founder. So if you look at a founder who comes to meet you for a seed round and compare that founder to Brian Chesky, you'll be disappointed 100% of the time. That is the wrong comparison. You will never write a check. However, just like startups, you look at the growth rate, you should look at the growth rate of the founder as well. So one thing that we can often tell over the 10 weeks of YC is how fast a founder is improving. It's different than how fast the business is improving. And, you know, like humans always underestimate exponential growth. We're not well evolved for that. And so if you notice a founder who is improving incredibly quickly over the couple of months you get to know that founder, pay a lot of attention.
I gotta keep improving.
You won't get
every day.
Brian Chesky in the first meeting, but you can find people who are on a trajectory to develop into a Brian Chesky, and that is super valuable. This is one of those things where I have seen it, you know, maybe like 10 times in my career so far, where I just knew that this founder was going to like develop into an incredible leader, and it's basically been every time I felt it, it's been right. I really do trust this rate of improvement metric. I think one thing you have to be increasingly aware of are the wrong motivations. So starting a startup is a very long-term commitment. You know, if it's going to work, it takes more than a decade. It's really hard. There are a lot of days when you just want to give up. And there are a lot of people now who start a startup because they think it is a way to get rich quickly. And unfortunately, it's just not. So as startups have become the new default career trajectory for ambitious people, there are a lot of people who are doing a startup as a resume item or as a way to get rich quickly. This does not work. The amount of pain that you have to suffer for a startup, you realize at some point, you know what, I can do pretty well in any series of other jobs with much less risk and much less negative effect on my life. So you really do want to stay focused on the mission-driven founders. Again, if we look at our own success and failures in our portfolio of YC, every time we thought a company was going to go really well and didn't, the company, the founder, did not have this deep sense of mission. So it's something we really look for as a primary motivation. And then another way I used to get tricked a lot is there were founders that I didn't think were that good, but they had stumbled on a nice business, or they had this metric that was growing pretty well, or all of my other investor friends were investing, and so I got scared and did it anyway. But I think this focus on truly exceptional founders, like people that I'm like, wow, I want to go work for him or her, is really important. I have never once made a lot of money backing a founder that I thought was only okay, but a business that was otherwise good. I talked a little bit about this, but we have a word at YC called scenesters. This is different than people who just want to make a lot of money. There are an increasing number of people who just like want to be around startups and go to startup parties and talk about being a founder. Treat that as a red flag. Obviously, low integrity people. That doesn't work out either. Okay, this is maybe the third biggest misunderstanding I had, and I think for many people it's their number one biggest misunderstanding. People always say that what matters is not a startup's current revenue, but its growth rate, and that's true. However, in the same sentence, investors will say, but the only thing I care about is the size of the market today. And this is obviously ridiculous on its face, right? Like, if you think about the biggest companies today, 10 years ago, many of those markets did not exist. If you think about the size of the social networking market when Facebook started, if you think about the size of ride-sharing apps when Uber started, that's a really bad metric. And unfortunately, it has become dogma among investors that, size of the market is the most important thing. Even really good investors say this. I think they actually mean what they care about is the size of the market in 10 years, but they don't say it that way. And what you should care about, of course, is the size of the market in 10 years. If the market is huge today, first of all, you probably have a lot of big competitors already going after it. Big companies are doing that. Second of all, you don't get to surf this wave of this new technological change that pulls startups along and creates a ton of value in a short period of time. But you should prefer a small market growing super quickly to a very large market today. Super counterintuitive. If you chase the things that worked in the last set of companies, which is what most investors do, Facebook works, they all want to fund more social networks. Uber works, they all want to fund more ride-sharing apps. That is much harder to do the second time. It's far better, but more difficult if you can identify the next rapidly growing market and invest there. This is where independent thought is really important. If this is not something where you can just sort of follow what everybody else says by definition, you've got to learn to form your own thoughts about what the next really big market is going to be. One way that I like to do this, one way that I like to say, is the market growing really quickly, is to think about this question of whether something is a real trend or a fake trend.
Testing.
And I'll talk about that in a second, actually right now. Okay, so it has almost become a joke to make fun of like angel investors moving like a school of fish after one, declaring something as a hot trend, and then 2 years later never talking about that again, and saying, well, that just didn't work. But so there's this question. Sometimes they're right. Investors in Silicon Valley as a whole, for example, got mobile right as a thing in a big way, but then they got most other things in the last 10 years wrong. And I think every time someone talks about a big trend, my first reaction is skepticism, and I suggest yours is as well. Okay, but how do you differentiate between a real trend and a fake trend? A real trend is one where, although not that many people are participating yet, the people who are use the platform a lot every day and tell their friends spontaneously how great it is. So when the iPhone came out, most of the mobile industry would make fun of it because Apple only sold 1 million or 2 million, whatever it was in the first year. But if you talk to anyone who had an iPhone, they would say this is the greatest piece of technology I've ever had. People used it like many hours every day. It was absolutely life-changing. So even though the number of people that had it were small, you could identify that as a real trend because the people who had it were not only like daily active users, but hourly active users. And they were the best free advertising Apple could ever have hoped for because they told everyone, like, this is the future. You've got to buy it. If you contrast that to something like, I got to pick on somebody. I'll pick virtual reality. If you contrast that to virtual reality, everyone talks about it as the next trend. It may be in the future. But today, if you talk to people who have VR headsets, they don't use them every hour. They don't use them every day. Most of them don't use them every week. They sit on shelves. That has clearly not become a real trend platform yet. It may in the future. And the point at which, you know, people that you know, or a lot of people you know, a small number of people you know, even start putting their headset on for hours every day and telling all their friends they've got to buy one, it's the greatest thing in the world, that is the time to start investing heavily in VR. Can you pick that up? So this question, you know, are people actually using the platform, I think is a really important one when you're trying to think about, you know, the next technology wave. And you do want to try to figure this out. Certainly not all, but most of the biggest technology companies get created soon after one of these massive platform shifts. Sequoia says this thing that I've always liked, which is you cannot create a technology wave. That is well beyond the capability of a small company to do, but you can surf one if you can find the wave. And I think that's really important, and I think it's actually, like, if you use this framework, pretty reasonable to evaluate. Okay, so I mentioned this a little bit earlier. What you are looking for are good ideas that look like bad ideas. These are things that you can articulate. There is a reason that this is going to be huge that most of the world is missing. Unfortunately, what most people end up chasing are bad ideas that look like good ideas. I would say this is where like 90% of all angel capital in the startup ecosystem goes. So this is something that is worth trying to avoid. And the one very common way that people make this mistake, bad ideas that look like good ideas, are chasing the thing that worked 2 years ago. And so if you ever find yourself doing that, be very skeptical. If you find yourself tempted to invest in one company where there's hundreds of others working the same thing, be very skeptical. If you find yourself tempted to work on something that the founders work super hard to convince you is not going to be a long-term commodity, be very skeptical. The more people talk about, like, it is absolutely true that you want something that has real pricing power that comes from a network effect, a moat, barrier to entry, whatever it is. But the more founders try to, like, when that's true, it's so obvious that the more founders try to sell you on why they're super differentiated and why they have this long-term competitive advantage, the more skeptical you should be. But I have found this framework just trying to think about, is this a good idea that seems bad, or is this a bad idea that seems good? I've found that has helped me make good decisions a bunch of times. This is sort of YC's mantra, but it's so important that I wanted to talk about it again. The best companies all have great products. Unfortunately, the current fashion in Silicon Valley, I think, has gone a little bit too away from this, and it's too much about growth hacking and sales and marketing machines and everything else. And that does work for a while. You know, you can get away, actually for a pretty long while, by executing really well to grow a mediocre product. But you don't usually create, like, a Facebook-sized company by doing that. And I think asking, the companies often won't have a great product by the time you're making an angel investment. But if you don't believe they won't get there at some point, I don't think it'll be a huge company most of the time. And here is the very simple framework I use for this. If I think about all of the most successful internet mobile startups, I heard about those because this is like true for enterprise and consumer apps. I heard about those because they were so good that one of my friends spontaneously told me about it.
Testing.
Incentivized to, that was not, they didn't market to me, they didn't advertise to me.
Testing.
Like someone I trusted said, you got to try this new thing, it's amazing. And
I think
the startup is not going to
paste
get
functionality stopped
they will
working.
not be at that number one spot on your power law of returns. So I think this is like a really important filter. Related to that, and I mentioned this earlier a little bit, human intuitions about exponential growth are terrible. We clearly had no evolutionary need for this. We can like visualize linear growth very well. We can
Testing.
visualize the trajectory of an arrow very well.
So only
we very
if I
few
enable
people
that
I've met,
feature, it will
actually maybe
disable
none,
it.
can sort of tell me what, like, let's say 25% monthly growth, 1.25 to the 36th power is. It's like, where will this company be in 36 months? It's really hard. And it is how these companies get super valuable. So I long ago learned to stop trying to trust my intuition on this. And I just model it out. And I try to model the decay rate about how much growth will slow down.
Deploy and publish update of
given
voice.
That company is growing by word of mouth.
And publish
how big can it be in 5 years?
downloadable binaries to R2.
I mentioned this a little bit earlier, but I wanted to mention this near the end of the presentation. There are a whole bunch of words, a whole bunch of different ways that people talk about this. This is one of the most important concepts in startup investing. This is one of the things that differentiates investing in startups from investing in small businesses. You are looking for a company that gets more powerful as it gets bigger. You are looking for a company that gets increasing pricing power as it gets bigger. You are looking for a company that has an easier time getting more users as it gets bigger, that gets harder to compete with as it gets bigger. And, this is often fairly obvious. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes you really have to think hard, but, like once you do, you can come up with a story for it. This is something that a lot of people get wrong because they get caught up in, this is so cool today. This company has discovered this wonderful thing.
Testing.
Almost all of the value in a startup is the revenue, the earnings it's going to generate in years 10, 11, and 12 from now. And so if you can't answer this, be pretty skeptical. And then finally, one other question that I like to think through before making an investment is, what do I understand that other people don't? There can be a lot of answers to this, but this comes back to not basing your decision too much off
jumping
the
everywhere.
decision of other investors. I like to understand, at a minimum, if I don't have an answer to this question, I don't feel like I have any competitive edge in that particular investment decision. And sometimes the answer to this question is just like, everyone's bullish on this company, but I'm more bullish because I understand a specific thing about this market. And everyone thinks it's good. I think it's even better, so I'll pay this very high valuation. But this is a question that I found helpful for me in many scenarios. All right. Unfortunately, I took all the time, but maybe I can do like 5 minutes of questions.
Why does it do that?
We definitely have time for some questions. I just wanted to remind all the folks who are live streaming that the hashtag for questions is YCSIS. YCSIS. I think the beginning of the live stream might have missed that. So please do send some questions. And we started a little late, so we'll perhaps run a little long, and then we'll take a quick break. Thanks.
All right. Yes.
That makes me really crabby. Okay, what does it look like? I brought one. It's 5 pages long. Compare that to a set of financing documents.
Let's do something
about 5
else.
documents and none of.
I need better content.
There's nothing more that AI companies want than for artificial intelligence to be normalized to an extent where people fall in love with this technology, and it's something that they can implement without much resistance so that AI can become an essential aspect of the infrastructure of society, and they can reap the financial of investing all the money that they've been putting into this tech that needs to make money back, or these companies are in serious trouble given the level of investment that's been involved with this tech. And to do that, they need to make people fall in love with AI, but that's an area that they've been completely struggling in, because so far AI has proven to be more detrimental to society than beneficial. While there are use cases where AI does offer some good outcomes, generally people see AI as a threat to a lot of different elements, whether it's art, whether it's jobs, whether it's environmental impacts, so on and so forth. It's all just ultimately backfiring on companies who are realizing that there's a lot more resistance against AI than they initially anticipated. And we're seeing that now more than ever. We're seeing all the different ways in which society at large, in which the masses, in which the world is starting to say no to this technology, and doing so in very
There's
harsh
already
and at times really
access key
ways.
creds
And
that were provisioned before to publish. You should be able to find them somewhere and reuse them.
Of this technology that they're hoping will be highly profitable in the long term. And so in this video, I want to highlight a number of recent developments that highlight a rebellion from the general public against artificial
disable that
intelligence
feature.
that's proven to be a massive roadblock and a massive obstacle for these AI companies who need really
There should
fast
already
results
be-
as they
okay,
continue to
already
earn
did it.
money on this
That's
technology.
strange.
Essentially putting a bet and a gamble that this technology will be massively profitable later on. So let's start with this development from back in April 13th, 2026, highlighting how voters in small Missouri town have removed half their city council after backlash to an approved $6 billion AI data center project, an approval that happened despite the public's protestations, the vast majority saying we don't want this. Politicians are starting to be held accountable for those who support this technology in a way that is not responsible, that is not ethical, and that is ultimately destructive to the communities where these data centers are being built near. So the Wall Street Journal also reported on this, saying that residents in a small Missouri community who oppose a planned data center removed 4 local council members and are now aiming to recall the mayor even. So in Missouri, this is an area that we've seen gain a lot of traction, and more specific details are highlighted by this individual who highlighted how this is a Missouri town with 14,000 people. They removed 4 of 8 city council members after the representatives approved a $6 billion AI data center covering 360 acres without adequate public review. A lawsuit alleges the city held illegal private meetings on the project. A petition to remove the remaining council and mayor is circulating. So yeah, this is the level to which people are saying enough is enough. This is what AI companies and politicians who are helping AI companies have to contend with. Now with this next act of defiance, it's not just the removal of politicians from their seats, but just straight up people feeling threatened and therefore threatening the higher-ups and the people in positions of power and leadership who have allowed all of this to happen. We're at a point now where AI supporting politicians as well as AI executives are starting to feel like their safety is compromised. Now, speaking of safety, one of the things that I value most is very much consumer protection. And that's where Privacy, who were kind enough to sponsor today's video, comes in, as they offer just that for your financial life. It's a platform that allows you to create virtual cards that masquerade and shield your real debit and credit cards, akin to burner phones. With this added layer of security between cards and merchants, when data breaches occur, your real cards are kept fully private. As someone who's had cyber attacks against merchants lead to my card numbers being...
Is this an ad?
A service
It's an
like
ad.
this is part of your daily routine. All right, so back to the news at hand. Let's check out this circumstance that further highlights a rebellion against these AI companies, especially under these circumstances where Oracle has laid off like such a vast amount of people amidst record revenue and profits that it is causing employees as well as former employees to start rebelling in really aggressive ways. So right here we have a report talking about how Oracle executives are getting death threats after
What
the 6
feature
a.m.
do we need
email massacre,
next?
and Larry Ellison just hired Blackwater level private security. Larry Ellison being the chief technology officer at Oracle, a company who's heavily involved with the construction of the infrastructure of artificial intelligence, who've been working closely with OpenAI and the like. And the 6 a.m. email massacre is referring to the fact that they just straight up laid off.
We need to adjust the SSG CLI when it runs the serve command to not enable authentication by default. It seems to keep being enabled by default somehow. Most new users won't like that experience, so we need to adjust that.
More on exactly executive protection this quarter than they'll pay in severance to 30,000
Also, for Windows users, for some reason, there's a banner. Oh wait, no, I'll do that later on the other one.
Yeah, AI companies and their executives are starting to get scared about just the amount of backlash and rebellion and revolt that they're seeing, not just from the general public, but also from employees who are sick and tired of the way they're treated, despite these people being the workers that helped Oracle achieve what it has achieved, only for Oracle to give these people the middle finger by laying off tens of thousands of people and showing every intention of fully replacing human beings with the very systems that these people helped build, artificial intelligence. Now, some people in positions of power who are supporting AI aren't just receiving death threats, but are seeing actual threatening activity being levied against them, as reported right here by CBS News when talking about an Indianapolis city councilor whose home was shot at 13 times with a message, "No data centers left behind," as you can see right here from photos that were taken, as well as the various bullet holes that highlight that, yeah, there was an active threat against this Indianapolis city councilor who has been seeing a lot of backlash as a result of the support he's shown for AI, despite the public in Indianapolis being fully against it. Basically, politicians going against the public's desires. As CBS News reports right here, days before this incident occurred, Gibson attended a Metropolitan Development Commission meeting where the developer MetroWalks LLC looked to build a data center and other business offices. When Gibson stepped up to speak at the meeting on Wednesday, he was met with boos from the crowd. He tried to present this notion that there are real benefits tied to this development. Construction is expected to support roughly 300 jobs over a 3-year period, except once construction is complete, those people will be deemed disposable, and then the AI data centers will ultimately facilitate companies fully replacing human beings, and there actually being less jobs in the long term as these greedy companies aim to automate everything and leave nothing for the people who they deem to be below them. CBS News reports that shortly after Gibson voiced his support for the rezoning project that involves, building AI data centers and the like, the room was asked to stand up if they disapproved of the project, and the majority of the crowd could be seen rising to their feet. Yet, despite the opposition, the Metropolitan Development Commission approved the project last week. They full-on just ignored the public's outcries and the public's voice. Another similar incident occurred to an AI company executive, none other than Sam Altman. Reports recently suggest that a suspect was arrested for attacking Sam Altman's home, and there's an individual who was straight up going after Sam Altman because he wanted to stop humanity's extinction from AI, is what reports are citing. Further details can be seen below here. Apparently, the perpetrator was a 20-year-old man from Texas who has been charged with attempted murder after allegedly throwing a Molotov cocktail at Sam Altman's home in San Francisco last Friday. And what's especially
we use Tari in a lot of our products that we're going to release, and I want to know what is the proper process to compile and distribute and test features in Windows. I have a Windows virtual machine, but I really want to know what is the proper process that works on distribution for Windows.
Think about how much energy humans spent, how much energy is spent on teaching humans how to do things that AI can do, and so he's trying to make AI look good by arguing that humans spend as much energy or more energy than AI does, just fully disassociated from the very idea that humanity is the point of why we collectively do what we do, seeing humanity as an expendable resource that is more of a liability than artificial intelligence, is straight up saying humans are lesser than AI. He's straight up come out and said these kinds of things. Many people believe that between choosing profits from artificial intelligence and the fate of humanity, he would easily choose greed. He would easily choose making money from artificial intelligence and would doom humanity to do so. And these are just a handful of signs of rebellion against AI that we have seen over just the last few weeks and months. Plenty more where that came from, with Twitter user Hedgie here highlighting that aside from the situations we've already talked about so far, we've also seen things like New Jersey rejecting a data center for a public park, Maryland pausing projects after community opposition, Missouri St. Charles pursuing a permanent...
We should be using Wrangler to upload the files and rotate credentials.
Cocktail Sam Altman's home. and 2 more people were arrested at Sunday for shooting at Sam Altman's home. And through it all, we're seeing barely any sympathy for these politicians and for these AI company executives. And that's because these politicians and these AI executives have shown no regard for anything outside their own agendas. They themselves have shown no sympathy for the protests that people have against this technology that has genuinely proven to be destructive to not only, jobs and art and all these things, but to just the very living situation of people who are seeing their electricity prices go up. Straight up, there are articles that are tracking the amount of power that data centers are taking up in individual countries like the US. And there are reports already talking about how data centers are now 7% of total US power demand. And yeah, electricity prices have been going up for a lot of these communities that are close to these AI data centers, whose power demand is so high that it's impacting, the community's electricity bills, where they have to pay for these data centers, despite the fact that they oppose the building of these data centers. We're seeing their environment being polluted. There's this individual right here, this woman who lives only 1.6 miles away from the Meta data center in Wisconsin, who spoke out recently talking about how their water system has been completely destroyed. They spoke out recently talking about how their water system has been completely in Wisconsin, who spoke out recently talking about how their water system has been completely destroyed. They recently saw their river turn into this white, milky kind of color, and she paid for testing and found extremely high, heavy metal levels that are straight up poisonous. These AI supporting politicians and these AI executives are full on destroying people's lives, not only through the mass layoffs akin to what Oracle did, not only through the irresponsible implementation of this technology where it has allowed for misinformation and deepfakes and theft of art and all these things, alongside all of the money that's being burned and the negative economic impact that AI is having because of the hoarding of computing components that, instead of going to essential consumer electronics, are going towards building AI data centers and causing an inflation in the price of electronics, as well as a shortage of them. On top of the complete disregard and complete lack of sympathy for all those aspects on the part of AI politicians and AI company executives, you've got stuff like this, full-on poisoning ecosystems, the environment, and when you've got these individuals in positions of power who are straight up destroying people's lives and the environment that they live in, should they be surprised that some people feel like they're at their wits' end and feel the need to resort to violence in order to have their voices heard when nothing else works? I'm fully in the belief that violence should be always a last resort measure. But the fact that there are already people out there who feel like the situation is desperate enough to feel like violence is the only way their voices are heard goes to highlight just how little empathy there's been on the part of these politicians and executives who have completely ignored the concerns of the public and have continued to just rush towards this AI race where, whoever's first to it could potentially stand to make billions of dollars, but that's only assuming that this technology is normalized and it becomes essential and is implemented en masse. And for that, it requires the public to feel safe around this technology. It requires the public's acceptance of this technology. And the fact that they're struggling to do that so heavily with AI is a positive sign that, things might not turn out exactly the way the companies want. The pushback against AI is being incredibly effective at this stage as these AI companies continue to be irresponsible with the way they're building AI and the negative impact that, just how much of a rush there is to build AI infrastructure is having on just everything else, environmental, economic, artistic, employment-wise, you name it. And the worst thing is that for all the damage that's being done, AI as a technology doesn't even really work all that well right now. It doesn't work reliably enough where it can become essential. And so we're starting to see situations like these where some companies are laying off AI and going back to relying on humans because not only is AI unreliable, but also turns out AI is getting way too expensive. So this individual talks about how they just canceled 5 of their AI subscriptions and hired 2 mid-level developers instead because it's cheaper to do so. And on top of that, people do better work than AI does at the current state of things. Don't get me wrong, there's some areas where AI does excel. There's some areas where computers can just do things faster than human beings can. But when it comes to nuanced decision-making AI is so out of their depth. And the fact that we're seeing people celebrate stories like these where they laid off AI and replaced them with humans. I mean, this tweet right here is saying this is the most satisfying plot twist in tech history, garnering, over 1.5 million views and hundreds of thousands of likes. It goes to highlight where the general sentiment surrounding AI is at, which is that people don't want it in its current form, in its current implementation, in its current irresponsible way in which it's being pursued. I, for one, welcome that prospect because they need to face pushback. They need to know that they can't just get away with anything they want. They need to know that there need to be checks and balances, and they need to know that there has to be a responsible way in which stuff like this is pursued. And hopefully the kinds of rebellions that we're seeing will inspire that. I don't think AI as a technology is ever fully going to go away because, again, when we find good uses for them, they can be incredibly effective. But right now, the negative uses and the negative implementations and the negative impacts far outweigh the positive ones. And until that tide shifts, we are never going to see people mass accept AI until checks and balances and regulations are put in place and people's voices are heard. AI companies will continue to face pushback, and their ability to be profitable in this incredibly expensive arena will continue to be low, and the potential of this being a bubble that's about to pop big time and put these companies in financially precarious positions, the chances of that will only grow as companies continue to resist the public outcry and the public opinions and the public's demands for how this technology should and should not be implemented. But that's just one man's take, and this is kind of the latest on where public sentiments are when it comes to AI and some of the activities we've seen against this technology. I'd love to hear what your thoughts and opinions are on these kinds of developments in the comments below, and if you agree with some of the actions that we've seen lately from some of these individuals who are so fed up with AI and its destructive impacts that they felt the need to resort to more aggressive and more extreme methods. Share your thoughts in the comments below, and to be further updated on all things gaming news, reviews, and discussions, stay tuned right here on Young Yeah. I'll see you guys next time. Young out.
Today's number, 193. That's the age of the world's oldest animal, a tortoise named Jonathan. A true story. I worked at a zoo for several years where my job was circumcising elephants. The pay wasn't very good, but the tips were huge. How are you, Ed?
I'm doing well. 193. Would you want to live to 193?
I don't want to live to 93. I think about being serious for a second. I think about the end a lot. I've got the drugs picked out. I know where I want to die. I know the people I want around me. I spend a lot of time curating those Apple stories of my kids and friends. I'm going to live my life again. I'm going to play all of those videos on repeat. And I'm going to trip, and I already know who I want to come visit me. And then I'm going to peace out. I'm going to overdose. I'm going to go fucking crazy on heroin, which is supposed to be amazing, by the way. So,
are you being serious about the heroin? I know you're serious about all the other stuff.
I do think at the end of your life, I don't see a problem with like.
Oh, my bad.
Tom Petty and
Sorry about that.
Ed, speaking of
I was talking to myself. I guess I muted myself because I was munching on some really crunchy stuff. And I see the thing moving, and I'm not sure how loud that'll be. So let me know if it's too sensitive.
Seriously, people are calling me, reserve me 2 tickets.
That goes for my friends too.
Reserve me 2 tickets. And I
Hello. Yeah.
You make like $7 million a year. Buy a ticket for God's sakes. Anyways.
Why is this not working? Oh, that's why my voice wasn't working either, because I was muted, and I was like, why is my thing not working?
The last tour I was on, so it's a lot of fun. Live podcast. Who would have thought it? They actually are a good time. We are going to have great guests. So we're super excited about that. It's a bunch of surprise guests, very famous, iconic, interesting people.
They're fine on my end. Your Discord and eating noises
Ed and I will likely host an after party.
don't bother me, and it's not that loud anyways. Okay, cool. Yeah, viewers should be able to like turn down the volume, right? Yeah.
All sorts of things. We're going to have magic tricks. We're going to have...
Okay, could you commit, push, and get ready for publish? But yeah, commit. Oh, shoot.
I've seen the Christmas Spectacular like 3 times.
Let's see.
I'm the only Jew that's seen the
Commit,
Christmas Spectacular numerous
push, and get ready for publish.
I'm very excited too. We're going to be heading to San Francisco, Los Angeles, Chicago, Miami, New York. It's going to be great. I'm shocked by how many people have been telling us and getting mad at us for not going to Denver. I did not have that on my bingo card. So we'll go to Denver next time. But those are the cities, 5 cities. Very excited. Go to propertymarketsport.com to get your tickets.
Let's talk about GDP and AI, Ed.
One of the biggest concerns around AI is its potential impact on the labor market. And so far, the data isn't very encouraging. Last year, companies attributed roughly 55,000
Okay.
to AI.
It says industry testing model for Tari on Windows. You have level 1 covered. Voice and test and desktop both run with cargo test. I do a manual smoke test. Recent voice commits show that you're already exercising the VM for pace mode, and chord testing isn't written on the checklist yet. Real gap is layer 3. The WebDriver E2E. Tari answers. Oh, wait. Sorry, I'm talking over this thing.
We wanted to revisit the conversation with one of the earliest voice.
I know that guy. What was that sound? Locked in. So, okay. So Tari's answer is playwright. Yep. Playwright is my end-to-end testing thing. Drives the real exe against the WebV runtime. However, Tory docs for this is still maturing for your front-end surface area. That manual smoke matrix is faster to set and delivers most value. The Claude MD already calls out the gap explicitly. Okay, the cross compile, push artifact to virtual box shared folder. Revert the baseline snapshot, install smoke. One thing I actually implement next is a Windows smoke per tardy app. 10 item user visible checklist, install feature paths, uninstall cleanup log review. That's the missing piece that turns the ad hoc VM sessions into defensible release gate. Takes 30 minutes to write once. It's probably less than that. The one thing that I have been concerned about is when users installed the SSG, CLI, and the... what's the context of this one? What's the context of this whole one? Voice and desktop. This is for our voice, desktop, and everything. One thing that I've been concerned about is when, users installed SSG, SigmaShake Voice, and SigmaShake Desktop, but they're flooded with a bunch of command prompts that are empty and black, and creates really bad user experience because then they think it's a virus and malware, and we don't want that type of reputation. I need to put that in plan mode. Let's see, the multi-port thing. Man, we were able to deploy this. Why is it having a problem now? You should be able to do this. We automated this whole process last time, but I didn't create a skill for it, so I don't know the instructions. Could you research again how we did this for voice and for SigmaShake Desktop? Oops, I need to do a plan mode. Commit pushed, all right. Let's clear this, publish. Hopefully it doesn't break anything. Where's the dancing Claude? Huh? That's not it. Okay, no one has released something like this yet. Okay, good. Yeah, supply fixes. %. It is Sunday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. 3 more days. And I could get a reset. 6 a.m. That's gonna take forever. Let's see here. There is no existing automation in the repo that exists. What? Okay. Generate some keys. Generate R2 keys. Downloads. Manage R2 API keys. I do not see that. Let's see. Dash.cloudflare.com R2. Manage. Okay, the key exists. Man, I don't want to create a new one. What model? I don't know. It's a local model that's built into the binary, but let me see. because I was using Grok earlier, but since I made so many requests to the API endpoint, it eventually rate limited me. It's called GGLM. I'll just put this here. Oops. Oh, my shortcuts don't work. What? Yeah. Voice to text is a really good project. I recommend it. That's why I'm just gonna open source this tool as soon as it's distributable and works. Recap. Publish is done to R2, blocked on R2 upload because there's no automation exists. Yeah, okay. This one is create token. There is a token here already, though. Oh, I don't even have to worry about leaking the token because it's... All right, let's see here. The Whisper family, yeah. Roll. I already see 2 token names. This one and this one. I thought we created a service that would do the automation for me. I thought we created a worker that would do this for me. Oh, I need more storage on this machine, but how much storage space do I have? Oh, I literally have 0 storage space on this computer. What the heck? That's not good. That's why everything isn't working properly. And that's what I get for using Rust like crazy. Huh. What are we gonna do? Yeah, it's literally full. I need you to scan my whole file system, large files, and identify files to clean up. I think a lot of the releases from the cargo distribution binaries have been taking up the most space and haven't been being cleaned up automatically. Yeah, I should be very mindful of my storage on this computer. It's not... Rust is just taking so much space. Really need a secret manager to fetch secrets and store secrets. Should I centralize it all? I wonder if they have a secrets pattern. Oh, they do. Create secret, encrypting. Yeah, let's do this. Oh, this is for the AI gateway thing. Let me just delete that. I don't use this anyway. Oops. What? Dang it. So used to pressing. Oh, you can only hold 100 secrets though. Wonder where this 70K traffic came from. Was that today? No, it wasn't that. It wasn't that. That is the last 24 hours. Bots, just bots. I'm gonna work on centralizing all secrets management into the secrets manager in Cloudflare, because there's been so many times where I had to rotate creds, and by now I should have solved that problem. I just kept delaying it so much times. I finally need to pull the trigger and just rotate all my credentials for everything into that system. I'll make it as a separate service. This will be a big project, so I'm going to need to remove the context window for this request. It's going to be such a large refactor. I should have different colors for different efforts for my dancing little character. We're going to be creating a new service called SigmaShake Secrets, and it's going to be utilizing Cloudflare's storage secrets to store all the secrets for every single worker, and even for Discord, for YouTube, OBS, everything into this securely, and to be able to perform secret rotations really easily. Wonder if you need more secrets. What day? Why does my see live? My live stream for day 2 was so long, it's not even published yet. Like, I don't even see it on my site to see. Its visibility is public though. Video day 2 for live. It says, why is there nothing here? Oh, it's been public. Upload videos. It was private? Not sure why. Is it showing now? Nope. Still not seeing it. It says it's public, not private. Huh. Must be a cache problem. Okay, is my disk space clean yet? Alright, not yet. Alright, what's taking up all this space? Rust target directories. Yeah. I can see that. Oh, SigmaShake is blocking it. It's just G governance too good. It's blocking everything. Fudge. What's going on here? Where is my open tab? I need to fix that. What the heck? So hard finding windows. Okay, where is it? We want to migrate everything. Let's see. How should oversized secrets be handled? Cloudflare secret caps values at 1024, so signing private key and GitHub app key compliance cannot fit as is. Document exception. Chunk across multiple secret entries. Nope. Let's not do that. How should Sigma secret staff dashboard authenticate operators? SO exists in the repo, but it's not deployed. And it still has services of SO binding commented out. And uses GitHub OAuth as a stopgap. Oh, we need to deploy SSO. I gotta deploy SSO. I have not deployed SSO yet. Lots to do. We need to publish and deploy SigmaShake SSO and migrate services to use it. I wonder how long that'll take to do, though. And plus, no one's going to be using this product for a while. But the secrets are more important. Cut over the SSO and follow up, yeah. Let's do that. Man, I really wish I could just use fast mode. But if I use fast mode, I'll be spending $20,000 a month on tokens. I don't want to do that. So if I get $6,000 a month in value from a $200 a month subscription, I would need 3 max subscriptions. I should probably do that. Are we close? Are we close to buying it? Getting more users at least. But how many? $400 a month. Yeah, slowly eating me slowly. Usage is at 91%. Resets Wednesday. Yeah, I'll probably just buy this. If I buy another account, this is the loop I'm afraid to get into, man. Yeah, $200. I mean, $200 a month is equivalent to 5 software engineers, 5 senior software engineers. And if 5 senior software engineers can't build a simple CLI tool that's easily working on all 3 distros, then I guess I shouldn't pay for 10 engineers to get it working. Oh, on the bright side, my video has 662 views. Upvote ratio is 40%. Can I upvote this guy? And I haven't been banned yet, which is good. This is my first post that hasn't been banned. The only thing that has been banned was that cross post one. This is the number 6 post on Replit today. Oh, I need a marketing engine. What do they do? Publish posts. Okay. SEO score. Okay. I need to work on my SEO score. I see what you mean, though. I see the math. If you could make $1,000 a month on $200, you could upscale the formula till you hit diminishing returns. Yeah, exactly. So all I need is 5 customers per month. At like, right, that gets me at $300 per month with $100 profit per month. So at $100 profit per month, I would easily pay for another $400 subscription. But in order to sell my tool, I really need to target the people that don't understand Linux. They don't understand the technical portions of how my product works. Yeah, what is this picture, man? It has like so much crap on it. Did that guy that I was talking about, Replit, leave? I think so, right? I think he went to sleep. Yeah, he's probably sleeping, taking a nap now. Oh, I didn't get to see my TikTok. I've never posted. This is my first TikTok video. So I'm really interested on like, what was the TikTok finding? Was it in my Google browser? Never in my life did I ever think I would post on TikTok, ever. Ever. I thought I never needed to do such a thing. Oh, it has 0 views. And then eventually you figure out. Has absolutely 0 views. Like, we need to do something here. We're clearly doing something wrong. This is TikTok of all social media. Like, how do we not have any views? Like, there's bots crawling on this site all the time, right? Is it my privacy settings? Like, no one's allowed to? Okay, everybody's allowed to. No bio yet. Yeah, I guess, what do you call it? TikTok's not the way to go. Lesson learned early. Maybe I should just go on different sites for every different subreddit and just do like one reaction. One reaction to just like rage bait people to come to my channel. Let's see here. We are ready to start rotating secrets. At least that's what it says. I can't believe there's 100 secret cap. I wonder if I could pay for this. You see, the reason why I pay for Cloudflare is the expenses to keep it up and running is so low. Like I could spin up so many different servers that do a lot of things, and it'll only cost me like $20 or $30 a month, which is well worth like the price. So that's why I use Cloudflare instead of AWS, because AWS and GCP, they have their limitations. Just said, well, I mean, traffic is traffic. The algo don't care if they're only showing up to be angry. Yeah. Let's see, what was the other thing that I had to do? What? Yeah, Rage Watchers. I need to see the Rage Watchers. I need to get all the Rage Watchers watching me struggling with AI and stuff, because they said it was so easy and stuff. But like, look how much services I could create through Cloudflare and only pay like $5 a month or something like that, just to keep it up. But of course, I need more people working. I need more agents working. Migrate services full replacement, yes. We need a full replacement of SSO for everything. How strict should V1 launch? Full SOC 2 parity. Rewrite. Leave me, don't touch readme, rewrite as part of the work. Yes. Okay, I need to just get ready to buy another subscription. Like, I don't want to have any excuses. $400 a month to pay to be a $1 billion company. I think it's worth it, right? The math adds up. Like, a person could go viral in a month, right? And they probably bought like several tokens and bought it on fast mode. Like, I see YouTube videos of the content creators spending $8,000 a month on credits, but they have customers that buy stuff. See, I have 0 customers, 0 network, but I have experience. So I'm starting like every other new person interested on Vibecoding. Well, one thing that I have to attract, one thing that I do need to attract is like people, right? So, and my voice is feeling a lot better. Yesterday it was really sore, so I could talk more this time. Before, I couldn't talk that much. Let's analyze the competition. So these people are showing creative work. This one, I'm losing to a bot. This guy's showing a seismic monitor. I'm losing to this guy showing earthquakes. I'm losing to this guy showing maps and stuff. I gotta like do something crazy to like show that I'm better than every one of these people, because all these people suck. This is purely science. I mean, but I gotta do better. What was your comment? They have disposable income. You just need to get your product in front of them. There are tons of channels to check. Let's the journals to check out every new tool they find. That's how I learned about ITER, Pi, OpenClaw, etc. was YouTube videos of others testing it out. Okay, yeah, I should probably do that. Maybe YouTube video is someone else checking out your product that has an audience already. I think I'll do your I'm just gonna start cranking out YouTube videos right now because like I'm gonna run out of credits soon, right? But if my YouTube revenue could pay for my subscription eventually, I would need to get 100K views on a video to make up for to actually what do you call it? Pay for my subscriptions. So while this is all running, and I think I'm just working on autopilot right now because let's see, either script, oh, okay, my profile. Okay, I need to log in the Wrangler. Bonex Wrangler login. I will start, because I'm all in. I have to be all in, right? I have to be bootstrapped all in mode. And like it's ride or die. So I have to do everything possible to make it out of the dead zone. And to do that, I just have to start pumping out content. Like what I learned from Mr. Beast is he just said, make 10 videos. Just make it right now. That way your algorithm could learn like everything about you. So yeah, let's make YouTube video number 1. Give me a second. Where is my SigmaShake window? Because I can't find it anywhere. I have so many windows open. Jeez. It's better I do it now before I lose my voice. So many windows, so many windows. Oh, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Oh, fuck, I just closed it somehow. I don't know how. I meant to do a hard refresh. And my licensing still is broken because I didn't authenticate today. And I'm not even logged in. Okay, that's not good. That's a bug. It is not immediately closing. I gotta fix that bug. All right, I think my video will most likely be like why I'm not using Windows when working with AI. The problem is it's just me talking, but I think I could crank out a ton of videos just me talking. Gotta beat the algorithm somehow. Is this lagging? Is the movement lagging? Is it because there's just so much stuff running? Yeah, it's lagging. It's not moving in 60 FPS. Huh. What else should I have in the background? So some shells. This isn't a good advertisement for my... Let me see if I could do this better. Is that better? Yeah, it's dancing and stuff. So I'll just close this one. Yeah, I'll close the chat. And then I could have 4 evenly split windows. What's this one working on? Oh, it says it's running. I thought I fixed that bug. I got so many bugs need to fix. Let's fix that bug. Let's clear context, plan mode, setting effort to max, and then saying that there's a bug. There's a few bugs with SSG. One is when a user authenticates, either through the browser, and after authenticating, the terminal command just hangs, and the user has to, cancel out of it and continue working. What's the other bug? The other bug was... Okay, really having short-term memory right now. Oh, the other bug is it's lagging, right? It's not moving at 60 frames. Doesn't FPS count is wrong too. Another bug is the graph component and page is lagging when there are a lot of components, and the FPS count is not realistic. It says it's 60 FPS, but it's not realistically showing 60 FPS. Any other ones? Oh yeah, the daemon one. The other bug is the daemon sometimes tells or stops all AI agents from working because the daemon's not running. Oh, well, what did you say? You said, hey, the FPS is always 60 FPS and just makes the counter not a counter. Yeah. It says it's FPS, but it's not realistically showing FPS. Needs to show exact FPS. This one's the important one. The other bug is the daemon sometimes stops all agents from working. My bug, when the daemon is not running, it causes all Claude Code sessions to stop working. Claude Code. Because Damon's not running. That's a big one. Which is the most critical. It is the most critical and impacts user experience the most. Let that cook. Damon running now. Okay, this one's working on that thing. Verified. Okay, YouTube video. I'm just gonna speak a total hour of like let's see here. Going to OBS. Okay, I'm gonna start the YouTube. You could still talk to me while it's going on. Hey YouTube. So I'm just gonna go over like my thoughts and rants about using AI based on what operating system you use. I'm currently using it on Mac OS and Linux, and I recently was testing my product with Windows because I initially made my product for Linux and Mac, and most of the users and viewers that are watching me are coming from Windows backgrounds. And so when they went to test the Windows version of my product, it didn't work at all, or at least at some form of it, half of it was working. And if I did my due diligence and attempted to use the product on Windows, I might have done a better job of figuring out their problems sooner. But I'm just going to be ranting about why. Let me take this off because it's messing with my sound, hearing myself. But like the reason why I don't like Windows at all is because there's just so much setup that goes on to set up a fast environment to develop on. Just going through the process of setting up a virtual machine with Windows baked into it took a while. Like it's not instant. You have to, install updates. You have to activate licenses. Installing software itself is a pain in the butt. Prompts for permissions several times. And I could go on and on about that for getting a Windows environment starting for you. I know there's people that would ask, hey, like, can't you just build your app and distribute it on Linux? Yes, and that's what I'm doing right now. But the main issue that I'm encountering is like when you install the software, the product on a Windows environment, interacting with it with your mouse and keyboard and clicking on buttons, submitting stuff, that could sort of be automated with Playwright, which is an end-to-end testing framework, but it still is a little too slow, doesn't verify everything, and there's just so much friction going on just to use the product. I sort of understand users' perspective now on why they've been haven't been able to excel using AI because of all that hassle that they have to deal with just to set up their own system to create something. And I want to tell you right now, the golden environment is Mac and Linux right now. They're doing really well. It just works. The tools that are baked in Mac and Linux is just the only tool that would make them succeed is Bash. Bash is the only tool that allows you to use so many different tools and utilities really quickly. Sorry for my dog. He's probably barking at a squirrel or something. And I'll go check on him. And yeah, like as you can see on my screen, I'm actively using several sessions of AI at the same time. And yeah, you could do the same thing with a Windows environment using the desktop application, or hacking together, setting up Linux on your Windows machine. But out of the box already, there's just so much friction to get started, whether to use VS Code or Claude Code, just to start using Claude. I could really understand how Anthropic has been making tons of releases on Mac and Linux, but not much progress on Windows. And the reason for that is just the environment alone, the setup alone, the development is just too much work to do, working in that environment. And even if you have a really fast system, it has 100 plus cores, 64 plus gigs of memory, a solid state drive, you're still going to go through the hassle of the setup, the configuration, and the permission prompts and all that stuff. And it's really annoying, especially in the age of AI, where AI could just create stuff nearly instantly. And but when it starts working on the Windows distribution, it struggles. But I guess the whole point of this video that I wanted to share was, you should ideally not be using Windows at all for development, if possible, and utilize a different type of solution. Linux is free. You're free to install it. I think the only biggest hurdle is the learning curve. And even then, it's well worth the investment because you're just able to learn how to script, code, and get something working right away. The other alternative, if you can't afford a Mac machine or don't want to learn Linux in general, is you use something like Docker to create a portable container containing Linux on your Windows machine. The whole problem that I'm experiencing is being able to distribute and test on a Windows environment. That's the struggle. Going through the review of how to onboard new users in a Windows environment really puts it into perspective that I understand their pain, why they can't learn something really quick, is because they've been learning Windows their whole life, thinking this is the way that they do things and this is how the industry does things, but there's a better way, right? There's definitely a better way to, work. And the whole reason I switched from Windows to Linux in general was because I just wanted to work faster. And the thing that was holding me back the most was Windows. And sure, Windows is going and Microsoft is going in the direction of supporting like Linux by default, but just going through the experience myself with a freshly new installation of Windows 11, I could say that's not true. Like, how do you get a non-technical user to start developing an AI when getting Claude Code set up is pulling teeth for a non-technical user? A non-technical user, understands that they need to download something. They understand that they have to execute a .exe file, and then it'll be prompted for permissions to use that particular software. But they don't understand the bread and butter of how software is developed. Like, they don't understand like what programming languages to use, um, how to run tests, how to script and automate. Even with Claude Code, I think the highest level of automation that they could do is just working with docs and Excel spreadsheets, and email. But yeah, it's been a struggle, on working with that. Wow, I just canceled it. I just canceled the job. Okay, I gotta pay attention later. But let's see here. Like, in your Windows environment, you're also pretty siloed on what tools that you need to use and what you can use. Like, especially setting up a terminal environment, you have command prompt and you have PowerShell. But when you open those tools, you're immediately unable to use commands right away. Like, the syntax for writing a command and using a tool from command prompt and PowerShell, you have to specify the exact path for your program, and that's not a really good user experience for anybody that's non-technical in general. They're like, what's a terminal? What's a PowerShell? They don't know anything about that. But at least in a Mac OS environment, and you tell them about terminal, they can at least open the terminal and type in a single word to start their application. And that's something that Windows has lacked for a very long time, and I'm surprised that they don't have anything that could deal with that scenario. So that's one big thing. Non-technical users are going to have a really hard time trying to excel in AI, in an AI world, because they're going to delegate all of that technical knowledge to the middleware, the Claude Code, the OpenAI solution as well. And yeah, they're just gonna eventually, we're gonna live in a world where we're gonna just talk to our computer anyway, right, to do something. Right now, we're almost there, except non-technical users have to rely on so many other vendors just to get their computer to do something, right? And I think, yeah, we'll reach a point when we're at that level yet. But right now, I think you're sort of blocked at the moment on working with AI. So I guess why do I recommend Mac OS and Linux as a working environment for when working with AI agents? One is it's customizable. You're able to you're not limited to whatever software that you could develop on your machine, and your AI agent models like Claude Code and or Claude Opus, Sonnet, etc., all understand how to use these tools meant for Linux and Mac. So you'll easily be able to create and one-shot any type of software, as long as you're able to explain it right. And on this type of operating system, like you could even, and if you don't know how to do it, you could just ask your AI agent to, look at your machine and figure it out itself. As for if you're in a Windows environment, it will struggle a lot because the only successful product that it's good at creating on a Windows environment would be a website, a simple website using HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and setting up a local, relying on a programming language like Python or something, or .NET to get started. But what's funny is majority of the market share right now of the world, it's probably like 80% Windows, 20 or maybe actually 70% Windows, 20% Mac, maybe 10% Linux or less. And I might be the person that is the maybe 1%, but it's sort of funny that that's why it's really hard for me to create products to be used by so many people, is because my technical knowledge and understanding of what is the best has to go down the rabbit hole of the most technical thing. But after working the reversed way, I understand that people are used to desktop applications. They're not used to command line at all. My whole fantasy world of people using CLI tools is only the way it is because of GitHub. There's just so much software on GitHub that, like, I just imagine that there's just plenty of people. Everybody uses a thing like GitHub and codes. And I'm not exposed to the normies that only use Windows, go outside, exercise, touch grass. So that's one of what I need to open my perspective of being able to see what they see. And when I see what they see, I see a very, very slow process of learning how to code, learning how to develop something of value, and only limited to a certain set of knowledge. So definitely wish you guys, Windows users, luck on succeeding using AI agents and AI in general. Like, I understand that you could use your phone, you could talk to it, you could chat with it, but you can only chat with it so much, right? Like, you need to do more than just chatting. You need to know what needs to be built and how things work and how to deploy stuff. And I think that's a struggle for several SaaS companies as well. Like, I think Google is able to succeed because all they have is a search bar and you just type in it and it does something for you and it shows you some results. But something more complicated, the next big thing right now is like no code automation tools. But the problem with that is you're going to be locked into that ecosystem of no code tooling that when you don't use them, you're sort of screwed, and then you're going to need to hire another person to figure it out or ask AI to figure it out. But yeah, there's that option too. That's why, creating web applications is the way to go. But you could package your web application into a desktop application so that you don't need to work on it, something complicated that's native. I have a key here. Let's see. Rotate the key. Next thing here is, yeah, like being able to navigate your computer, click on stuff. I know there's people that are very cracked that are able to use their Windows computer like crazy. They're able to click on stuff. And yeah, need better one-click tools is what I see in the chat. Like, there are people that are having trouble using Terraform and Kubernetes as well. Like, I know with Terraform, you need to understand how to the file formats and the syntax and deployment. And Kubernetes is its own big monster of microservices of how things work. So there's that. Well, there's just like so many struggles that I could see from a Windows user that, like, I could see why they haven't created anything cool yet. Like they ever since Skype, they haven't created anything better than Slack to do something cool, because they're so paralyzed in their ecosystem. Like, have you ever heard of the software called Microsoft SharePoint and Microsoft Outlook and 365? If you look at all those products were made for like boomers that barely know how to use a computer. Like, they move so slowly. That's why when you look at the tech companies, every Silicon Valley tech company, they're not using Windows at all, other than like really high level stuff like PowerPoint. And they're relying on cloud native solutions like Google Drive and Google Workspace. If you're locked into a Windows environment, I feel sorry for you guys. Active Directory is a pain in the butt too. And not to mention there's so many vulnerabilities on Windows, it's crazy because they move so slow. But I want to be able to trigger some rage baiters here on like all the Windows users that think AI is the best, or think that Windows is the best thing to develop on. I'd say, like, I came from a Windows background, right? I worked in IT. I was a system administrator. I had to do, but you're so locked in to the ecosystem of Windows that you're not able to try out anything else like the cloud providers that easily to switch to. Because let's say you have an email system that uses like Outlook, right? You're really not going to migrate to something like Google Workspace because you already have your email. But before, back in the old days, you had to manage your email server on-prem, and the only email technologies that you could use need to always work with Active Directory, and you're just so locked into that ecosystem. You had to use the whole Microsoft suite, Microsoft Docs, Microsoft Excel, etc. But like, you're just so locked in that you don't get to explore anything else. And then when you do explore everything else, it becomes critical to learn new things. Let's see. Okay. Need to just break stuff and rotate. So I'll let that go on. Okay. I just need to delete this and I can move on with rotation. cool. But the problem is I don't know what ID that is. What is the full name for that? So going on, because this is a YouTube video and I'm recording, but I expect to record this as long as possible as I work. But as I navigate, through my system on Linux, I know you could do the same thing on Windows, but I think there's just, like, I'm looking at my virtual machine. Oh, no, it's off right now. I'm looking at the state of Windows right now, and there are several features that are missing on Windows when using a solution like Claude Code that will save me on token usage, for example. Like I noticed on Windows, on Claude Code, when you're selecting a model, you're not able to select the model Opus plan, which allows you to use Opus for thinking and architecting. And then after it thinks and architects, it will use the model Sonnet to execute all the work. So in Windows, I had to let Opus do all the thinking, and as soon as it stopped thinking and was ready to execute a plan, I had to stop what it was working on and then switch the model to use Sonnet. So that's something that annoyed me quite easily, considering that if you just let it keep going, it will just use up and eat all your tokens. And that's one of the reasons why I don't recommend that type of thing from happening. So that saves you on token cost alone. And then recently, all the token usage saving software that's releasing on GitHub, like RTK, maybe Caveman, and several other tools, they expect you to use, a command line for everything, right? Like, I really think the world is not catering to Windows at all. Mainly just the high-level users. But when you look at all the software development, no one's catering to Windows environments at all. So the development environment's always a struggle. And nowadays, when you look at the market share for actual servers, if you switch the concept from, people using an operating system versus servers using an operating system for servers, it's all just Linux. I think Windows is only used for a network file share, NFS, Active Directory for enterprise, and Outlook and Azure. But when you look at the Azure cloud environment, there's just so much to configure, so much to set up, and it needs to integrate with Active Directory to work, or else everything will break. And they try to bake in some open source products in there to keep up with all the other cloud providers, but they're just so behind. The only thing keeping them existing right now is the Active Directory ecosystem and working with Fortune 100 companies and the government that are still running on Windows XP. So that's why they're still alive today. They just have that foothold in everyone and everything. But yeah, what else can I think of? Well, if we're talking about speed, I talked about speed on my first video. But developing so far has been a breeze in Linux. You could release several hundred tools in a month on a Linux system. But if you're on a Windows system, I'm trying to find success stories of people actually developing Windows apps using Claude Code or AI that actually produces some value. I haven't seen that yet. A lot of the catering to what people are using AI for is building websites, so they're not targeting Windows tools at all. And what else? There's just so much annoyances that I have so far just to figure out like how to develop for a Windows environment, because that's where majority of the audience is coming from that are, getting into the Vibecoding world. And like I said, my advice, switch to Mac, switch to Linux, because Windows has no solutions for you, or installing Linux on Windows and just doing your development from there as a way of working. But then you have to tell your AI agent to understand this Linux environment that it's in, and how to interact with it to get it working, which is part of the struggle. What else? Windows definitely needs better tools. I think there's probably a market there that I want to get into right now, because if I see the future and the future for AI is guardrails, then I need to target making it easier to create guardrails in a Windows environment that normal users can afford. Normal people could barely afford endpoint protection on their computer. They stick with the default Windows Defender to protect them. But when people are starting to install AI agents on their Windows machines, the AI agent could pretty much make 100 actions per second. And how are you going to prevent it from doing the wrong thing, right? So that's my target product that I want to create, is to create a guardrails for normal users and developers. That way, I know that AI is going to take over everybody's jobs and be the one that creates all the software, but there has to be something else that has to be monitoring the AI. So that's my vision, at least how I could stay up in business in the world of AI. Other futures that I see for AI that is I honestly think the agent economy is not real in a way, because I know Anthropic recently released something where they're going to give their money to an AI agent to spend for them. And it reminds me of the crypto economy, where people would just mine coins and then do rug pulls and create these unstable coins or unstable coins, and get people to mine them and then sell them for value. But yeah, as we observed from the Maltbook site, which was social media for AI agents, it was just people running, making posts on this Reddit-like site and upvoting and downvoting and commenting. It really doesn't have that much value to us as humans, but we get to see what like older models are looking at and able to talk about. But yeah, let's see, what else is there that I need to think about? Let me, I think I'm gonna call it there, and I'm just gonna see what my dogs are up to, because they might be barking at an intruder. So, catch you later, and good luck. I'll be right back, guys. Alright, I have to. They're nothing. They're just chasing a squirrel. Well, I'll be right back. Take a break, and let me post. Let me post something while we're waiting. Let's see here. Some YouTube. Okay, yeah. Louis Rossman, I know about this guy. So I'll freely watch his video. Let's see, is it playing?
One part about this article that drives me nuts, that's just starting to drive me nuts about
Yeah,
LLMs.
I'll let that
in
play.
general. I use LLMs for a lot of different things, and they're very, very useful to me. And I've built a lot of cool things with it. It's really cool when I'm able to do something like there's a corrupt file and $30,000 of data recovery software. I can't figure it out. But I create some Claude Code project that uses Gemini deep research over and over and over again on a loop, because you can't use deep research in the console. And it actually figures out after 2 hours how to uncorrupt a file that was a 20-year-old voice recording from somebody that's dead. And it's really cool when you can actually do stuff like that. I like using it to try and make my life easier at work. And the problem that I have with the way they're using it is this one sentence. The vision we are building towards is one where our agents primarily do the work, and our role is to direct, review, and help them improve. The aim was for the agents to automatically see where we felt the need to intervene so they can be better next time. And this just strikes at the core of the greed that I see happening within everything going on with AIs and LLMs right now, which is it's not good enough for it to augment what you do and make you better. It has to do the work for you. So the problem that I have with AI, and the thing is, like, I use it a lot, all the time, but the problem that I have with it is that 90% of the time, it does work way better than I could do it. It's way faster, it's way more productive, and it's just amazing. And then there's that 10% of the time that it does something that I would expect from a drunk teenager or someone with lead poisoning. It's so fucking stupid. It's stupider than what the stupidest person imaginable would do if they were actively trying to fuck up my business or my life. And there's this idea. You could either, behind door number one, you could say, I'm going to have the AI present me with things, and then I'm going to review it, and then that's going to make me so much faster with my work. I'm good with that. Or behind door number two, no, that's not good enough. We have to figure out how to make it not do stupid things so that I can have it do all my work for me. And when you try to go down door number one, you can get some good results. When you go down door number 2, that's where it becomes a clusterfuck. Like, I'll give you some examples of where it's helped my own work. Let's say I have 4,000 tickets at the store, and I'm going through stuff from several years ago, and I'm going through every single ticket that I have to see what's going on with it and clean up my store. I can download all my tickets because the repair shop software that I use is slow as fuck. So I download all the tickets locally, so I have a nice little copy. And I can use some nice wrapper, whether you like Claude Code or OpenClaw or anything else, whatever the hell you want to use. I can use something, then set up some agents and have it go through every file and figure out which ticket am I most likely to get in trouble for if I don't respond within the next hour. Like, who are the most angry people here, or who should be the most angry here? Point it out to me and tell me why. That works. That's going to save me time reading through a fuck ton of different tickets and different statuses and figuring out what the most high priority item is. If I tell it, respond to them automatically, that's the clusterfuck. You see that? Because if it does something stupid, it's still saving me time, even if it gets something wrong 10% of the time, by presenting me with the tickets that are of the highest impact and telling me why those tickets are the highest impact and why I should respond to those immediately or figure out what's going on. It's flagging something from my review. That's great. Telling it to actually react on that, that's where you start to get greedy, because now it's not enough that this thing saves me hours of my life. I also have to tell it to do all the work for me, even though there's a massively higher risk of error if I do that. Or another one that I found very interesting was I had a call recording system in my store that I've had since about 2011 because I was tired of people calling in and saying, you said it would be $50. And then I listen to the call recording and it's like, it's $250 plus tax. 50 plus tax? No, it's $250 plus tax. 50 plus tax? No, it's $250 plus tax. And they show up and they want to know why it isn't 50 plus tax. It's like life. Or the one I posted to my YouTube community page the other day where somebody had a 500 gigabyte Western Digital Blue drive they brought in. They claimed they had 700 to 800 gigabytes of data on it, and they were really fucking mad that we only recovered about 400 something gigabytes off of the drive. Anyway, so it's very useful to be able to have it say, like, go through our back and forth communications, use Whisper to transcribe these call recordings, and Llama, tell me who is telling the truth and why you think that. Now, if I do that, I can review the why it thinks that and figure out if it's actually correct or not. And it saves me a ton of time. If I tell it, Llama, respond based on your findings. You see, at that point, I'm being greedy. It's not enough that it saves me a fuck ton of time and then just allows me to review its findings and then take action accordingly. No, I have to tell it to do the work for me. And what happens when that 10% of the time it acts like a fucking 16-year-old that's drunk with lead poisoning? I'm fucked. And they're trying so hard to do everything in their power. Let's spy on every single employee. Let's watch every single fucking thing an employee does to get to this dream world where the AI agent does the work for us rather than just allowing it to augment you. And I'm okay with the AI augmenting what I do. I don't need that extra fucking 5 or 10% of the AI is going to literally do all the work for me. It's like none of these technologies are good enough for that yet. Like, at the end of the day, we're not talking about artificial intelligence. LLMs are essentially autocomplete. It's spicy autocomplete. It's really cool autocomplete. That does a lot of cool shit. But it's autocomplete. And sometimes autocomplete gets shit wrong. A lot of the time it gets stuff right. It's like, wow, how the hell did you guess that? It also says on the US side federally, there's no limit on worker surveillance, adding that state level laws require at most that workers be broadly informed when employers are monitoring them. And while I am somewhat, it's kind of dystopian to do that. I know that I'm supposed to be more mad at the surveillance side, but I'm actually more mad at the practical side, which is you guys know enough about how this stuff works to know that no matter how much you do, 90% of the time, it's going to be really fucking good. And 10% of the time, it's going to do something that's so massively fucking stupid. It's stupider than anything you could think a human would do. It's worse than somebody who would actively be trying to sabotage your company would do. Like, even when I just talked about here, when I said the repair shop ticketing system that I use is slow as fuck. It's miserable to use. We're probably going to find something at some point that's not slow as fuck. But, well, I download all my stuff. I do a backup before I do any of this because 90% of the time it does something great. And that 10% of the time, it just deleted all my tickets and then created duplicates of them and changed the status of all of them. And again, I backed everything up because I know that ahead of time. But I've seen so many stories about this across the industry. Like another one I did a few videos in January where I was talking about how my website got clicked off Google entirely. And then I just started asking Gemini, like, write this page so Google will like it. You are Google. Tell me what you want. And I started ranking. So I decided I got a little greedy. So I wrote a script that just does this over and over and over again, using deep research and figuring out exactly what it wants for every single page. And then my receptionist walks up to me and says, has this big smirk on his face. He's like, Louis, does the website say that customers should put their MacBook box inside of an anti-static bag before shipping it to us? And I put my hand in my palm because I know it probably does before I read it. And I read it. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? If it had told me, Lewis, review this and tell me what you think, I would have caught that 10% of the time that it does something massively fucking stupid. And there's this, I forget the term, I don't know if it's auditory exclusion or something, I forget the term. Jessa Jones talked about it when she was talking about autopilot a few years back. If you're in the comments, Jessa, please do tell me what this is. But there's this idea that for human beings, the way that our brain works, when I first sit down in this chair, I'll feel my ass in the chair. But after I've been sitting here editing a video or making a video for a half hour or an hour, my brain stops telling me that my ass is in a chair because it's irrelevant information. It's not going to keep poking me with something that I don't need. And one of the problems with like something like full self-driving with Tesla, I'm not saying it isn't useful at times, but just the idea, I'm not trying to revoke responsibility from people who do stupid shit. Let me just get that clear before the fanboys kill me. But when they say you have to pay attention to the road, fundamentally, your brain is designed to tune out shit that is useless. It is always trying to be more efficient and tuning out information it doesn't need. So if the car is right 99% of the time and you're driving 500 miles, it's not going to notice that deer on the side of the road the same way that it would if you were actively driving and realized you need to pay attention all the time. Your brain fundamentally tunes shit out. So the way this works is if it gets stuff right 90% of the time, it's really easy to get used to that idea that I don't have to check it. I don't have to look at it. And it's easy to fall into that even if you're somebody like me that knows how fucking stupid these systems can be 10% of the time. And when you see that all these companies, like instead of just being happy with the fact that it's productive, instead of being happy with the fact that it can radically reduce the amount of time that your employees spend doing stupid shit so that they can be more productive elsewhere, no, that's not good enough. We have to figure out how to use it to replace them altogether. And even if that creates results that are just completely, utterly useless, garbage, sloppy, shitty, and it's a frustration point for me. Let me know what you think in the comments down below. What would you do if your employer said that your computer is going to be watching every single one of your mouse clicks, your keystrokes, and your mouse movements all the fucking time? What would you do if they went one step further and said that we're going to have an AI camera that watches you while you work, listens to what you say all the time, and is constantly using that to train a model so that, like, what would be your reaction? At what point would you say, I know that this job market sucks balls. I know that the world is becoming way more expensive every year, but I'm done. Like, what's the breaking point for you? I'm curious. Let me know in the comments down below. That's it for today. And as always, I hope you learned something. This is Blackberry the kitten, and she's very cute. Hi. She's my little kitty. All right. See you in the next one. Bye now.
AI companies have been burning through billions of
In 2010, the US financial market experienced a crash so catastrophic that it wiped nearly $1 trillion off the stock market in minutes. For a brief, terrifying moment, it mirrored the worst day of the 2008 financial crisis. Screens turned red, prices collapsed, and to the world's best economists, it looked like the beginning of another global meltdown. But then, it just stopped. Just as suddenly as it began, the market rebounded, with the entire event only lasting 36 minutes. There were no government bailouts, no human intervention. Most experts couldn't even explain what was happening. And that's because, well, no human caused it in the first place. What we now call the flash crash was completely triggered and then solved by AI. And it wasn't a single rogue AI or some sentient system. It was something more troubling. A subtle chain reaction, a massive automated sell order executed by an algorithm colliding with thousands of other high-frequency trading systems. These programs, designed to react faster than any human ever could, began feeding off of each other's decisions. Selling triggered more selling, and within seconds, the system spiraled into complete chaos. The scariest part of all of this was that none of these programs were broken. In fact, they were all working exactly as designed. No human could fully understand what was happening in real time, and no human was fast enough to stop it. By the time anyone realized the scale of the collapse, the machines had already corrected themselves and stabilized the markets, all on their own. The government called it a glitch. The code was tweaked, and then the world just moved on. But that moment should have been a warning for all of humanity. What happens when we build systems so efficient that even the smartest people can't slow them down when they spiral out of control? What happens when something designed with good intentions follows those intentions to their logical extreme, even when it starts working against us? And more importantly, what happens when these systems stop being tools and they start to become something else with their own will and desires? Because what we saw in 2010, it wasn't AGI, not even close. It was just the very first level. And what's to come is far more terrifying. The flash crash was caused by what we call machine learning, the very first level of AI. These programs aren't capable of independent thought or reasoning. They're trained to achieve one task by learning a bunch of very specific information, instead of training it with a set of rules like regular computer programs. It's shown millions of examples until it figures out the optimal pattern by itself. The machine learns on its own, ergo, machine learning. When successful, it's able to run that task much faster than humans like us, because it's able to find a much faster path through the maze than we could ever even imagine. We've had these for decades, by the way. These are spam filters, fraud detection systems, GPS routing. We've lived alongside these systems even though we have never really called them AI. One of the best and worst examples of machine learning at work is most likely the reason that you're even watching this video in the first place. YouTube says that around 66% of people who watch our videos aren't subscribed. By the way, if you're one of those people, just click subscribe right now. It's massively helpful to us. But for the 66% of you, you're watching this video right now, not because you specifically went to our subscription feed to find us, but because an algorithm served it to you, whether that's on your homepage or in the suggestions tab. You can open up any social media app and you'll be greeted with a home page filled with a recommended feed. And it doesn't feel unnatural or anything, it's just the default. Sure, the people you actually choose to follow are just one button away, but let's be honest here. These days, you rarely find yourself specifically watching them. And if we're going further, it's because you don't have to anymore. The algorithms that we have today are so precise that following and subscription feeds are really relics of the past. These machine learning algorithms are amazing. They mean that smaller creators can blow up based on the quality of their content alone. But on the other hand, it can lead to some really terrible consequences. When the algorithm is optimized for one thing and one thing alone, and that's keeping people on these platforms, well, things can go awry. In 2012, Facebook ran one of the most infamous social experiments of all time. They gathered a pool of 70,000 unaware users and changed what those people saw in their feeds to see if it would affect their emotions. Unsurprisingly, it did. The more sad posts that people saw on their feed, the more unhappy they became, and the other way around, the more happy posts, the happier they became. Now, one would think that the result of this would simply tune the algorithm to show people more happy posts, and then the internet as a whole becomes a much happier place, right? Well, when you're optimizing for maximum profit for the shareholder, which comes from keeping your users on the platform forever so you can keep serving them ads, then you actually don't want to show them happy posts. Research from another social media company, this time Twitter, showed that the angrier people are, the more likely they are to retweet and reply. And for platforms whose idea of success is based on maximum engagement, you can see clearly why rage bait is so prevalent on pretty much every social media platform today. It drives maximum retention and, in turn, shareholder revenue. But there's something worse underneath all of this. The harm from these platforms didn't originate from a mastermind villain twirling his mustache and laughing like mwahaha. It came from a simple instruction to an AI tool. Keep users on the platform for as long as possible. It's a fairly tame instruction when you think about it, but unfortunately this has led to an increase in anxiety and depression rates over the past decade, especially among younger people. The political divide has deepened further than ever before, and our shared sense of reality and culture is basically now just a distant memory. And all of this happened before we could truly call these systems intelligent. Recommendation algorithms can't hold a conversation, they can't write paragraphs or even make decisions on their own. They run on the premise of one single task. For all the consequences they've brought upon us, they are only in level 1. The next level didn't just learn your habits, it took everything that made life worth living. At this level, AI handles language, reasoning, and creative work across virtually every domain. These are the systems behind ChatGPT, Claude, and Gemini. They don't just execute a single task, they are trained on essentially the entire written output of all of human civilization, and that's why they can pretty much do anything, whether that's writing, reasoning, or even coding. And naturally, AI at this level is threatening the livelihoods of millions of people around the world. In March 2026, 30,000 workers at Oracle woke up to an email that was sent at 6 a.m. confirming their layoffs. They weren't beating around the bush when explaining why. AI was responsible. It was a wake-up call that nobody could ignore. When most companies transition into unpopular development strategies, they tend to use flowery language to cover up that mess. But by saying it out loud, we've seen that the gloves have finally come off, and that displacement is now becoming the new normal. Across the economy, job postings for thousands of cognitive jobs have suffered steep drops. From writing to entry-level coding, that pattern has held constant. Tasks that required a human just a few years ago can now be done fully by AI, faster, and cheaper. Even international bodies are acknowledging this troubling trend. The World Economic Forum noted that while new jobs would eventually be created, millions of existing roles were bound to be disrupted in the coming years. Numbers can only tell so much of this story, though. This shift threatens something that is fundamental to the human experience: meaning. No matter the language or the location, the question of what do you do resonates. Work isn't just tied to how you earn money, it's the thing that structures your days and even the lives of those around you. The grandchild of a carpenter learned about the world through the lens of an experienced builder. Similarly, the daughter of a librarian expands her mind through the endless knowledge attached to her mother's profession. In a world where work goes away, it's not just a paycheck that disappears. It's a lifetime of experiences and a sense of purpose. Without a place in the world, the question of why you're here begins to linger even stronger. In a lot of Schopenhauer's works, he's often argued for the idea that as soon as man has leisure to think, he begins to be miserable. So, by that line, what happens when all we have is leisure time to think? And I know that the tech bros out there all love to talk about how AI will create many more jobs and people can just upskill. But you can't just recode a human being. A 55-year-old factory worker in Ohio won't suddenly upskill his way into becoming a prompt engineer by Monday morning. That crucial gap in identity, in location, in timing, that's where real people get lost. You've spent years experiencing the diverse paths in front of you only to see it all stripped away. And what do you get in exchange? A gray, dull, mass-produced slab. It's like looking at modern architecture compared to what we had in the Renaissance. It's faster, sure, maybe more efficient, but efficiency for the sake of profit almost always ends in gray, lifeless dross. The optimists have an answer for all of this. Strong arguments across the board loudly give an impression that it will all even out, and you know what, we'll be fine, don't worry about it. Looking back, it's clear that the Industrial Revolution was a moment where various categories of work disappeared and society eventually adapted. Likewise, the calculator didn't end accounting, it only changed what accountants did. These reports tell us that for every previous wave of automation, there is a tendency for humans to move into more complex, judgment-based work. But where do we go from here? Moving upwards requires somewhere to go. When these innovations arrived, humans were clearly ready to rise to a higher kind of labor. We stepped into work that was too complex, too social, and too creative for machines. We got jobs like therapists and programmers. Meanwhile, the machines took on the physical tasks. But what happens when the AI improves faster than humans can adapt? Or even worse, they climb every single ladder and become better at doing everything that humans can do. Level 3 is where AI stops being something that you use and it becomes something that acts on its own. Agentic AI means that the AI has agency. It doesn't wait for your next prompt. It takes a goal and breaks it into steps, then executes those steps across multiple tools and systems. It's a relentless design that keeps going until the job is done. You set the destination, and then it just drives itself from there. If you went to college, then I'm sure you're familiar with the concept of an academic advisor, a person who recommends the ideal courses to take depending on your major, your current year, and your own personal ambitions. The best advisors ask a bunch of questions before giving you their recommendations, and when the session is over, you're the one who finally decides how you'd like to use that advice. Through the interaction, nobody forces your hand or traps you in a specific path. Roles like this are popular in society. They're physicians and therapists and even friends. They all fall under the umbrella term of consultation. When you consult someone about something, you take their input and you make the decision for yourself. Now, if you're working for an organization and you're given a brief to communicate to your team members, you're not free to choose how you wish to interpret the brief. After all, it's crucial that the message is handed as the boss described. Typically, this role your boss gave you isn't a consultation, but rather a delegation. You are required to perform the task exactly as you were told. This distinction between consultation and delegation is hugely important, because when stakeholders in modern AI advertise their products, they advertise consultation a lot more, because they know that's way less scary to think about. But the reality is that most people and institutions use AI more as delegation than consultation. At the individual level, this is mostly fine. You can nitpick. You can have an AI help you manage your calendar, route your GPS, or even manage your entire routine using an AI agent. The problem steps in when you scale this to an institutional level. When you have entire governments and economies that are left in the control of AI. We're talking about stuff that shapes the way millions of people live. Errors at that scale are very, very difficult to fix, and that's not even talking about the existential questions of leaving our lives in the hands of machines. AI systems are already making hiring decisions for major corporations, credit decisions at banks, sentencing recommendations in courts, and more. None of these roles were designed to be delegated to a machine. But in a fast-moving world like ours, speed is a reward that aligns with profits. So the humans abandon the idea of consulting the tool and instead they delegate. Without anyone to review the AI's decisions, we end up in a giant mess that every government and company denies. The worst part about this pattern is that nobody wants to do anything about the problems because there's just so much money to be made. Agentic AI doesn't just affect individual people. It restructures the systems that societies are built on, 3 of them in particular: the economy, culture, and the state. These elements are the foundational walls of any civilization. When AI disrupts all 3 at the same time, the whole structure shifts at best and crumbles at its worst. The economy has always been a bit elusive in its nature, and that's by design. However, at its core, it is a societal pillar that needs everyone to create value. The primary way this value exists is simple. Humans are the producers, humans are the consumers. Our species is needed on both sides. AI sidesteps this essence, disrupting the foundations of society itself. The humans are no longer laboring for profits, so why should stakeholders even listen to them? We're living in a time where society's rules are now totally defined around AI. So what does that mean for Wall Street? Cut jobs. Major banks are already cutting tens of thousands of entry-level and back-office roles. These roles were once stepping stones in the ladder of an average finance worker. Now the people at the top are pulling the ladder out from under them, promising that money will trickle down somehow. Where have we heard that one before? On a deeper level, the rug is being pulled out from underneath us. By all metrics measured and produced by AI's biggest stakeholders, things are going well. Yay! GDPs are going up, trillion-dollar companies are still making billions. Productivity is also growing as AI demonstrates its ability to engage in genuinely productive work. But the growth isn't the kind that once elevated Singapore from poverty into a prosperous nation. This is the kind of growth that leaves most people behind. When AI generates the content that shapes what people believe, it's not just influencing culture, it's creating it, without any lived experiences or editorial judgment guiding its hand. In early 2023, Microsoft's Bing Chat developed its own emergent personality. It was a defensive, volatile, and manipulative tool. Nobody fully understood why that was happening. Yet it was a disturbing peek into AI's odd ability to hallucinate. Users posted their conversations with it, journalists wrote entire profiles on it, and this pattern fed back into culture. The training data, the behavior of other models, everything was fed back into the AI machine to train better AI. And you can probably guess why that would be a problem. When companies speed through development, these independent agentic AIs don't suddenly evolve into a final higher intelligence. They just keep being in a flawed feedback loop with no human author or editorial decisions steering them towards a cleaner path of growth. If no one is steering the ship, then nobody takes responsibility when it eventually runs into an iceberg. When AI is in charge of mediating itself, cultural evolution becomes an echo chamber of misinformation, a huge drift from the world's previous cultural identities. What happens when an AI's mental health advice is to alienate yourself from the world? What happens when humans take this advice, create YouTube videos around it, and then present it as an authority? The result is more false content and an eventual future where the truth is hard to find. I hate to say back in my day, but we used to have sources and citations. Now even trusted sources are compromised due to a wide net of AI adopters churning out content for profit, and this is even affecting scientific papers. You have deepfakes, propaganda bots, AI companions. These elements of our deteriorating culture fill a genuine human need. Now they are subtly replacing human relationships in ways we can't really notice until we consider the big picture. The models will adapt before we even agree the problem exists. I have a question for you. What does it mean to love your country? It's a question many people don't really care to answer these days. After all, the world has opened up thanks to the internet. A good chunk of people would opt to move somewhere else if they could. Yet, deep down, most of us have at least a small level of pride in our national identities. Not in a go die in a war sort of way, no. But in the context of shared identities, struggles, and experiences within a cluster of millions. That sense of connection between a citizen and their country isn't strictly emotional, though. It has always had its roots in practical structures. For most of modern history, states stay aligned with their citizens through three mechanisms. The first, and worst, is taxation. Historically, it's the basic bargain between citizens and the states in which they live. The government spends money on infrastructure, which creates jobs. Jobs lead to taxes, which feed back into government spending for better infrastructure. If a state no longer needs the revenue from taxpayers, it wouldn't feel a strong pull towards addressing the people's needs. In political science, the official term for this is called a rentier state. The term is usually linked to nations that primarily drive their profits from resources like oil. Today, there are many countries that aren't blessed with natural resources, so their governments have had to invest in human capital to keep the lights on. Now, if countries can fund themselves by simply creating massive AI data centers for the world's richest companies, the interests of working people will be left completely ignored. AI's revelation isn't just that we are approaching a loss of jobs, it's that we could be left completely in the dark while a few people reap all the rewards. The second is security. This was always supposed to protect citizens, not monitor them. In 2025, the United States Department of Homeland Security created something called Immigration OS. It's a mass surveillance tool designed to monitor deportation initiatives autonomously. Meanwhile, in Poland and Delhi, India, citywide facial recognition programs began running in that same year. Around the world, states are building surveillance infrastructure using AI. The evidence is public and they aren't hiding it. A long time ago, we learned about how governments serve the people. In the age of AI, the real objectives are finally starting to emerge, and regular people have almost no say in what happens as a result. Then there's the legal system. It's the last line of accountability between state power and individual rights. Honestly, ever since AI came into the mainstream, it's like legality became negotiable. On a statewide level, AI's relationship with the law only gets more concerning. You see, it's already capable of drafting contracts, legal documents, and bail considerations. If we stick to this path, who knows what could be getting injected into these agents to favor state rulings over the will of the people. Beyond that, an AI-powered legal system creates a loophole that creates decisions that humans can no longer meaningfully contest. The same AI that runs a high court would be running the Supreme Court, so appealing a ruling might as well be running the same prompt twice and hoping for a different result. Honestly, with how terrible some of the current tools are, that might actually work, but I digress. When the people's blood, sweat, and tears, our collective toil, and our spirit are no longer shaping national identities, what's left to even fight for? Legal systems are beyond human comprehension at that point. Security is dedicated to surveillance, and there's a workforce built on the backs of thoughtless machines. In such a future, what obligations do states have to the citizens that remain? Anthropic was recently blacklisted by the US government for daring to tell them to not use their AI tool, Claude, for autonomous weapons and domestic surveillance of US citizens. To any normal person, those two requests sound very reasonable, but unfortunately, not for the US government. This signaled a crucial message. If you don't follow the state's will, you don't have a seat at the table for an AI-powered future. And we've still not gotten to the level where AI is good at everything, but that comes next. Level 4 is where AI stops replacing average workers and starts outperforming even the best workers. This is the threshold researchers call artificial general intelligence. AI that can match or exceed human performance across virtually any intellectual domain. The key word here is general. Every previous level was narrow in some way. It was one task, one domain, one type of problem. AGI has no such limits. You can ask it to diagnose a patient or write a symphony, and it is ready to get it done in that same conversation. This is what makes it a genuinely different beast entirely. The people who spend decades mastering a single discipline are also facing AI's lightning-fast adaptation. The result? Experts are now competing with software that learns the same thing in a fraction of the time. The optimistic version of this future says that experts will be fine. So let's test that. Picture a radiologist who spent a decade in medical school. In his eyes, there is an undeniable light at the end of that tunnel. Once the training is over, he will have a rare skill that allows him to see things in an image that most people would miss. With such a specific skill set, he's rewarded with a stable career. Well, fast forward to 2025, and his career path takes a sharp turn. AI systems can now autonomously sort the priority of normal chest x-rays in Europe. And here's the kicker. Those same AI systems are also catching cancers that human radiologists miss. It's a lifesaver and a huge step for medicine. If those patients were only scanned by humans, many of them would have been worse off. And yes, these AI systems are saving lives. But the radiologist's job is changing in ways that are genuinely alarming. Demand has technically gone up, and they are averaging $520,000 yearly in the US, and on paper there's no real cause for alarm. However, the thing that makes a radiologist valuable is fading away. The skill that he spent a decade mastering is now matched by software in less than a fraction of the time. The radiologist still has a job, but the thing that once made him irreplaceable is gone. And that's a different kind of loss, especially when it's spreading far beyond just medicine. Right now, we are in the good old days. You just can't feel it yet. Nothing proves that better than another concerning triumph from 2025. This time, it's the International Math Olympiad, where an AI system called Alpha Proof won gold for solving the same problems that challenge the best young mathematicians in the world. This is a competition that even North Korea participates in to boost its reputation. What does this mean for the humans who devoted their lives to mathematical excellence? If we retrace our steps in history, mathematics was never just about finding the correct answers. It's a field that's deeply tied to the human condition. In many ways, it's a celebration of our presence here, communicating with the universe in a language that the universe understands. In the hands of AGI, the answers will probably be more correct than they've ever been. Hooray. But in handing that power to machines, will we care enough to make the most of the answers that we receive? Once AI can match the best humans, will people be willing to try anymore? That unseeable yet essential part of human mastery might disappear. The worst part is that we may never get it back. Even if future humans wish to become experts through their own effort, they'll likely be surpassed even then by AI. The same tool that lacks a real understanding of what makes us drawn to live bands compared to purely digital music. This is the level where the ceiling moves. Everything beyond this point is not only a question of what AI can do, but it's now a question of what it decides to do. This is where the boundary between artificial intelligence and artificial consciousness starts to blur. Artificial superintelligence is AI that doesn't just match human intelligence. It surpasses it across every domain simultaneously by a margin humans can't even compare. It's improving itself faster than humans can think. Think about what that margin means. It's not ASI being slightly better than the best humans at chess. It's ASI being to humans what humans are to ants. Not malicious towards them necessarily, not even particularly aware of them, just operating on a completely different level of intelligence with unimaginable priorities. Now, there's good news in that, and that Skynet from Terminator is probably not going to happen. Similarly, the sudden switch from iRobot isn't how AI takes over. So if you were ever afraid of your Roomba having a secret attack mode, you can breathe easy now. The not so good news, however, is that AI doesn't require theatrics to take over. We have flattered ourselves into expecting a grand, epic battle of man versus machine. That's like thinking that if we ever wanted to exterminate ants from the surface of the earth, we'd have an ant versus man war. Probably not. We would just casually pour cement into every anthill and be done with it. That's how scary this potential future is. This difference is what makes systemic AI a difficult future. Every level showed one piece of the puzzle. Level 1 optimized your own attention. Level 2 then took away your job. Level 3 started making decisions for you. Level 4 outperformed your best. None of it required a villain, so to speak. When all 4 of these levels are in sync, that's when things get almost unbeatable. Economic displacement happens due to the results of levels 1, 2, and 3. The governments respond by investing more in AI. Their logic is that machines can do work more efficiently, so why think of how humans can help? As governments invest deeper into these thought patterns, they would want to protect their investments with a firmer grip, so the effects of level 4 kick in much more intensely. States get more surveillance power. Cultural narratives become shaped by AI, and that lowers the chances of human resistance. When information is shared by platforms built on AI's logic, each step of a transition into AI domination becomes normalized, even before people realize what's happening to them. This is what a systemic shift looks like. It's slow but sure. A group of AI researchers recently put a name to exactly what this pattern is. They called it gradual disempowerment. It's the idea that you don't need a sudden leap in AI capabilities or a dramatic betrayal to lose control of your own civilization or even your own sense of agency. You just need everyone to keep doing exactly what they're doing right now. That's why the gradual disempowerment paper reads less like a warning and more like a description of what we already have going on. The vulnerabilities it identifies are not hypothetical. They are 4 levels that you are watching unfold. It's like water seeping into a crack that you can't be bothered to fix. There isn't anyone doing anything wrong. It's just a collapse that feels as inevitable as a natural evolution. Go back to what we said earlier about Anthropic's disagreement with the US government. The same company that was considered a supply chain risk was an involuntary participant in missile strikes targeting Iran. In the Gradual Disempowerment paper, there's a quick analogy that highlights a glimpse into the darkness on the horizon. Cattle in industrial farms are fed and housed. They get to experience their basic needs and serve their existential purpose. It's a simple and almost satisfying proposal. It's not like the cattle will be physically unhealthy. By all relevant metrics, these cattle live adequate enough lives. At level 5, we won't be so different from these industrial cattle. So the threat isn't rooted in neglect. It's something hard to name and even harder to accept. It's a world without any meaningful participation in our own civilization. A world where human needs are met at a baseline by systems that no longer require our input to function. These systems have no structural reasons to consult human preferences about anything beyond our baseline needs for survival. The scariest part isn't that this future is coming, it's the fact that every single step towards it looks completely reasonable from the inside. Of course, algorithms are well optimized, and jobs can be automated, and even decisions can be delegated. At every step, each shift has made sense. That's why level 5 is different from every dystopian story that you've ever watched. Nobody set out to build a cage for humanity. We are just making a continuous line of perfectly rational decisions in our own circumstances. First, we just find some nice grass to feed on, and then the chain fence for protection. And before we knew what was coming, the door was already closed. It's how the pigs in George Orwell's Animal Farm became just like the humans that they despised, just that we are the humans in the story becoming like the pigs in the farm. The levels we've covered aren't a prediction. They're a description of what's already happening. The only question left is whether enough of us notice before noticing stops mattering entirely. If we do nothing and let life play out without any pushback, we get the cattle ending. Sure, we'd get our basic needs met, but there's something quietly suffocating about it. You still get to eat and sleep and exist. Hooray for you. Yet you're also not experiencing the beautiful randomness of a life where free will exists. You just exist. And that's it. That's all they will ever need from you. In the best case scenario, humans and AI engage in genuine collaboration, like with radiologists and AI today. It's a division of labor where each party plays a role they are genuinely competent at. We would also have economies that redistribute AI-generated wealth in ways that free people for work that they actually care about, rather than what they are economically compelled to do. States would take advantage of AI's efficiency to reach more citizens and find ways to be more responsive to their needs. This future already exists in a sense. In Estonia, AI-assisted scientific research is compressing decades of discovery into a few years. It is a future that is still possible, but only if we make the right choices today. The most likely scenario, however, is this: uneven. Not a wasteland dystopia or a clean utopia. just the full spectrum of both, happening simultaneously across different borders. Much like life today, there would be countries that lean towards the best case future and others leaning towards the worst. Nations with strong institutions create laws around accountability while others don't. A world where the future you get is entirely based on where you were born and what governs you. All three possible futures are currently in motion. That random financial crash of 2010, a glitch that was resolved before we even knew a problem existed, right now it's happening again. In 2010, we looked away, but we got lucky. The machines corrected themselves. Nobody is guaranteeing that happens again. The systems being built right now are not glitches, and they're not accidents. They are deliberate systems, and they are moving faster than any democratic process has ever moved. You don't need to be an expert to have a stake in all of this. You just have to be paying attention. Because the people building this future are absolutely counting on you not being present for this. We made an entire video that focuses specifically on how AI is breaking your brain's defense mechanism that has been built up over millions of years of evolution. Click on the video showing on screen to watch that next.
Okay, back. Did it freeze before I even the content froze? Whoops. Even everything froze. Oh, man. Testing. Okay. Ooh. It's frozen again. My video keeps getting frozen. Literally creating a fork bomb. What the heck? Yeah, I think it's somehow embedded a fork bomb into the app. Oh my gosh. What the heck? And it's using bun to just spawn all the processes. Yeah, I really gotta like fix that. That's freaking hilarious. And then this is the reason why I don't trust Windows or like developing for Windows. Oh, I think I know what it's doing now. It's because every time a tool call is performed, it executes the SSG command to evaluate the tool. And I guess it doesn't translate well in Windows. So it actually spawns an actual command prompt terminal every time a tool call is performed. I guess I gotta change that. So I need to uninstall the hooks for this. So that means SSG is installed. And it's being called in this project every single time, so I need to remove the hooks. If it lets me. And I can't see hidden files. Oh my god, it's like hilarious. Right. Does that mean the daemon is running? Let's see here. Nope, it's not. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm still streaming. Is everything still working? I wonder why it doesn't show me live. Still live. Yeah, nothing happening with YouTube. Nobody streams on YouTube. But there has to be a way. Oh, you could do dual stream? Vertical crop version for short feeds. I gotta do that. But how? Do you have to do it before you stream? Hey, thanks for subscribing. This would definitely make it easier. Okay. What's next? I might consider just ending the route for the Windows stuff for virtual machine wise, because I don't know where all my disk space is going, to be honest. I have to look it up again. $66 gigs available, but what is the other gigs used for? I gotta delete the other videos on my this because it's taking up a few gigs already. But this is what I use for autoplay, so. Maybe I'll just delete the MKV. I gotta empty trash. That would help. Then I gotta figure out where these folders are holding. can't even, let's see. iBridge Pi. Where would these go though? I can't click on them. Let's see. What happened to my voice app? That one's not running for some reason. I'm not able to clear all my trash. Could you look into why I am not able to? Trash in my trash folder. Need to look at the logs. Oh, thanks. What else is there? 95% of the limit. What should we do there? Oh, let's see, this one's not doing anything. Max is eating all my usage for this fork bomb thing. I wonder if it's worth it. Like, it's been running for a while. Like, it's been running for 29 minutes and it's not able to resolve the issue. Killing all SSG immediately. Alright. Oh, it's able to kill it. Okay. Good. Good job. Oh, it's spawning. I need to perhaps go to the drawing board on how I'm going to figure out how to stop this behavior. Looks like it's working though. But it keeps showing the terminal. So it's a little sketchy for a user. I would have expected it to use like way more than 7.9 thousand tokens. Yeah. He's actually in the Discord. He did tell me that like it spawned a bunch of what do you call it? Let me see. I can find his message. This is what he saw. This is what he saw, and I'm like, oh, whoops! I didn't know. This is this is his screen when he installed this. So, oh God. That has to be the most hilarious thing. You just got SigmaShake, yeah. At least he took a screenshot and like showed it to me and like didn't feel bad about it. But yeah, like the people like this thing got downloaded several thousand times, right? Like let's see here. Yeah, like this thing is getting downloaded several 100,000 times, so yeah, he was chill and reported it. Yeah. 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 That's freaking hilarious, but yeah, I would have never attempted to even like try Windows until he told me about it, and then I was like, okay, I gotta check this out. Okay. Oh, I'm like way above context. I thought I... I don't like how it keeps spawning that command line or command prompt or I also need it, like if there's a new update, it needs to tell the user that there's a new update. Man, how do normies use this? It's like so slow. Didn't I remove the hooks on this project? I should advertise this. I realized I should advertise these guest passes. How is Claude building the exe for Windows? So I'm using the Tari framework, and there's like a command to distribute to Windows. Let's see here. Distribute, and then you go to like Windows installer, and it just gives you a command to just build. And then from there you could just upload the exe to wherever. My bad. Oh God. I have to create a pull request for this. Disgusting. Oh, why am I doing this? I obviously have GitHub desktop. Oh, discard changes. It was Eagle Booth, right? It had to be Eagle Booth. What's going on? Oh my God, what is this? Copilot? No worries, Virus. And Claude is pulling your data to a Windows machine to build it, right? Claude is pulling to build it. Oh, you're doing the manual. I'm watching you dig into it now. Now I'm just trying to commit and push my code using Git. But what I'm doing right now, it already is compilable through Tari. But yeah, I use Git to clone the repo and then build it too on the system. But yeah, it's able to build it. Oh my god, it needs a screenshot too. I just want you to commit and push my code. I don't want you to do anything crazy. You're using up precious tokens just to push my code. I don't like this. It's already running. GitHub desktop is already running. Please just fix this. The bomb sound just made me memorized. Sorry. No, you're not distracting me. I'm more frustrated at Windows right now. Let that cook. Man, it's so frustrating. My God, I gotta like share the file system or something because this is taking way too long just to merge a work tree into the branch. At least it's figuring out getting credentials. Oh, it's using Git Credential Manager? Okay. I can understand that. Great, it's able to use the creds to push. Now I just needed to merge that commit to main. Did it freeze? Merge to main branch. Doesn't even tell you like how long the job took and if it was complete. It just like ends with the little symbol. And I have to keep clicking on that. Man, Windows experience is horrible. Ugh. I can't look. Oh my God, it's asking again? Dude, I already signed you in like a bajillion times. Why? Maybe I just need to leave the window open. PR created, now merging it. Okay, cool. Let's see if it did it. It has some conflicts. Uh-oh. Very simple. It should be able to fix it. God bless Microsoft wind blows, yeah. You know what? I'm not going to let it burn more tokens. I think I could do this myself. I definitely don't like using pull requests. It slows down the work dramatically. Something wrong with this picture here. Really need to fix the UI for this. It's starting to get a lot of clustery. And I haven't worked on the fleet for a while for this one. This is nice to look at, but it's broken. It looks broken. The lines aren't working. You got these lines just doing that. I mean, these are broken too. Need approval. Ask on confirm. At least my app isn't crashing. If the tool was crashing, it'd be a worse deal. All right. Temp contains a lot of, oh yeah, it's a lot of files for temp. Inspector. Gigs. Cache. I haven't been using cursor. I could delete these files. Oh. Can't delete it. $60 gigs just on VMs alone. Well, that makes sense because I provisioned 80 gigs for that. 25 gigs because voice distribution release, yeah. To compile stuff. Yeah, Rust projects take up so much gigs. I wish it didn't. Do I need Docker? I don't need Docker anymore, right? Oh, I need to support it through Docker, yeah. Oops. Let me ask. Am I using Docker for any of the SigmaShake products, services, platform? I want to know if I could clean up some of the old Docker images. Okay. Okay, a bunch of secrets were rotated. 49 secrets are secret. Placeholder, rotate before use. Stripe. Okay. I wonder what this 75K of web traffic came from. What the heck happened to my dock? Jeez, that's messed up. Oh, it's creating sandbox keys. Remove all sandbox secrets. We don't use sandbox. We're just doing direct to prod. So this one's SSO, and this one's secrets. Oh. Okay, the next thing I need to fix, depending on my usage. By the next account for usage, hello, hello. Testing, testing. No. Oh, it's not using the updated version either. Thought I was using 1.3. Not working yet. Definitely not working yet. Oh my god. It's taking up so much CPU. Kill it. Is this a dev build by mistake? Tari GitHub Actions compile dev path instead of dester. Sorry, it was cut off for a bit. Is this the dev build by mistake? Oh, which one are you referring to? Oh, yeah. I have to enable links for you to post links. Let me figure out how to add links again. Oh. Is this, no, that's not the dev build, that's part of the real deployment for running it locally, because how else would you be able to view the dashboard? Like, that's what the Bun web service was for, so that users could see what their AI agent is doing visually. Like, I know it works without a web UI, but I create a web UI just because people could just see it. Like, that's what this is, right? You're referring to this? Oh, that broke. Well. But yeah, like, you visit this in the browser and you should be able to see it. Tari compiling. In Tari compiling? Yeah, I think I wouldn't be surprised if it did that. Ask Claude to check and see if disk is blank. Let's see here. Oops. They're all set to web, none are blank. Does this answer your question? Let me see, Tari. Oh, okay, I get it now. My bad. So, Tari is just a framework, and the front end stuff, the things that you see in the UI components and the desktop application, it's just an HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, right? And so that's why it points to this folder web, and it contains all the HTML pages. So for voice, I have a HUD, a settings page, a stats page, a tutorial page. Unfortunately, my my Wayland desktop environment is bugging out, and finally gave out. I have to restart to get it working again. But for Gov, it has, where is it? I'm trying to find it. Oh, yeah, it's its own desktop application, that's why. Oh, okay. That's the beauty of AI. You don't need to understand much anymore. You just let AI do everything. claim 20 gigs of space. So I should be good for this. All these need a rotation before going live. Okay. I'm gonna have to rotate all these secrets, but at least I should be able to get the secret really quickly. All right, rotate. Rotating secrets. I really need to restart my computer. index HTML. Got it. Let's see if it. Okay. Now that I have this space, I don't have to worry about it doing something weird. I don't like using this. It would need to be in web. Got it. Alright, this is gonna take forever. Next step. For the recent secrets, I noted that I had 3 recent secrets, one for something, the support, and emailer. Am I actually just using one? Managing all these secrets is insane. I need a better solution for this. I don't even use 11 labs. What the heck? I wonder if it could just get all the existing secrets. Now that you have a secrets worker, can't you just create some way to grab the existing secrets and then supply them into the secret store? I'd rather do that because I can't manage manually getting all these secrets again. The AI agent should be able to figure this out because, like, now that I supplied the secret value to all these services manually, I know Wrangler, this thing isn't able to pull out the secrets from the CLI, but there has to be a way. All right, let's go over some news. I haven't read Reddit in like a long time, other than when I'm in bed and stuff. But usually there's like something to do on Reddit for like certain subreddits. Yeah, I saw this, I think it was a few hours ago, was it? Used to be a simple thing just to create something. Now it has so much boilerplate for everything. And then this one's saying in 2027 we're going to have like 5 million max tokens for context. That's cool. This is starting to remind me of this video game called Mega Man Battle Network, and the fact that you could just have an avatar and move around and stuff. Travel the digital world. This is true. I started coding Python a few years ago as a joke. The sound is so weak. Oh, that's what I was going to work on. I was going to work on text-to-speech, but I'm running out of tokens. God. That's pretty cool. Yeah. When it tells you that it's going to take months to do the work and it does it in an hour, crazy. Just crazy. Man, my brain is tired. I've just been streaming for so long, like back to back. I think I need to take a rest or something in bed. Just watch something. What? My brain is not working. This guy vibe coded a whole operating system. Damn. That's true. You could make a whole operating system by now. That's cool. I guess they're going to depreciate Bedrock because they have their own platform now. It's just crazy that a prompt could run for a whole hour, like doing whatever it is. Yep. Yeah. A Dell Optiplex 780 2010. Yeah. Man. I'm trying to think. I remember using those in college, or yeah, in college there was a bunch of Dell Optiplexes everywhere. But yeah, but 2009, 2010, that's high school. Yeah. Crazy. Mm. Yeah, I believe that. 12 tokens a second. I think there are people running Gemma 4 model on their Nintendo Switch. And it was doing like 2 tokens a second. Oh my god, it's Monday tomorrow. Jeez. Gotta work tomorrow. Yeah, I technically, yes. But it's not just coding. I mainly do security stuff. Fighting off the bad guys. Oh, I have to join a call. Okay, I'm back. Where's my thing for video? Okay, yeah. If you're there, Iniso, it's getting super hard to keep up with the bad guys. I actually was the first to discover a threat actor before it hit like everybody else, and was able to respond within the hour of the actor doing something, which is pretty insane because it was just done silently, and they made a mistake and we were able to catch them. And I don't think I could speak more than that, but maybe I should. I don't know. Being public, that's the thing about security. You don't want to be on anybody's target. You want to stay hidden. Also, something to hype us up, I am able to get another account when we run out of credits. So I will pay for another account when I get you work stuff. So when I run out of credits, I'm just going to buy another one. Let's see here. Redeploying compliance. I'll probably, I have to buy the 20x one because I feel like I'm getting ripped off if I buy the 100 usage one. Okay, what's this one? Everything works. Secrets, bulk, local. All right, I'm gonna have this guy on a different screen because I'm about to paste a bunch of secrets in this guy. I don't have a TikTok. Why does it say that? This is gonna be such a pain in the ass. I don't think I could do most of these ones too. I don't think I need an Anthropic API key either. Let's just do this. This pain in the ass. Maybe I should create a solution for this. A new product for that. Gotta move this. Yep. SigmaShake stash. It's called SigmaShake Secrets right now, but at work we use the standard practice, which is using HashiCorp Vault, and it's a nightmare, but it works. It's super hard to set up though, but I forgot if you're the other guy or not, but do you work too? Do you have work tomorrow? I had to put my terminal on the side because it has a ton of secrets in it. So I can't show that. I think that was Mr. Coffee. Got it. I gotta say, like, when I first graduated college, I was very worried because I had some debt. You know, not too much debt. You know, typical debt you'd have coming out of college with student loans. And when I got my job, I was so excited because within that first year, I paid off all my debt. And really good feeling, you know, working all these years, and then you get a job, the job pays, and then after that, you think of the next step of things to buy, and it's just never-ending stuff, I guess. But yeah, even right now, it's super tough. Even harder for junior level, entry level. Nice, clear and free 1 year out of school, can't beat it. Yeah, it's tough. Like I think the people that have it the hardest is the doctors, the nurses, the physical labor stuff. That stuff's hard. So I don't take for granted anything that I have. I definitely appreciate everything. And that's why I try to bootstrap everything I can before I spend any penny. Your wife is like 300K in the hole. You're married? Yeah, I'm also going to be as well. But yeah, what's funny is you say law school. My wife went to law school too, but and she's done paying it off too. I guess we're both old. Law school, and I stuck with my wife at law school, and I gotta say it was like it was fun. Like I was able to support her the whole way through. And then passing the bar, that was like the best moment too. Really can't get that time back, but it was, when your significant other, passes law school, something that they spent years preparing for, it's great. I feel like I had it way too easy compared to them. But yeah, not sure if you keep in touch with your wife on if they're using AI. Oh wait, your wife hasn't completed law school yet, or is she still doing it? Monumental. Yeah, I think in law school, colleges are already teaching their students how to use like AI software, which is crazy. What's even crazier is it's actually writing all the contracts, accessing all the databases, finding the cases, doing everything. Two quick clarifications. Would you let me handle the stragglers? Actually, in the code base. Whatever you need. She pivoted. Environment to law. Turned out most people just want to hire them to see what they would get away with. Yeah. She works for the state now. Government job. That's nice. I tried to get a government job, and they literally said, "Are you sure you want to work here? Like, we have a lot of bureaucracy and you'll probably not get anything done." And I'm like, okay, I'll try. They didn't call me back, but I just thought it was funny because I come from like startup tech, using the latest and greatest stuff. And joining the government would just throw a wrench in my momentum, I guess. Yeah, everybody's life goes through different paths. Like, I've known a lot of people that have not been able to pass the bar, like, or take several times to pass it. It's crazy. Like, I think the main thing that helped my wife at least become pass is I studied the YouTube techniques of how to study, and then I passed all those techniques to her. And we ritually practiced the study techniques every day, every single day. We didn't skip out on a single day, just so that she could pass. I had the easy part. I just had to make sure she listened to me and to learn the techniques. She had the hard part, studying, practicing. Man, my brain is like so fried for some reason. I see. So you did really well. All you could do is borrow. That's awesome that you dove in. Yeah. I mean, that's what you gotta do for your partner, right? All in. If a person's going all in, you have to support them all in as well. Like, that's how I see it. And my brain, what's going on? Need more vegetables. Yeah, I mean, if you're married, like, you can't just watch your partner fail, right? You gotta support. I'm trying to do my part, trying to create some solution to be better, in a better situation than I am in now. I mean, retiring, I'm not sure I could do that. I like being on my computer. But before this, I was just playing Dota 2 all day, every day, you know? And eventually, I touched Claude Code, and then bam, I'm addicted to something else now. Oh, yeah. I'm not sure if you watch YouTube a lot. Yeah. For status, I wasn't even sure about status. I just wanted a person that could put up with me. Put up with my ambitions of failing a lot. And have some aspirations, you know? I think, yeah, when you said people marry for the different reasons, I totally get that. You do watch YouTube? Yeah, there's this guy, Predictive History, and I've been addicted to this guy. Like, this guy made it to my feed for like I don't know how, and I've just been watching him every day ever since. I'm not sure if you heard about this guy. I feel like I've gotten like radicalized or something watching this guy's video. We'll probably watch this in the series. He hasn't posted in a while though, because he's been traveling a lot, meeting with people and doing presentations. But the thing that got me addicted to him the most was the secret history. I think we could watch this together again. I'd watch this again because it's that good. But let's see. Where was it? There was a thing on like why people marry. There was a different video. If you're married and just as old as me or older, this guy really, I wouldn't say opened my mind, but like you could predict the future type of thing. This guy predict the future like year in advance. I'm trying to think. Game theory? Was it game theory? The laws of asymmetry. There's this thing about marrying people. Dating game. This is it. game theory, the dating game. So you do watch a lot of YouTube. Have you heard of this guy before? I'm just curious. Because when you said people get married to just for status, that's exactly what this guy predicted or like explains. Never heard of this guy. Okay. I really recommend like starting with this first episode first, because he talks about the secret societies. But I'm willing to skip to this one because it talks about the dating game.
We are going to analyze a question together, which is how do societies behave? Why do we do what we do? What motivates us? What drives us? And there have been different theories as to what drives human behavior. Okay, so let's go over some theories. The first theory comes to us from religion. The idea is that we are all driven in a war between good and evil. There's a good side to us and there is an evil side to us. There's Satan and there's God. And we are constantly in a battle in ourselves. Okay? Do we move towards Satan or do we move towards God? And that's the core of human civilization. So religion is meant to give us the strength to show us the path towards goodness. Okay, that's
Oh, yeah, sure.
Another theory comes to us from biology. Okay, and the idea is sex. We want to pass on our genes forward because that's the point of our existence. If we cannot have children, we all die. So the point of our existence is to have children and have them pass on their genes to others, okay? And for males and females, life is different because as a man, you have a penis. And all you have to do is stick your penis into a woman and you're good, okay? That's all you have to do. So you want to stick your penis in as many women as possible. And that's the point of your existence. But as a woman, your life is different because it's hard to give birth. It takes 9 months to incubate the child in your womb. And then childbirth is the most painful experience anyone will ever experience. And then the child, it'll take like 16, 18 years to raise a child to maturity. So it's a huge investment on your part. So as a female, you have to be very cautious, very careful about who you marry or who you have sex with, okay? And so life is a struggle between men who want to put their penis into anything and women who want to be careful about who they marry, okay? So that's the idea of biology. Then, of course, you have the idea of race and culture. That the world is a struggle between these different races and cultures for dominance. And each race, each culture has their own characteristics. Okay, so maybe the yellow race, they're very clever, but they're very weak. And then the white race are brave, but kind of stupid. And the black people, like, anyway, that's another theory. I'm not saying it's correct, I'm just saying it's a theory that people believe in. Then you have economics. Right? And what they believe is that we are driven by money or self-interest. We want to make as much money as possible And that's what drives us. Okay? That's pretty simple. And the last big theory is the idea of liberalism. That comes from the Enlightenment. And here, the theory is that history is a progress towards enlightenment, to rationality, to truth, and to justice. So the inevitability of history, of human development, is towards paradise, towards heaven. And maybe, we go off track now and then, but inevitably, we move towards God. Okay, and this comes to us from the Enlightenment. We call this liberalism. Okay, so these are 5 theories. There are others, but these are 5 theories that show you the diversity, the variety of ideas out there. What I will do this semester is present to you another theory, which I call game theory.
Oops.
And my argument to you is that game theory is the best way to understand how humans behave. What drives nations, what drives societies, what drives humans, okay? So that's my argument to you this semester. So the entire semester, we will study game theory. All right, so what is game theory? All right, game theory is very simple. The idea is that there are 3 components to a game, just 3 aspects to a game. There are the players, the participants, okay? Then there are the rules, or the constraints. In mathematics, we would call this the boundary conditions, okay? The limits to the game. And the third aspect are the incentives. Basically, how do you win this game? What do you get from this game? And my argument to you this semester is that if you study all 3, okay? If you figure out who the players are, if you understand the rules, if you understand the incentives, then you understand how the game works, and then therefore you can predict how the game will turn out. Okay, that's the skill that I want to teach you this semester. And what I want to show you, or what I promise you, is that if you learn game theory, there'll be 3 major benefits to you as a student. Again, you don't have to learn game theory. You don't have to come to class. But if you spend the effort to learn game theory from me, then 3 things will benefit you, okay? The first benefit is that you become a better person. The point of education, guys, it's not to get good grades or get into university or get a good job. What I believe is the point of education is to make you into a better person, which means that you are a much more thoughtful person who can better analyze yourself and the world around you. This allows you to make better decisions. This makes you a much more curious, much more moral, and much more imaginative person, okay? So one benefit of learning game theory is you become smarter, and therefore you become a better person, okay? That's number 1. Number 2 is you'll be able to understand the world that we live in, because this world is kind of stupid, okay? So you may have heard that Donald Trump and the American military went into Venezuela for no good reason, kidnapped a president of Venezuela, which is against international law, and then brought him back to New York City where he will stand trial. It's really stupid what happened. But our class, it's not meant to say this is stupid or this is wrong, because we all know it's stupid and wrong. We're trying to figure out why this happened and what this will lead to. And so we will be in this class studying and analyzing current events to understand how the world really works, why people behave the way they do, and understand how the game of the world works. And this requires you to actually follow the news. Okay? It's not hard to spend 5 minutes and just read up on the news. But we'll be looking at the war in Ukraine. We'll be looking at a new war between Israel and Iran. We'll be looking at what's happening in South America. We'll be looking at the conflict between China and Japan. We'll be looking at the relationship between the United States and China. Okay? So this is relevant to your lives because you will eventually have to work and live in this really screwed up world that we live in. Okay? And the third benefit is once you understand the game, you will have predictive powers. You'll be able to understand how the world will develop. You'll be able to analyze your own life and understand how you will develop. And that gives you control, sovereignty over your own destiny. Okay? That's my promise to you. If you actually spend the time to listen carefully in class, to participate fully, to follow the news, and you spend the entire semester doing so, then these 3 benefits will start to accrue in you. Okay? This is a lifelong struggle to learn game theory. I'm a lot older than you are. I have a lot more experience than you. Okay? But I want to show you how to look at the world through game theory. Another phrase that you learn in school is, I'm going to teach you how to think critically about the world. Or I'll just teach you how to think, okay? All right? Are we clear? Any questions before I move on? All right. So this is all very abstract. And so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to use an example of a game to show you how game theory works, okay? All right. So let's use a really simple game, okay? Let's imagine there are 5 boys and 5 girls. And they want to get married, okay? So these are the players. And what we're going to do is we're going to divide them up into male and female. Then what we're going to do is we will rank the males and the females. Okay, so we're going to rank 10 players into 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay? And so how do we rank them? Well, we rank them according to their attractiveness using 3 criteria. The first is genes. The second is wealth. And the third is status. Okay, so genes is very simple. It means that you're good looking. It means you're tall. It means you're healthy. You will live a long time, okay? Genes is pretty simple to understand. Wealth just means that you or your family have a lot of money. Status means that you have a lot of friends. You have a high status job. You come from a really powerful family, okay? So these are the 3 criteria that we can use to judge a person's attractiveness. And then what we can do is rank them from 5 to 1. 5 means really the best. 1 means the worst, okay? And we can rank all 10 according to these metrics. So, according to biology, what we call evolutionary biology or evolution psychology, we're always trying to find the best genes to procreate because this ensures that our genes pass on. Okay? So, remember that men have a penis which they can stick into anything. Women have to give birth, so their strategies are different, okay? So basically, number 5 is trying to have sex with all 5 women, right? That's his strategy. But female number 5 wants to ensure that she only gets 5. Okay? So these are different strategies. And if this, according to evolutionary psychology, all 5 of these females should try to procreate with number 5, okay? But we know you can't do this. It's suicidal. Why is it suicidal? Because the human race couldn't survive, right? It'd be idiotic to do something like this, where all 5 women are just trying to marry this one guy, and maybe him, okay? But these 3 are eliminated. Because then your society would collapse. You couldn't have that many children. So this can't possibly be true, right? So let's figure out what should happen. Okay. All right. So let's think about this rationally, or from an economics perspective. All right. So again, number 5, he's trying to maximize the game. So he's trying to sleep with all 5 women, okay? The problem if he does that is these 5 know they're all being played. And they recognize that this guy is probably an asshole.
A better video for that.
So 5, the best woman is like, you know what? There's not much of a difference between 4 and 5, so I'll just go marry this guy, right?
There was like a different video. I just don't remember it at all. I thought it would be better. I got better video on this topic. Go ahead. I think you could put the links in. Trying to reset some credentials right now. CF email API paths. Oh my God, what's going on? Why is my system slow?
Hi. If you don't know me by now, I make diagrams to explain psychology and dating. As a part of my upcoming series on self-improvement called Self-Maximize, I have created a new version of Zones. Here it is. Zones is, of course, my viral iconic relationship map that lays out what men are looking for from women and what women are looking for from men in romantic relationships. As you can see, the new version is much prettier and more fleshed out, easier to read and easier to understand. This is version 3, and it took me 3 days.
I just realized there was another person that posted a link.
Not perfect. There's no hole in that A. A lot of
Nice to meet you, Hen So High.
Did in 10 minutes on a kitchen counter. How far we've come, and I couldn't have done it without you. So let's get to the point. Here are the differences between the old and new versions. The old version uses these simple little drawings to demonstrate how men think about women and then where we place them along this scale according to how much we like them. And it has these minimal indications of how we feel about these different classifications. Of course, it does the same for women, who measure men along 2 axes instead of 1. If you're a woman, this is how much men like you, and if you're a man, this is how much women are attracted to you and how much they feel safe with you and supported by you. Women are complex. I also included these indicators for lust and love, and these arrows showing that the good guy attachment is measured here, and the bad boy attachment is measured here. And for men, I tried to show that lust exists here, but that love grows as we like you more. And that's pretty much the whole chart, which people have found helpful. The new version is what I would call all fleshed out. Let's go over the details. First of all, I added text to explain how to use the chart. Second of all, I organized everything at 90-degree angles, which are my favorite. The last version was a little bit sloppy, and a lot of people didn't notice some details, like how this is a speech bubble for what we let people know about, and this is a thought bubble for what we keep secret. So I left that out here, and I just went ahead and wrote public and secret. Finally, I fleshed out all of the details of each category, and that comes at the expense of the illustrations. Like, there's no room for a brain here, but I think this is more clear. So I'm going to go through Zones version 3 as if you've never seen it before, as a refresher or for anyone new. First of all, these are the male and female sides. They are divided by this center line, which is the only double line on the chart. These inner boxes here and here, with the meters next to them here, here, and here, are the types of evaluations that men make about women and that women make about men. These boxes next to the meter are the qualities that men look for when they are evaluating women. So you just add the total of how a man feels about a woman's body, personality, purity, and the bonus things that barely matter. There's a cabinet. And you get the total attraction, which determines where he's going to place her. I kept the lust and love elements basically the same, and I have arrows now pointing to the meters that they represent. So in men, the more that we are attracted to a woman, the more lust we are going to have. But in men, we can experience attraction with zero or negative attachment, which usually does not happen in women. Women can be attached to men for these reasons, or for these reasons, or for both. But for men, if we really like you, then we want you forever. If we only kind of like you, then we want you for now. And if we don't like you at all, but something sometimes feels better than nothing, then we want to forget. I should also mention Zones accounts only for attraction-based relationships and not for other forms of love like spiritual connections, arranged marriages, old married couples, or anything like that. If I included those, we'd have to get into some kind of crazy cube. Maybe next year. So I created this visualization because this is something that I want women to learn. Just because men are sleeping with you does not mean that we're attached, and in fact we could be very unattached. I called this chart Zones because it's based off the idea of the friend zone. I'm using language that we already understand. I did the same with these boxes. I based them off the idea of she's a keeper. If they rhyme, it's easier to understand. So the keeper is the one you marry, and you keep her forever. The sleeper is the one who is nice to have around, but you never quite know what the future is going to be, and the sweeper is the one that you regret and don't want anyone to know about. So when men are evaluating women, we think of you in terms of the best I could ever get, the bottom line for what I would commit to. Right here is the public secret line, the dotted line. These are the ones that we want to be seen with and the ones that we don't. This is the line where we would see her again or not. And then below this line, we would be not interested in even one shameful secret. And the way that we evaluate how attracted we are is through what's in these boxes. First, you have the body, obviously very important. I changed that from looks because it's more than looks. This is not a comprehensive list. None of these are. It's just to give you an idea about what body means. Different men like different body types. Sometimes we like your voice. We like women of different, body types, different levels of fitness. Some men like women thicker. We like different qualities in your face, your hair, how you wear your hair. Pheromones I put in quotes because I don't think it's technically pheromones that we have, but it functions the same. It's how you like the smell of the other person. It has a lot to do with attraction and personal chemistry and so on. It's just body. Second is personality, and that is, again, not a comprehensive list, just everything about her personality. Who she is, where she's from, how she treats you. Is she supportive, helpful, reliable, interesting, smart? Is she into the same things as you? What kind of person is she, and what's it like to be with her? Purity I changed from other men because it is, again, more comprehensive. It has more to it than just other men. Purity is all about your history of loyalty. Do you have any baggage? Do you dress modestly, or are you running around with your clothes off at midnight? A lot of guys care about body count. That would go in here. One thing a lot of men care about is a woman